Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Let Us Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Was HPSC President? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The Hero Public Safety Commission. It's practically the government when it comes to heroes. They make the laws, they give the licenses. They're the reason heroes are able to keep up images and actually be heroes. All heroes have a reason to be part of the HPSC, and why wouldn't they? They work for all people of Japan. All heroes of Japan, and to keep people safe, always. Well, at least it was. Then the paradigm shifted. Normal people, civilians, the people most affected by a government's actions probably wouldn't have noticed. Why would they bother? They're busy enough with life as it is, and villains don't make it any easier. They should know about the HPSC, but why invest time into it? Unless you're an employee or a hero, that is. In those circumstances, well, you would have felt that power shift. Suddenly, secrecy entered the entire commission. Whether it be locked behind keycards, passwords, or simple denials, barely anyone would have been able to see what really goes on behind the walls of the building or what happens underground. No one could pinpoint where exactly this shift occurred. Many claim it was when All Might appeared and rose to the top of the hero rankings board. Some claim it was the implementation of the rankings board in the first place, with heroes paying and corruption seeping in to get their names slightly higher just to fuel their own ego. Regardless of it all, the HPSC was once a respectable organization, if maybe a bit sketchy, but it was for the people. Now though, it was best to consider it a funnel for corruption and evil by proxy. Whether it be the massive cover-up of Lady Nagant's defection, Hawk's absolute torture that they called training, the Paragon program in general, or the many background deals they do just to keep the city and country running. Even if those deals are with some of the shadiest and most outright sketchy and evil people and organizations known to man. Well, what can you do? A green-haired teenager thought, taking out the 6th flash drive from the computer. This was definitely not what he was supposed to do. He was recently hired as an intern at the commission, fetching coffee, filing papers, and just being someone that others can complain to. Not about though. Most people saw him as too much of a cinnamon roll to be angry, unlike some of their colleagues. Due to this, he heard far more than he probably should have, and was given far more access to things than he should have. Whether it be a small notepad holding a password, a leftover key, or some simple gossip, who was he to not record everything he heard or saw? It's not like anyone would notice a facility manager keycard going missing for a couple minutes. It's not like they kept track of their things anyway. That's what he was there for, to keep track of things and deliver coffee. And so what if that coffee makes them slightly groggier instead of giving them energy? Must be an illness or something. It couldn't have been the intern, who barely knows how to use the coffee machine. Maybe that pouch was just out of date. Couldn't blame him, he was only 15 after all. Speaking of that intern, who was walking away from the community manager's PC with 6 flash drives, each with numerous documents and files on them, well, certainly it couldn't be for any nefarious reason. After all, this was Izuku de Midoriya, an intern that was relatively well liked amongst the commission, or at least those that bothered to interact with him. Known for being incredibly kind, with an indomitable will and a penchant for helping others with literally anything, plus his immense skill in coding, which he inherited from his father, a former programmer for an antivirus company. Most employees saw him as an angel in their time of need, whether it be as simple as delivering a letter so they never had to leave their desk, to helping to create a free firewall for most of the employees. Izuku was almost guaranteed a career at the HPSC, possibly at upper management if he was lucky enough. Either way, he left the building. As Izuku walks home, this time avoiding alleyways and underpasses due to an unfortunate run-in with a semi-liquid villain and the #1 hero a week back, he can't help but smirk at the people around them. The salarymen who look downright drained, the other kids across the street playing volley, and the heroes who appear to be rushing to get to a certain location. Normally, Izuku would be following said heroes. There's probably a villain fight happening somewhere, and months ago he would have been right behind them, wanting to get a glimpse at the heroes he loved dearly. However, Izuku decided that he won't need to do that anymore, at least in this moment. Maybe another time. His first plan as a child was to be a hero, to save people with a smile. Maybe if you had a quirk, people would tell him. It felt like a running gag till now. In all reality, he supposed that they were right. If you could choose between someone who could run at over 200 kilometers an hour, or an average person with nothing special about them, it made sense to choose the speedster. Izuku couldn't blame them. They weren't being prejudiced or anything like that, or at least it didn't come off that way. They were being logical. But still, he fears the look of pity from others more than any possible rejection. Izuku will take and handle anything but pity. He absolutely loathes pity. It's an emotion that he sees on everyone's face when they find out he's quirkless, right before the disgust or anger. It's an emotion that basically tells him you are lesser than everyone and we feel bad for you. He loathed it. Well, Izuku eventually had an epiphany. Saving people with a smile wasn't restricted to being a hero. Sure, that's the job that gave the most coverage and was the most involved, which was what Izuku wanted, but there were still plenty of other options. That's why he initially wanted to be at the HPSC after all. Helping the people that help others. A noble goal. Then he saw the utter rot that was there at the HPSC and hero society in general. It wasn't all bad, nowhere near. If he had to estimate, at least 95% of heroes do what they do because of their heart, and he's sure that several employees of HPSC want to genuinely help too. But if the corruption stems at the top, it's much easier to spread. He had hoped that everything he learned, heard, and saw at the HPSC was from independent figures, people who had slipped through the cracks of society to somehow be in the position of power of heroes, who were only interested in themselves. He had hoped that this rot, this evil, wasn't from the top. But he can never be right, can he? On another topic, he loved the man Yokimaru Mira. The man was hilarious, most of the time unintentionally, and the person that Izuku was usually shadowing. He had shown a slight fondness for Izuku because of that, plus Izuku's natural charm. On another note, he was also the provisional hero license manager, hero licenser, and PR manager, which gave him quite a bit of access. Now, Yokimaru would never give Izuku, an intern, access to so many restricted files on people that he had no business knowing of, and Izuku obviously respected that. Except when his back was turned, of course. What he didn't know doesn't hurt him, of course. Thankfully, Yokimaru was pretty clean. Aside from him basically being forced to deal with some shady figures, the man that Izuku shadowed was respectable and clearly, well, not nice, but certainly not evil. Honestly, the files Izuku got felt way too easy, so much he had a theory that Yokimaru wanted him to get access. But that was just a theory. Nothing substantial. Enough about that though. When Izuku got home, he sat down in front of the TV. Vultures, Izuku thought sourly as he watched the news. They were still running the story from more than a week ago about the slime villain. Izuku didn't know the kid involved, but he felt even now that kid was so done with the news stations still running the story, if his red eyes were any explanation. Honestly though, it wasn't the news that made Izuku's blood boil, oh no. It was the fact that it took All Might to save the kid. Plenty of other heroes were on scene. And not bottom tiers either. These were high rollers. Top 100, Kamui Woods especially he was disappointed in. Backdraft he could give a pass to. The fire raging in the background could easily have killed more people. Kamui, Death Arms, and Mount Lady though wouldn't escape his wrath. He wondered about quirks often. It was what made him an outcast often. Whether it be a quirk as simple as wings, or as complex as being a literal shadow, he could dissect and think about it all day. It sucked that these quirks were given to such wastes. Surely, they're not all one-trick ponies, right? They couldn't even take down a mass of liquid masquerading as a person. How would they take down actual threats? Death Arms was a dumbass, but that wasn't surprising. He seemed like the kind of person to shoot first, then get asked, who the hell gave you the gun? Later, Mount Lady he was the least disappointed in. It was her first day, and while he sure as hell isn't giving a pass on that, he will give some leniency. Surprisingly, hostage situations are rarely covered in hero schools, at least in most, according to some now unrestricted files he had access to. Still though, he would not give her quarter if he ever met in person. It felt like she didn't realize she could turn her caps lock off and just go back to normal. Kamui Woods though. Jesus, what a disaster. Kamui, at least according to most files he saw, was a douche at times, but still a good hero. He was no endeavor, nothing like that, but he didn't have a squeaky clean record either. Despite that though, he had and has shown promise as a hero, mainly with his rescue of an entire school and its inhabitants all by himself. He could save an entire school with thousands of people inside, but couldn't even save a kid panicking inside some sludge. God, he'd need to change that, wouldn't he? 2 months ago, a quick internet search later, Izuku found the Hero Public Safety Commission's official website. He scours the page, reading everything from the goals of the commission to employee records. What he finds the most interesting is that not a single employee has their quirk stated. In fact, it seems all government employees, especially HPSC ones, are not allowed to disclose their quirk status. Even better for me. Moving forward, he looks for internships, ones that even a middle schooler can do. He's in luck, because there's an open position to be the personal assistant of an entire floor, including a Yokimaru Mira. CL seeking the application. He fills it out relatively quickly and sends it to the registered email. Plenty of time later, he finally gets a response back, approved and given him a QR code to scan to allow him into the building. He was scheduled to be there by 8:45 a.m. on weekends and 3:30 p.m. on weekdays, leaving at 5:15 p.m. and 9:15 p.m. respectively. Over the next few weeks, Izuku didn't try anything. He simply kept up appearances and did his best not to get kicked out. Nothing was stolen, overheard, eavesdropped, or even implied. He was just a good little errand boy and did as he was told. It was when people started liking him when he really started diving deep. Information about the Paragon program and training children as early as 8 years old to be the next heroes of tomorrow, shady dealings, semi-illegal crimes at best, and the fate of Lady Nagant. He always wondered what happened to her when he was only 7 years old. He wasn't a super fan of her or anything, or at least not any more so than other heroes. But a hero's disappearance and blatant cover-up can be seen by even a 7-year-old if they pay attention. So, his plan was in action the next day. Don't get it wrong, Izuku, legally speaking anyways, wasn't allowed access to several documents he currently had in his possession. Then again, the HPSC, legally speaking anyways, shouldn't even have this much going on behind the scenes. So, if something as simple and bendy as laws doesn't apply to them, why would it apply to him? After all, he's just Izuku de Midoriya, the coffee guy, and illegal stuff was bad. If you ask anyone who knew him, they'd say that Izuku was anything but bad. Well, yeah, he was. He is anything but bad. 2 months before the UA entrance exams, rumors start spreading. They start among the most popular daylight heroes, travel towards those of lesser rank, then make their rounds around the underground heroes. Eventually, they're circling around the UA faculty. Did you hear about what's happening in the commission? Something about transfers, right? No, I thought it was about leaked documents. That can't be right. I heard it was about some kind of power shift. Wait, are you guys talking about the commission rumors? Oh well, let me tell you. I heard someone's manipulating the employees, even the president. You can't be serious. No one's ever done that. The voice trails off in the opposite direction. The conversation moves somewhere out of reach. Let it be known that the hero-filled staff of UA likes to gossip. As soon as something reaches the ears of one, it'll soon reach the ears of everyone in the faculty. Sometimes, the gossip is pure nonsense, like when 13 had promised Midnight that she'd be the first thrown into her black hole if she had the chance. Other times, it's proven to be more substantial. Present Mike found out Snipe's first name and spread it like wildfire. However, rumors surrounding the HPSC or other important government-based organizations, well, that was something Nezu couldn't resist. Nezu crawls through the vents back to his office. After having followed the small bits of conversation from before, he can freely admit that he adores the commotion. Anything of the sort fascinates him and feeds the chaotic side of the rodent. His quirk makes him crave knowledge, no matter how small. Thus, he can't help but grab onto the gossip like a lifeline. Thank gods he constructed these vents within the walls of UA to be his size. It's proven to be quite the efficient way to feed his thoughts. Originally, he thought to install microphones in the rooms he legally could, but decided against it. He'd give the students and faculty some sort of relief, even if technically he was still spying on them with his own eyes and ears. The way he thought, at least the others would be spared from constant monitoring and only be monitored when the rodent had time, or when his curiosity got the better of him, but that didn't need to be talked about. The principal of UA did have a duty to uphold, so of course he couldn't secretly listen in all the time. Besides, that wasn't the only purpose of the vent system. They were also made to scare the people of UA whenever he chose to pop out of them. Whether it be out of a wall or a ceiling or even a janitor's closet, he liked the look of confusion and hesitant fear flash in their human eyes. To him, it was a small payback to the humans who experimented on him, even if said humans weren't the ones he was scaring. As Nezu popped out of the ceiling, he scrambled to his laptop. Those rumors he's been hearing in the hero community have been blaring louder than ever now. Sure, gossip comes and goes, but never this concentrated unless something was true. He's never liked the Hero Commission. That whole part of the government always gave him the impression of unjust power. It felt like they had far too much control, even when they disguised it under the premise of public safety. At one point in his career, Nezu considered bringing the commission down a peg or two. He knew he couldn't bring it all down, only because Japan would rupture into chaos. The country did need stability after all. Yet even as he thought it, he knew he wouldn't have the time to do such an immense investigation. Being the principal of the top hero school was enough work as it is. It still didn't prevent him from making things difficult for the commission. He would still push their buttons as much as he could. Why wouldn't he? Hearing those rumors peak made him bristle in excitement. The fur on him rose out of instinct and he dived into his web browser. When he first started as principal many years ago, he thought of the brilliant idea of hacking into the commission cameras. He knew eventually that having eyes on the inside would be helpful to him in one way or another. Long ago, he sent an email to the Provisional Hero License Manager with a link asking him to CLCK on it and see the current UA standing. Like the fool he was, he easily took the bait and allowed Nezu into their systems, allowing him to do whatever he wanted that didn't require a password, including access to their security systems. It was truly one of his favorite activities, looking inside the HPSC building. It was always bustling and everyone looked so exhausted and depressed, which made him cheerful and just oh so happy. But he wouldn't dare voice that thought. But as he's skipping through the camera feeds, he can't seem to find a single employee. There's no interns moving expense reports. There's no crowd around the coffee machine. Nothing. It's not until he finally reaches a giant conference room that he sees people. From what he can tell, they all look on edge. It's unusual to see every single employee in one room, and Nezu knows they are probably thinking the same thing. Yet, across the sea of employees, there is one that he can't spot: the president herself. After a few more CLCKS and cycles, he eventually found his way to her office. The idiots that designed this system don't have any internal respect, he supposes. Her office was covered with awards, decor, and intimidating artwork, almost like she wanted to be seen as the supervillain here. His small and button-like eyes eventually landed on the president herself, who is visibly unnerved. Her shoulders reek of tension and her mouth is settled in an uneasy frown. It's then that Nezu sees the green curly hair of another person. The person in question glances at the security camera, and Nezu can see the calculating eyes of the boy right before his gaze returns to the woman in front of him. Well, isn't this an interesting development? The principal can tell the boy radiates an air of fear, but not because of being in front of the president. No, he radiates fear because he's not the prey here. He's the predator, almost like a serpent devouring a confident ferret. It's in stark contrast to the president, who's used to being the predator, but whatever is on those papers has shattered her confidence. It's then that Nezu remembers to access the audio. With a small switch, audio pours out of the computer. It's relatively simple: "Madam President, you're being replaced." Izuku would lie and say that he isn't scared. He would lie to himself and say that it'll all go to plan. It'd be stupid of him to expect it all to be perfect, though. There are numerous variables included in this entire scheme. While he could get into the building, even up to the president's office, the odds of everyone taking the email bait would be slim. Right, and here I thought computer security was the only thing that was awfully employed, Izuku said as he walked right by the office of the president. No security was even on the floor. No employee was nearby getting a coffee break or wanting to show said president something important. They had all taken his email scam without a second thought. Speaking of the president, the woman in question is currently in her office and she has no idea what's about to happen. No one in this whole establishment knows what's about to happen. And oh, isn't that perfectly delightful? So Izuku takes a deep breath, and with power gleaming in his eyes and a wide smirk on his face, he prepares his mission. Before that, though, he sends a quick text to his new and soon-to-be bodyguard. Timing is everything after all. Speaking of timing, Madam President leans forward to pick up her watered-down coffee just when Izuku slams the door open abruptly. "Good afternoon, President. Pleasure to finally meet in person. You might not want to take a sip of that drab cup of coffee now. Let's get started, shall we?" Izuku cheerfully stated, striding towards her desk with not a hint of fear or anger, just pure joy. People always think they have the upper hand when someone seems eager and cheerful. Those people will believe they have something the other wants, something they can take. And that's exactly what he wants the president to view him as. He needs her to view him like everyone else does, like a naive little boy who's too in over his head. It worked for the entire 12th floor. Why not? He wants her to believe that. Right until the moment he shatters everything she built. He leaves a comfortable amount of time before he speaks again, waiting for the president to say something. He knows she will. Patience is a virtue, as well as a manipulation tactic, and it pays off when she looks at him with anger first and disbelief after. Her coffee cup is still in her hand as she speaks. "Kid, I don't know what you think you're doing, but this is not a place where you can just burst in. Aren't you just an intern down on the 12th floor? Go push the papers and do your job. I have things to do." She takes her coffee and pours the liquid into her mouth while she points towards the door. Izuku, ever the resilient boy, doesn't back down. It's not part of the plan to back down, so he stays standing at her desk. "Didn't I suggest not drinking the coffee?" "Oh, madam, I'm afraid you didn't hear me. But no matter. I think you'll hear what I have to say now." Before she can utter a single word, he pulls out the bulk of files behind his back and pulls them close to his CHSN. If the thickness of the folder didn't speak volumes, then the cover did. In bold black ink lies the words "Blackmail." "What is the meaning of this?" she exclaims before Izuku holds up a finger in front of her. "No, I'm not finished. Here, in my hand, is all the evidence of the Commission's crimes, including, but not limited to, the Paragon program, black market finances, and corruption within employees." The woman grows furred and the look in her eyes screams murder. But once again, before she gets the chance to express such, Izuku is already talking. It's fascinating how much your access can grow once you become a commission intern. To be honest, I probably would have obtained half this information through hacking or even just ex-employees. But where's the fun in that? It was so much easier to get all these documents when I was already working under the very organization, especially when someone might catch me. Oh, I love that thrill. Izuku exclaims with absolute glee, but his eyes glow with something darker. Madam President finally gets the chance to speak, but it's in exasperated bursts as she's trying to grasp what's happening. How could this teenager have possibly accessed all the information she's been carefully restricting? There's no way. No, those documents were definitely restricted to someone of your clearance. You absolutely couldn't have gotten those from employee status alone. Izuku laughs. It's a casual laugh, meant for friends and close family. But behind it holds something that tells the president it's not friendly. This isn't a laugh meant for silly jokes. Oh, you're absolutely right, President. I congratulate you. His tone is anything but congratulatory. It screams sarcasm and spite. You really need to get an audit done. These security measures and employees, I suppose personal security, is completely awful. If a simple 15-year-old boy can get through every modicum of security without even having to hack or cheat his way anywhere, sheesh, might as well have nothing there. I didn't even need to destroy any firewalls or anti-malware programs, because there wasn't anything there in the first place. It's amazing what can be done with a flash drive and a dream. No. He laughs harder, clutching the paper back to his cent. It's then that the president finally comes back to her senses and presents the boy with a small grin. Young man, you can't possibly think anyone would believe you. I will admit that you probably hold all of my and this company's dirty laundry. But who would believe you? If I remember correctly, you're just a quirkless little boy. Attention-seeking and a liar is all anyone would call you. Exactly where I want you, madam. He replicates her small grin, but his eyes glow a darker shade of jade. The gaze alone sends shivers down her spine. Once again, madam, I commend you. No one would believe me. But who said anyone would be hearing it from me? Her grin falls and the shivers in her spine crawl back up. Izuku takes his gaze off her and glances towards the awards plastered on her wall. You see, this isn't the only flash drive with this information on it, Izuku said, holding up the red flash drive with the threatening message, boss, written on it. I have at least 5 others, all being held by my personal friends, all waiting outside the biggest news stations in Japan. Amazing what can be done on vacation, right? I have people holding the envelopes securely, waiting for my text. One word and they'll release the information to the media. Imagine the public outcries. Imagine the collapse of this establishment you've built. Imagine the jail cell you'll sit in at Tartarus. His body is now facing her completely in a stance that brings him to his full height. His gaze is ever intense on hers as he can practically see her shatter. Just like I predicted. This is going swimmingly so far. Her body is tense and her lips have formed an apparent grimace. But finding the words she mutters, What do you want? Izuku smiles as he lifts his head up from the glare he previously trapped her in. The glow of his eyes never fading from that toxic green. It's simple, Madam President. Scratch that. That glow just went nuclear. Your job. Hawks is currently waiting outside the president's office. A little bit ago, he received a text from an unknown number telling him to do the very thing he's doing now. At first he hesitated. The number wasn't recognizable, and if the president ever wanted him, she'd send one of her loyal employees. But something about the text threw him off, and he figured since it was sent to his commission phone and not his personal one, he'd do as told. Better to not risk it. Though a voice in the back of his head told him to ignore it. It's been saying stuff like that about the commission for a long time, though. He can't afford to listen to that voice if he wants to achieve his dream. People deserve an easy life, freedom from life's struggle, and it was his dream to give them that. So he'll do as he's told. But as he's standing there waiting, he can't help but think why he's here. If the president wanted him, why is she making him wait this long? He tried listening through the door to see what's taking so long. But she soundproofed the walls ages ago, so that's useless. He stands there for another 5 minutes before the door opens. Out walks a boy with a head full of green curls and freckles Kago can spot a mile away. His appearance radiates assurance and confidence, which was odd considering he was wearing khaki shorts and a meme as a shirt. For someone his age, Kago didn't think it was possible for a kid to look so secure. However, the winged hero is trying to wrap his mind around the much bigger fact that this literal child, which he couldn't be less than 13, is walking around on the top floor of the HPSC. He's never seen this boy in his life to top it off, which might not have been such a factor if not for the whole HPSC top floor thing. His mind was racing with thoughts and theories. Maybe this was the president's son. No, she doesn't, nor would she ever have kids. Was this another kid like him? What happened to make him walk out of that office with such certainty and confidence? No one ever walks out with either of those feelings. It's either exhaustion, hatred, and most commonly, total fear. Before he can continue his mental rampage, though, the kid starts speaking. Oh, Hawks, you're here. Perfect. Well, let me start by introducing myself. My name's Izuku D. Midoriya, and if all goes well, I'm hoping you'll be my bodyguard for my new job. The kid says with a smile brighter than the sun. What? The kid is already walking away from a stunned Hawks. who quickly races towards the child walking around like nothing happened, placing a hand on his shoulder. I'm going to need you to slow down there, duckling. Could you maybe, I don't know, elaborate on anything you just said? Hawks asks with both sarcasm and sincerity. He severely doubted it. But if this really was his new boss, well, wouldn't want to make such a bad impression, would he? The kid simply smirks back, taking the hand off his shoulder before continuing. Keigo. The boy starts with a power move, saying the name Hawks hasn't heard in way too long. Things are gonna change. You wanna know why? Hawks simply nods. Cause now, I'm in the chair. Keigo, not Hawks, is just stunned. No one has said his actual name. Not even him, in way too long for him to count. The kid's boss is already halfway down the hallway to the elevator. The number 3 hero quickly rushes to his side. Well, consider me intrigued, Midoriya. By the time Izuku is out of the elevator and on the 8th floor, his nerves calm down. He's not nervous about confronting the whole HPSC. No, he's nervous that the number 3 freaking hero is standing right next to him. It took so much willpower to keep himself from muttering adorations at the winged hero. He had so many questions about the man's quirk. It was truly a wonder how not even a peep of those thoughts came out. But Izuku knew he couldn't do that just yet. Later on, he'd be free to ask questions to his heart's content. Maybe when they're off work or something, but timing is everything. Izuku needed Hawks confused yet curious right now. He needed that impression first before things went forward. It's all going to plan. One more step. So he relinquishes his muttering and lets that burning flame flourish in his heart. The Izuku months ago would be terrified right now. That Izuku wouldn't even believe he could ever control part of the government. It was never even in the equation. Maybe if he was lucky he could get some influence, but never total control. But the Izuku today is better than that scared little boy. He's grown, both physically and mentally. He's become powerful, far more than anyone could have expected. So it's with flaming vengeance that Izuku opens the door to the large conference room and strides in. He's made an impact, and it's noticeable by the gaping features of the government employees. They stare at him with a mixture of confusion and anticipation. Some have scowls on their face, probably from the abruptness. Others show wariness as they watch the boy stride. It's a mix of reactions, just like he wants it. He was hoping to see Yokimaru Mira somewhere. He was probably there, just in the crowd of people, staring with total confusion. As he's walking, employees move to the side and squeeze their beverages tighter. Half of them don't know why they feel compelled to move, but the energy the green-haired boy is emitting is strong enough to persuade them. Eventually, Izuku makes it to the large stage and slowly walks up the staircase. Hawks close behind him. Once he reaches the microphone, he ushers Hawks to stand beside him. He wants to see the hero in his peripheral vision when he speaks. It's reassuring, but also exhilarating. Izuku can't wait to see Hawks' face. He loves to see shocked expressions produced by his actions. Tapping the mic, his smile grows. Is this on? Yes, okay. Hello everyone. Glad to see you could all make it. Now, I'm sure you're all confused. I'm sure most of you don't even know who I am. He glances at his phone. As of 15 minutes ago, I'm the new Hero Public Safety Commission president. The silence has never been louder. He can see the bewildered looks on his employees, and as he moves his eyes to the side, he can see the gaping mouth of Hawks. As if sensing his gaze, Hawks sharply eyes Izuku and he can see the hero swallow. The man's eyes are wide and he looks at Izuku with wonder before realization glazes over. So that's why you were in her office. The hero mutters quietly so only they can hear. Izuku turns his gaze back into the crowd. They've started whispering. He can hear the disbelief in their tones, see the shift in their body language. If you don't believe me, why not take a look at your emails? I'm sure there is an email from a certain ex-president of yours waiting there. He announces, just as everyone's device beeps in unison. They all rush to grab their phones, missing the absolute glee beaming in Izuku's emerald eyes. There's no way. This isn't possible. Why would Madam just leave? Yet there in the email lies Madam's resignation and the name of the person who is to replace her. I hereby relinquish my role as president to Izuku D. Midoriya. Izuku exclaims through the beaming microphone. His phone isn't in his hand. He's reading the exact words from pure memory. That's what it says, doesn't it? Well, let it be known that I am Izuku D. Midoriya. The madness of his eyes burn bright as his smile turns less confident and more mad, not with anger, but power. The employees in the room gasp loudly and stare at the boy on the stage. Now that you have your proof, let's move on. It's time for a change. This establishment claims to be for the people, and I intend to make sure it follows that claim. Now, we can all say that the previous president can't say the same thing, can she? The collective gulp of his employees answers the underlying accusation. Corruption can only travel so far before someone comes to break its spinal cord. Even from the stage, HPSC employees can see the poisonous gaze of their new president. The boy's posture is leveled. His hands lie inside his pockets. His smile remains a comfortable grin. Everything about the young man doesn't just say power. It screams in pain, and that makes them afraid. Let's start with the Paragon program. At the mention of that name, red feathers stiffen. Everyone here who participated by training, collecting, finding the Paragon children or anything else of the sort, please gather towards the back. The employees quickly follow the orders. Wonderful. You're all fired. It's said in a way that displays disgust and no room for argument. This program will not exist any longer. Those are children. They don't deserve what you did, or were going to do, to them. The accusation spit from Izuku's mouth. Position made clear and obvious. From his side, he can see Hawks with his head hung low, the slight sniffle being heard. Izuku wants to comfort the hero. He really does, but now isn't the time. He'll show him compassion after he's done. The employees fear his ruthlessness. He has to keep that perception for now. A moment later, however, Hawks straightens and brings himself to his full height. Though Izuku can see the red beneath his eyes, he can recognize either relief or justice when he sees it. With a keen eye, he can even view determination within. Back to the growing shouts of mixed anger and disbelief, Izuku coughs into the mic. Well, what are you still doing here? You're all clearly fired. And this building is private property, so if you stay longer, I'm afraid you'll be charged with trespassing alongside the numerous charges of child abuse that the police waiting outside will definitely get you on. The fired employees push themselves out the door, although their shouts are still heard. Ignoring this, Izuku continues, along with the Paragon program, all life contracts made with the Commission are hereby eradicated. I refuse to own people, and so should the rest of you. This is an establishment made to work with the people, not to control the people. Hawks stares at Izuku with borderline admiration and shock. But the president isn't done, he's just getting started. Go on, get out. If you're lucky, the police might go easy on you. But considering all of your track records, I severely doubt it, Izuku says, conveying no sense of mercy. By the end of Izuku's declaration, less than half of the previous commission employees are left in the room, including a stunned Yokimaru Mira, which just makes Izuku even happier. It's settled now. Welcome to this new stage, everyone. I look forward to working with you all. The young man stares into the crowd with a wide-toothed grin and a calculating glare. Shivers crawl up everyone's spine. Now that it is over, time to get to work. Izuku left the conference room with Hawks trailing behind. He had a purple-haired hero to free. Kaina Tsutsumi was mad. Well, scratch that. She was furious. Then again, that wasn't much different from her normal mood. Tartarus wasn't exactly kind to her, much less so than other villains in the cells. This time, though, she was furious, not at prison guards or fellow inmates, but at where she was going. Where she was being taken to, in chains. The FC King HPSC. Apparently the president wanted to speak with her. Well, she could go suck it. She'd rather be shot dead than talk to that cow. She made her choice to get rid of the last president. So what? What could she do that'd be worse than life sentence in Tartarus? Being taken up to the top floor by Tartarus guards, both arms with heavy firearms, and her hands tied, she felt so done. She was not upset at what she did, and she didn't regret it. What, was the president going to try and make her become their agent again? Fat chance. The office of the president opened up, to reveal a turn chair and Hawks nearby. Kaina, despite her outrage, knew of Hawks and felt bad for the man. He went through worse than her, but unlike her, he hadn't realized the actual crimes that he was committing on the regular. President, Lady Nagant's here, Hawks said, as the guards left, her hands still tied, and the doors shut. Look, I don't know what you want with me, but you want to know something. I don't care. Torture me, kill me, or whatever you want. I don't regret what I did. He was making me commit crimes and murder, and I'm not standing for it anymore. So go ahead. Rain down bullets on me. But you're not getting me to come back if that's what you wanted, Kaina immediately said. She knew the walls were soundproof. Kaina expected a couple of reactions, either from the president when she turned around, or from Hawks. The best outcome would have been Hawks just killing her right then and there. She didn't expect two guys laughing though. Wow, you were spot on, boss man, Hawks said, as he broke down on the floor. Boss man, I thought that. And the chair swiveled around. In the president's seat was a child. A child with green hair, green eyes, freckles, and a happy grin on his face, wearing a red and black vest, fit with the commission pin. I always am, ain't I, Keigo? The child stated cheerfully, as he composed himself in front of Kaina. What the hell was going on? Now, why would I want to do that, Lady Nagant? Why would I want to, as you said, rain down bullets on you? What the hell was this kid's game? He surely knew of her criminal history. Whether it be the crimes she committed as Lady Nagant, or the straight murder she committed as Kaina Tsutsumi. As far as I'm concerned, all those Paragon program murders and assassinations. Nada, the kid said, standing up and walking towards Kaina, where the height difference between the two was made evident. They don't exist. The hell do you mean by that? Kaina asked, rage bellowing. Because the program doesn't exist anymore, sweetheart, the kid said, getting rid of the cuffs around her hands. What the what? Kaina thought, looking over at Hawks, who had recovered from his laughing fit. It's true, Kaina. Izuku here dismantled the entire program. plus life contracts and corrupt employees. As soon as he came to power, Hawks said, revealing the kid's name, Izuku. The use of her name, and the fact that Hawks was being genuine made her pause. This had to be a dream, right? Or some bizarre stint against her. No way the previous president would resign. Did she die too? Was the kid responsible? Now though, I need to talk to you, Lady Nagant. Would you prefer I call you your name or your hero name? Izuku asked sincerely. Just kinda said, still in slight shock. She barely noticed the hand on her back. Hey, don't worry. The new boss man is a good guy, Hawks said, as Kinda looked up at Izuku. Alright, Mr. President. What do you want? Kinda asked as she sat down across the president, Hawks nearby him. She had nothing to lose, right? I want you to be free. First of all, Izuku said, before ripping up a piece of paper. Speaking of which, now you are. He continued, putting those pieces of paper in a glass of water nearby, completely shocking Kinda. Secondly, I want your autograph, Izuku stated, sliding her a notebook entitled, Anarchist's Quirk Book. This is so weird I doubted it even be a dream, Kinda thought as she opened the notebook to a respective page. Her eyes widened at the just total amount of information on just one hero. Personal notes, weaknesses, strengths, description, bio, ranking, and so much more. Sorry, should have opened that to your page, Izuku said, taking the notebook back for a second before flipping a few pages left, leading to her page, where a well-drawn oration sat, plus numerous facts about her hero persona that she barely remembered. This kid was not messing around. Both cautious and intrigued, she signed her name beneath the oration. Thank you. It was so genuine, like he actually gained some happiness from that. Did he? Was that his quirk? Happiness from writing? Guess it would explain the notebook. Now, thirdly, I want you to return. Nope, Kinda abruptly stated. So this was his game. Getting her confused and slightly cheery just to get her back into gear. Not happening. Excuse me. You were gonna ask if I would return to the Hero Commission and be your agent again. Assassinating and murdering would-be villains and fake heroes. Not doing that again. Kinda stated, not as an opinion, as a fact. Izuku looked unimpressed, before sighing. Well, you got about 25% of it right. What? I was just going to ask that you return as a hero. That's about it, Izuku said, as Kinda raised an eyebrow. I already know about your entire past. It's part of the reason I became president anyways. I don't want you as an assassin, or a murderer, or a personal killer, or whatever. I want you as a hero. Being a personal agent is unlikely to happen. I hate owning people like that. Kinda's expression turned flat as she motioned to Hawks. Hawks insisted on being my bodyguard. I tried to talk him out of it, but he wants to protect me no matter what I guess, Izuku said, also turning flat. Hey, you saved my bacon and a whole bunch of kids too. I'd give my life for you, boss man, Hawks said. I know, Kiego. Izuku rolled his eyes unimpressed. Still, I'd rather to be out saving lives rather than protecting mine nearly all day. I'm protecting you so you can protect others, Keigo stated, as Izuku pinched the bridge of his nose. Whatever, we're getting off track. Kinda, I won't force you to be a hero if you don't want to. I wouldn't bring you here just to bring you back into the same role you had before either. However, saving people is my top priority, and if I can get at least one more person to do that, then I'd be content with my life, Izuku stated, as he slid a hero contract slowly to her. Kinda would read it this time. Last time she did, it was over 7 pages and she skipped most of it because she thought it was semantics. This time, it was 1 page, front and back. This is the contract most heroes sign whenever they're first put into the system. The one you signed was for the Paragon program, so there had to be a lot more clauses and fine print to get away with the hell they put people through, Izuku explained. Well, Kinda, would you like to take up Lady Nagant again? This is your choice, and it will be your freedom, Izuku said again. He had to restate it. Kinda didn't know what to do honestly. So far, this didn't seem like a trick at all. He tore up her case filings, destroyed the Paragon program and life contracts, and Hawks was attached to him like he saved his life. Well, it seemed like he did save his life. Taking a deep breath, she picked up a nearby pen and signed, leaving Izuku with a smile. Not of power, not of evil, and certainly not of murder. It was happiness. Welcome back, Lady Nagant, and welcome to your new Hero Public Safety Commission. We'll do our best to keep you safe. Theorize our better lives. Seriously, boss man, Hawks chastised Izuku as he struggled with his tie. Izuku simply scowled as Hawks looked on with both empathy and schadenfreude. Look, I used most of my life for important things. This wasn't on the list. Izuku responded. Turns out, firing half of your staff doesn't go unnoticed by the media. He'd been hoping to remain unknown for at least a week or two while he got interviews and more employment to keep up appearances. He'd hoped that the media or people in general would have just thought the HPSC went through an audit of sorts. But of course, the fired employees have to claim their stake in what happened. Granted, there weren't many. only the few that could either afford to speak to the media or simply bail themselves out. However, with so many consistent stories, the vultures caught on. Someday, I won't be here to do this for you, you know, Hawks informed him as he correctly tied Izuku's necktie over his red and black vest. He was informed that he should have worn a standard suit or tuxedo to keep up appearances, but that's not who he is. He's not the standard boss icon, nor is he the typical top dog. He's an underdog, and he'll wear what he wants. Plus, it's immensely more comfortable than any suit. Yeah, and then I'll have someone else do it. I've got more important things, Keigo. Izuku smirked as he replied, with Hawks rolling his eyes in response. Mr. President, a familiar voice said from the other side of the room. Izuku turned to see Kaine Tsutsumi, but not in her prisoner attire, but in her classic hero attire, from a time long past for her, and yet still fit perfectly. Oops, this image does not follow our content guidelines. To continue publishing, please remove it or upload a different image. Sure is nice wearing that again, right? Izuku said, getting slapped by one of Hawk's wings. Stand still, Hawks proclaimed, as Izuku rolled his eyes and kinda chuckled. Sucks that they didn't bother to clean the newest one, but I'll wear the older one for now, Kaine replied. If you want, I could probably get you a brand new outfit, Izuku said, doing his best to not move as Keigo finally finished his tie. Maybe another time. Let's get going, Prez, Kaine said, ushering the now 16-year-old out of his office. His birthday had been basically right after he became president. Hawks liked to call it, life's finally paying you back. The elevator ride was calm, as the trio rehearsed what would happen in the conference. The constant flashing and camera snaps were already getting to Izuku, and this was his first conference. Now I know why people hate journalists, Izuku said to himself as he sat behind the curtain. Yeah, not all are awful, but God, there is so much fodder and waste in that industry. Enjoy, Chief, Hawks said, as he and Izuku got in line behind the curtain crack. As soon as the curtain even opened, Izuku felt the entire room decide he wasn't allowed to think. He could barely even hear the flashes over the abundance of voices in the room. Yo yo, yo yo, Hawks said into the mic, as the speakers in the room came on and some started to quiet down. Check check, 1 2 come on. Hawks then pointed to the back of the room. Hear me in the back, whoa whoa. After the entire room was quiet enough for Izuku to even think, he stepped onto the podium into the mic and looked out on the sea of people. Most were in shock, plenty were confused, and he could see some disdain on a few people, if only for a second, before they went back to shock. Good evening, Izuku started, not so much a smile on his face, if a slight uptick of a straight line. Now, if you haven't already gathered yet, from both the rumors spreading from ex-employees and what this conference was called about, I am the president of the Hero Public Safety Commission. Midoriya Izuku. I'm sure plenty of you have questions, and rightfully so, but please hold them till the end. I'm hoping what I have to say will answer most if not all. Okay, Izuku continued, and so far to no fighting. Great. So, first off, you might be wondering why there is a new president of the HPSC when the last one was doing perfectly fine. Izuku started, looking amongst the sea of reporters. Well, and please excuse my crass language, but she was simply vile and appalling at her job. Plenty of you might not know anything about the job that she was assigned for, and I wouldn't expect you to. None of you are commission members after all. You see, it's not the job in specific that she was awful in. She was great at being a leader and president. It's the place she was in. She was in a public safety commission, and what she was doing was blatantly not only immoral, but highly unethical and illegal. All will be revealed in a royal commission into the disastrous conduct of the HPSC up until I came to power, which will be made available to the public at large. Now onto my nature. You might be wondering what exactly a 15-year-old has to offer when it comes to running a commission, and why a 16-year-old is in charge in the first place. That I cannot disclose all of, but to put it simply, right place, right time. Onto my qualifications, however, there isn't any. You've heard that right. I am blatantly saying that I am not fit to run this commission all by my lonesome. And you want to know something? Neither was any president beforehand, because this place would be impossible to control single-handedly. I'll be performing, interviewing, and asking some very prominent members of Hero Society to help me in future endeavors. So rest assured, anything coming from the commission is not just coming from a 16-year-old boy. That's all I have prepared, so I will start taking questions. You, brown hair, Izuku called on a woman. Numerous ex-employees have come forward saying that you've fired half of the commission, some saying for prejudice purposes. Do you have a response to that? She asked. Yes, the HPSC purge as I call it. More details will be included in the Royal Commission coming, but I will state here and now. Those ex-employees, claiming that I fired them on prejudice, not only are lying, but they're also horrible at it. What prejudice would I have against them? Actually, question, did they say what prejudice exactly? Izuku fired back. Themes of quirk, prejudice, and ethos, she replied. Oh, they're going there, are they? Well, once again, more will be revealed in the Royal Commission, but let me just say this. The ethical reason is perfectly justified. And the quirk reason is total gobbledygook, as I had no idea what quirk they had. None of them had visible emitters or mutant quirks. For all I know, they could all be immortal warlords from the dawn of time. But I don't know because I never bothered to ask about their quirks before they were fired. Now, next question, you spiky orange. Do you have any explanation for why so many of these accusations and, quite frankly, horrifying statements are being brought to life now? He asked. Oh yes, I do. Because previous commission presidents and commission members themselves have explicit reasons to keep these under wraps. They're involved in, as I've said, immoral, unethical, and illegal acts. It'd only be fair to keep themselves safe by never talking about it. Next question, you purple hair, blue skin. Certain politicians and public figures are already claiming that you'll be no better than previous presidents. Is there any response to that? The woman asked, and Izuku could tell she was holding back a smirk. For what reason, he didn't know, but he couldn't hide his. Well, I certainly don't have any response to that. After all, who'd trust someone strictly talking about themselves? Izuku started, before clearing his throat. However, there are some other people here that do have a response to that. Hawks, would you like to take the stage? Izuku finished, stepping off the podium and to the side as Keigo stepped forward. Midoriya has only been president for a few days, and in that time, he has done more for me and countless others like me than anyone has ever done, including me. A little backstory for you all. When I was younger, my parents sold me to the commission, who was under the leadership of the president twice removed. I was put into the Paragon program, which was designed for creating and fashioning the heroes of tomorrow. You might think it was similar to hero schools, just explicitly run by the commission. It was not. It was the equivalent of Hell's Boot Camp. I was trained, tortured, served slop, and repeated to make me into not a hero, to make me into a soldier for the commission. The fact that I became the number 3 hero was only to get me a following and get other kids to enlist. Hoping to be like Big Man Hawks. Hoping that one day they'll reach the top of the leaderboard, just like the red bird they admired so much. My records were doctored. My name was erased, and I was only known as Hawks to people, to employees, and to myself until days later when this young man came into my life surprisingly and changed all of that. Izuku D. Midoriya is the greatest thing that could have happened to Japan, and I'd gladly give my life to protect him. Hawks finished his speech by raising his pointer and middle finger separately, showing a sign of peace. A heartfelt speech, no. I'm sure there will still be plenty of people who will slam me, and I openly welcome that. By the way, on a side note, both the HPSC and heroes in general will be getting independently audited, and the entire rankings board is about to be overhauled. Just a note so no one is surprised whenever they find that their favorite hero might be spots above or below where they once were. Any more questions? Izuku asks the crowd, before the same woman as before raises a hand. There are several separate sources claiming what your quirk is, whether it be some form of mental enhancement or telekinesis. Could you set the record straight for us? She asked, this time with a glimmer in her eye, which Izuku couldn't pinpoint. Well, I could set it straight. However, I'm not going to. Not because I want more articles written about me and my, I guess, mysterious nature or something, and not because I'm insecure about my quirk. It's simply not important. Quirks don't make sense anyways. And while they're certainly part of daily life now, whether it be changing the size of something or super speed only when you're caffeinated, or anything of the like, I appreciate the comment, but I'm not going to answer it. Anyone else? Izuku finishes, before one last person raises their hand. Is there anything else major about the previous commission leaders that we should know about? The voice asks. Well, as said, the Royal Commission will most likely cover this. However, I think it's best to hear it from someone who has suffered at the hands of previous leaders. Izuku starts, before the curtain behind him shifts. The stage is yours, Lady Nagant. Izuku finishes, stepping to the side, as the hero that hasn't been seen for years makes her first appearance in the public eye. Lady Nagant. Where has she been? Who is she? I thought she died. Her name is a gun. Yes, it is me, Lady Nagant. Not some clone, or doppelganger, or even illusion. The reason I haven't been in the public eye for a while is because of a myriad of reasons. As Hawks explained earlier, the HPSC, up until recently, had a program known as the Paragon program, which was meant to train children from the ground up on how to use their quirks to become heroes. That was what was printed on the brochure. But in reality, as Hawks explained, we were trained, no, brainwashed to be soldiers. I was one of these, and there are more. I was their top agent, going on numerous missions where the fate of the person involved was less than stellar. Eventually, however, some children were able to convince me that the life I was living was not the life I was promised. I didn't want blood on my hands. I wanted people safe and alive. My superiors did not take a liking to that, and threatened both me and numerous others, including the other children in the program. In an effort to protect simple children who didn't know better, I went into a blind rage. Then the day the president was replaced happened. What happened happened. I'm not proud of what I've done to innocent people, and I don't expect many to understand. I'm sorry to those I've hurt. And while I can never forget or forgive my actions, I can do my best to repair what is broken and save others. Thank you, and I'm sorry, Lady Nagant finishes, bowing towards the crowd of people who were stunned to their core. Well, wasn't that even more heartfelt? If you were all wondering, by the way, all charges against Lady Nagant have been dropped on the grounds of mental health and forced servitude. I hope you will accept her back into the hero world. She's no longer a Paragon student anymore, and neither is Hawks. They are their own heroes, even if they might be with me sometimes. Seriously, I can't get rid of this damn bird, Izuku joked, getting a few chuckles and laughter as Hawks rolled his eyes. Is that all? Izuku asks the crowd, and after no response, he simply nods. Thank you for your time. That was very pleasant. Before the trio leave the stage, Izuku coughs once more. Also, remember this, everyone watching, everyone here, and everyone that might hear this. I can't guarantee that I or anyone can help you. That isn't realistic. However, that won't stop me from trying. Heroes have been restricted in their work for far too long. And it's about time that the people who live in the darkness or the light to be helped too. Why? Because I'm in the chair now. Jesus, who would have thought that you'd be able to show them their place? Kaina says, shouldering Izuku. Oh shush, both of you are far more effective than me. I just gave the info they'd get if they were patient. Izuku said, circling his Sprite in a wine glass. This makes me feel superior. I don't know if I like it. You definitely deserve it. You're the boss man. You deserve a fancy little glass every now and then, right? Keigo mentions. Oh my god. Did Takami make a good point? What is happening? Kaina jokes. Hey, call me Keigo. Besides, I have plenty of good points. Keigo retorts. Yeah, and where are they? Izuku sarcastically asked, before preparing for the pun Keigo would make. They're right here, Keigo and Izuku said at the same time, pointing at Keigo's wings. Hey, can't let me have any fun, can you? Keigo complains as Kaina chortles. He's your boss, dumbnut. Of course he can't, Kaina replies as Izuku nodded along. It felt like having siblings. He couldn't tell if he loved it or hated that he loved it. Stain watched the FLC cur of the TV with intent. As the hero killer, he had to be watching every aspect of the hero world at every point. The previous Hero Commission barely did any press or public relations, so Stain didn't care much for. They're just the ones that make the rules and give the licenses. It's not like they're turning these heroes into false idols. God, did he feel dumb. Of course the rot started at the top. This boy, however, he can see it in his eyes. He's not just a boy, nor is he just a smart man. This was a serpent, a predator, someone who could paralyze you with fear at the sheer power he held. The cherry on top. Stain could tell that he meant everything he said. Quoting All might have helped a little, at least in his eyes. But the fact that this boy, who is now the president of the Hero Commission, was so freely explaining and exposing what his predecessors had done, it was the sign of someone that not only was a true hero, but someone who was a good person. Both of those were rare to come by nowadays, and Stain knew it. Hawks and Lady Nagant might be able to protect him whenever he goes out, and whenever he's out in the sun. Stain decided to give Hawks a pass, as he knows brainwashing and child soldier training is nigh impossible to break. Stain, however, recognized Lady Nagant as someone like him, someone who saw the rot, which made him even more impressed and convinced that the boy is what this world needs. However, neither could protect him all the time, so Stain decided then and there. Izuku de Midoriya, you're a true hero, and as such, you will be protected as such, Stain declared, aiming his blade towards the sky. Rikiya Yatsubashi was confused, and that was an emotion he hated. This boy was suddenly the new president of the commission. How? Apparently he had been able to break it from the inside. But Rikiya had doubts. Skeptic had been trying to crack that organization for decades. And yet this, 16-year-old made it crumble. How absurd. Even more so, he seemed to dismiss the entire idea of meta abilities as a whole. What blasphemy. Curious had only gotten 2 questions in, and the boy had only answered one before leaving the pro-hero Hawks to answer another. Despite his utter confusion and probably hatred of the boy, he had to recognize the talent he had. He spoke similarly to Trumpet. He knew how to talk to people, so much so he had been able to outwit Curious with simple talking measures and guest speakers. Another thing he had to give credit to was his boldness, outright admitting and showcasing your predecessor's misdoings and crimes. That was compelling and powerful. In short, Rikiya didn't know how to feel about the shift in power. Perhaps a meeting in person could determine where the boy landed from enemy to ally. Curious, however, seemed totally enamored with the boy. The fact a child had been able to surpass an entire organization of supposedly high-power people, that was juicy. Overhaul didn't know what he was feeling. On one hand, the heroes that give him so much trouble just got a competent leader. That would make things much more difficult, especially because this new leader wouldn't likely understand what he's doing and how it's good for the world. On the other hand, Kai loved this kid. He didn't even care about Quirks in the first place. It felt like finally, someone might be able to see what he does. Someone that wasn't so loyal to him at least. Sure, it felt good whenever Mimic or Chrono reassured and preached his work, but they were loyal servants. Hearing a similar outlook on Quirks, even if it wasn't exact, was refreshing. This president clearly didn't have a mutant quirk, so it was likely a transformation or emitter quirk. Overhaul entertained the idea that the president was quirkless, and therefore a perfect person, untainted by the world. But even he had to admit to himself that, sadly, that was unlikely at best and impossible at worst. In any case, Overhaul was simultaneously enraged and absolutely joyous at the new president. Nezu ended up deciding to wait a week to introduce himself to the young president. Why not give him a chance to break in the position? He did fire half his employees so best to give him time to rebuild. Then he went and had a press conference mere days after the, in Nezu's opinion, hostile takeover. What confidence! Watching what Izuku Midoriya did to the commission brought the principal immense joy and only made him more eager to meet the boy. Someone with potentially equal intelligence, the right amount of spite, and determination to show his worth would make the perfect friend for him. This boy was an equal player in this game called life, and Nezu wanted him by his side. Not only as a friend, but as a competitor. He can already imagine the mayhem they'd produce. Then watching the conference just made him even more intrigued. He had been able to watch it in person, and even ask a question, albeit he couldn't tell if the president had noticed if it was him or not. No matter, the absolute power move that it was to have two former Paragon students tell their stories, and bring one student who was thought to have been either deceased or incarcerated back to the public eye. Oh, Nezu couldn't tell if it was pride or utter eagerness that he was feeling. He sent an email this morning requesting the HPSC president for a meeting at his earliest convenience. It was immediately responded to with a scheduled meeting later today. Nezu was quite surprised by the speedy response, but quickly regained himself and began preparations. Throughout the day, the UA staff warily watched the Chimera with slight dread. They knew Nezu had something to do with it, but they could not grasp the magnitude of what would happen when these titans met. Nezu gave them a week before they complained to Inoue. Nezu watches through the security cameras as a black nondescript vehicle pulls up outside the UA gate. The first person to exit the car is a man with recognizable red wings. They glisten in the evening sun. Hawks waited by the side of the open door when a green head of hair popped out. The young man stands tall outside the car, gently tugging at the tie wrapped around his collar. The shining blue of the tie stands out compared to the red and black vest worn on his body. It's a rare look, not seen in powerful people, especially of such magnitude. The third member of the crew steps out of the vehicle as well, her purple and pink hair flowing as she looks over the building, twisting her arm back into place. Perhaps the president had some questions about her quirk. Curious, the trio make their way towards the gates as Nezu cancels the security alarm. Quickly, the rodent exits his office and makes his way to the front of the school. Normally, he'd have someone direct the guests to him, but he wants to keep the new HPSC president a relative secret until he announces it to the rest of the staff. It's more fun that way, he thinks. The president and his two much taller bodyguards stand in front of the large UA front doors as Nezu greets them. Why hello, you must be Midoriya Izuku, the new head of the commission. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Mr. President. Nezu enthusiastically reaches for a handshake as he speaks. Izuku gladly takes it with a small chuckle. A pleasure to meet you as well, Principal Nezu. I've heard great things about you, or rather, discourse regarding you, which in my opinion can only mean good things. Please call me Izuku. I can already tell we're gonna be great friends. The young man finishes with a feral grin, perfectly matching the one present on Nezu's face. Hawks can only manage a small grimace, with Lady Nagant sighing slightly, practically radiating sympathy for the staff of UA. The two heroes knew chaos would emerge as soon as these two met, but who are they to stop them? They're just simply along for the ride. The four of them walk back to Nezu's office, and the Chimera chances a glance at the young president. He knew the boy was young, but the small scars on the boy's face speaks of his background. No wonder he's managed all this. He's got something to prove. Nezu knows why the young president has matured so quickly. He knows what it's like to have been beaten and undermined for something out of his control. It's just another reason for why the Chimera felt the urge to contact the green-haired president. A sense of familiarity was between the two of them. Eventually, they reach his office. Tea is already brewing and waiting to be poured. Nezu pours each of them a glass and makes his way to the opposite chair. Midoriya, I will admit I watched your declarations and I witnessed your talk with the former president. It was quite astonishing hearing you discuss all the evidence you'd gathered. Nezu revealed, as Izuku simply hummed. I figured someone was watching in on me when I was with the former. I'm sure you noticed my glancing towards the camera. Izuku motioned, doing a similar one he performed during the confrontation. The Chimera nods. May I ask how you knew I was there? At that, Izuku exudes a low chuckle, nervously rubbing at the back of his neck. Well, you see, at that moment I didn't exactly know it was you. He takes another sip. I saw the red blinking of the camera lens and realized someone was watching. Really, I took a calculated chance letting you watch. Whether or not it was a hacker or simply the security team, I just decided they deserved to watch the place crumble. Nezu lets out an amused laugh and sips his tea. Well, I thank you for that. It was quite the show. I'd love to know how you got all the information. If you will, the full story would be lovely. The president huffs a breath of air and stares into the beady eyes of the principal. Nezu can see the mischief in the other's eyes. Gladly, Nezu. Nezu was simply astonished, even if his expression couldn't show it. This child had single-handedly taken down an entire governmental organization with little more than 6 flash drives and his charisma. Color me exhilarated. Izuku D. Midoriya. You are certainly a powerful man, even without the title. Nezu complimented. The president releases an airy laugh as he nods his head along. Thank you very much, Nezu. That's quite a compliment coming from you. I would love to continue this conversation, but I'm afraid I have other duties to attend to. He says sadly and gets up to leave, Hawks following along. Before you leave, would you by chance be available next month during the time of the entrance exams? The Chimera asks with a knowing smirk. Let me see. Keigo, do we have anything that day? Izuku nudges the winged hero, a playful look in his eyes. Hawks doesn't even take out his phone before saying, I believe not, boss man. You seem to be completely free during the allotted time. The amusement seeps through every pore on the hero's face. Feathers bristling, and he could feel Lady Nagant having the same expression. The president and the principal simply looked at each other and laughed. The longest of sighs wouldn't even be enough for what Aizawa Shoto was dealing with. For the last week or so, Aizawa had heard the plentiful rumors that were springing up around the HPSC. Transferred or misplaced files, impersonations, and apparently half of the establishment being fired in a day. Aizawa knew that all of those things, especially around the HPSC, were definitely possible. In no way were they probably though. While he did work for the commission by law, he didn't really give two flying FCKS about the organization. It was just a bunch of bigwigs trying to give heroes some stability while also being some of the shadiest bastards in the business, especially the president. He was lucky enough to never meet the president in person, but he knew enough about her to know that she'd never fire someone, especially half the staff. That's far too merciful. So, Aizawa mainly ignored the gossip. If something truly drastic happened, the underground hero would hear about it through the media, or he's sure Hisashi would tell him. Then again, Hisashi has been throwing preposterous claims at him, so maybe the voice hero isn't exactly the safest choice for learning important information. But nonetheless, if something as significant as firing half the staff or replacing the president did happen, then surely it would be broadcasted all over the news. Shoto finally reaches the door to the conference room. Nezu had called the meeting to talk about the upcoming entrance exams and to discuss something else Shoto can't recall. He's sure it's just something about All Might teaching, which he is not looking forward to. The man doesn't even have a teaching license, for God's sake. He really hopes he's wrong. Are you being serious? I have no time for games, Nezu, he asked irritatedly. There was just no way that after all this time, the HPSC would suddenly change its mind. They've been keeping UA underneath a microscope for so long, picking at them like vultures to a dead carcass, yet suddenly they want to be cooperative. He doesn't believe for a second. I am Shoto-kun. I understand your reservations about this all. Justifiable guarantee, considering previous attitudes. However, there is a very easy explanation as to why the HPSC is being so lenient. The rat finished, an amused grin in place of his normal polite smile. And what, pray tell, is this explanation? He grouched, eyes narrowed in disbelief. He knew Nezu wasn't joking. Hell, the rat hated the HPSC more than he did. Yet, he just couldn't believe that the group of stuck-up FCkers that reign like overlords behind the scenes of the world of heroics would be so accepting. Especially considering the attitude the president had. He hadn't even met her once. And that was enough for a lifetime. Nezu flashed him a smile he reserved for moments of true victory, all predatory and pleased. He was instantly thrown off guard. Simple. The previous president of the HPSC was removed from office a few days ago, and the replacement is actually a good friend of mine. Someone who knows quite a bit of the dark side of society and wishes to change it. The mug that was placed firmly in his hands slipped. What? He asked flatly, face blank in shock. I do quite enjoy RT sessions. Though I suppose he will be a bit too busy for the next few months as he adjusts. I guess I'll have to push back RT time to a later date. The rat contemplated, completely ignoring him. A little deserved since he just shattered a mug on Nezu's floor. But he also just had the metaphorical rug ripped out from underneath him, so he feels a little justified. The president of the HPSC was replaced earlier this week and no one was notified, he stated calmly. A stark difference to the internal chaos he was feeling. Yes, the rat chirped. He'll be paying a visit during the exams for the incoming first years. He's quite curious about the effectiveness of the new exam format. Is there a reason as to why this changing of power, one that affects the entire FC King country, was done in absolute secret without anyone knowing? He ignored the fact that Nezu knew. He always knows. That's because the president was coerced into giving up her position. Hold on a minute, don't worry. The hero community will be notified once the new year starts. He wasn't worried about when they would be notified anymore. What did Nezu just say? The current president wants to make some small changes beforehand. Surely Nezu was just messing with him, right? He was so wrong, and he really wishes he was wrong about that. The second he heard the news, Aizawa Shoto, also known amongst his co-workers as the Coffee King although he never endorsed it unwillingly, did a spit take. Aizawa's mouth was left hanging open for the first time in way too long. There is no logical way for a child to be the new commission president. There's no way this boy actually fired half of the damn HPSC. There's absolutely no way this kid could have blackmailed the former president. It's not probable. Scratch that. It's not possible. How the FCK did the media not mention this at all? Quickly taking his phone out, he scrolls for about 6 seconds. Oh, they did mention it. Over 5 hours ago. It takes Shoto a minute to compose himself, both mentally and physically. His eyes return back to the Chimera who just announced the news. So this is why he's been so enthusiastic lately. Actually, he'd probably describe it as more like havoc. Nezu is grinning wildly at the UA staff. The principal has shown this side of him before, so normally the tired teacher isn't too concerned with it, but now he is. After what he just heard, after connecting the news to Nezu's recent unhinged mood, you bet your ass the hero is concerned, maybe slightly terrified, because if this boy, their new HPSC president, their new boss, can produce this reaction out of UA's principal, then God's help them now. Toshinori Yagi was excited to work at UA. Simply put, the prospect brought him immense joy. But he isn't afraid to say that he's a little bummed that his hero work has to be shortened immensely. Considering that he has to keep his hero form alive for the students, he can't afford to use it up fighting petty crime. He'd have to leave the majority of it to other heroes. When Nezu kindly broached the subject of having him teach the first-year hero courses, Toshinori couldn't help but cough out blood in surprise. He hadn't expected that from the principal of UA, mostly due to the fact that All Might lacked a teaching license and had no experience whatsoever in the subject. Nezu was of the highest intelligence and knew that legally Toshinori shouldn't be teaching, so Toshinori didn't know exactly what the Chimera was thinking. But if Nezu, objectively the smartest living thing alive, thought it was a good idea for All Might to help guide the next generation of heroes, then who was Toshinori to tell him no? Though a whisper in the back of his head told him that he shouldn't have agreed so easily. He wasn't a teacher. Sure, he had experience fighting hardened criminals. He had experience rescuing civilians. He had the experience and reputation of a hero who gets his job done with brute force. The hero even had experience bringing down, namely, the worst supervillain this world had probably ever seen. In all honesty, he already taught the public what a true hero should look like. So what difference would it make to directly teach these kids? He could figure it out. He was the symbol of peace after all. But that nagging doubt creeped through his thoughts. For some reason, it had the voice of a child asking if they could be a hero without a quirk, just like the child on the rooftop. Toshinori has done many things in his life, some of which he's not proud of, but telling that child he couldn't be a hero so bluntly and without any compassion, that was his biggest regret. But enough about that. If he finds the kid again, he'll make it up however he can. It's time to prepare for training the heroes of tomorrow. Today's the day of the UA entrance exam, which All Might has waited anxiously for. He still hadn't given away his quirk and he's running out of time. Thus, the scarred hero is hoping to find a potential successor in the midst of this exam. Mirai had mentioned finding a fitted suitor for the #1 hero's quirk, but Toshinori had decided against it. He wanted to find his own successor, even though he valued his former sidekick's opinion. This was something he had to do himself. So there he was waiting for the practical portion of the exam in the observation room. He wasn't alone. Nezu was sitting on the right of him, closest to the door, with a familiar grin he seemed to wear regularly. Aizawa was more behind him than next to him, as he stood in the darkest area of the room. The underground hero rightfully seemed to prefer the shadows. Kan, the evidently broad man, stood off to the right of Aizawa and peeked down on the exam grounds. Toshinori heard him mumble something about them starting soon. He glanced his way towards the Chimera to the right of him, recalling their previous conversation about his need for a successor. Nezu had understood and, fortunately, accepted his request to look into the incoming first years. But something about the principal was off. He kept glancing towards the door. The manic look in his beady eyes said there was someone he was expecting. Toshinori was about to let the suspicions slide before the door slammed wide open, startling everyone but Nezu. He watched as the rodent quickly went to his feet to greet the trio standing at the door. It wasn't till after he noticed their matching attire that Toshinori realized the bright red wings adorned by the middle tallest of the three figures. It took him a few seconds to recognize the figure standing before him as none other than pro-hero Hawks, although he still couldn't pin the other two. One of them was a taller woman with purple and pink hair, with a red lens over her right eye and a long dark violet dress. It seemed like a hero, and one he should know, but he just couldn't pin it. Quickly standing, Toshinori bowed in greeting the hero. "Hawks, it's a pleasure to meet you. I didn't expect you to be here. Might I ask why?" It was the question burning in everyone's mind, it seemed, as multiple eyes ran towards Hawks. Hawks didn't look the least bit surprised by the question, though he had briefly glimpsed down at the other man next to him, and then to the woman. "Who's this cutie?" Nimari cooed as she reached out to pet green curls. "Ah, Midnight-san," the kid greeted, a small nod sent in her direction. "A pleasure. My name is Midoriya Izuku." With a squeal, Nimari ruffled the kid's curls, marveling over how soft they were with a slight amount of teasing. Hazashi, who was getting ready to leave for the auditorium, gave a small coo at the kid for acting all formal. Toshinori then just realized that the hero probably didn't know who he was, but before he could clarify, Hawks answered, "As of recently, it's been my duty to escort the president wherever he wishes to go. Today, that happens to be here," Hawks simply stated. By the end of his response, the air in the room seemed to vanish. No one said anything, all eyes suddenly going to the shorter of the trio. It was at that moment, when he actually saw the green hair and freckles, that Toshinori remembered an incident from months ago. He looked at the shaking boy before him. His sapphire eyes met those of emeralds as the boy asked his question. "Do you think that even someone without a quirk can be a hero?" The question had startled him at first. It summoned the memory of the weak boy he was before Nana had given him one for all. At that, his answer seemed clear as day to him as he looked back towards the frail boy. "I'm sorry, young man. Someone without a quirk can't be a hero." It was his greatest mistake, just saying that without any cushion or compassion in his voice, just facts. In reality, he wasn't exactly wrong. A quirkless hero hasn't been attempted. He stares at those emerald eyes once again. He can see them glow with something toxic, something that made chills crawl up his spine and the air leave his lungs. That boy he left on that roof about 10 months ago was standing right in front of him, with nothing short of power radiating off him, and that made the hero realize what he was feeling was fear. "Let me try again. Midoriya Izuku, president of the HPSC, pleased to make your acquaintance." The young man nodded respectively towards the group of pro-heroes, but his eyes glowed with something so frightening it made Toshinori curl in on himself and place his gaze on the floor. He could hear the shuffling of footsteps enter the room and hear the door close. It's then that he directly feels predatory eyes glaring at the back of his head. Dreadfully, he turns his head towards the president. He can see the grin plastered on the boy's face, making him even more uneasy. "Hello there, All Might. Fancy seeing you here." It was said in a way that spoke of amusement, but judging by the look on his face, it held disdain. The widened eyes of his fellow teachers peered at the president in shock. The president seemed to notice their shell-shocked expressions because he shifted his gaze to both hero course teachers. "Oh yes, I've known about his civilian form for a while now. Even before I held the position I do now. Call it the wrong place, wrong time. But I prefer to think of it as the start of how I got where I am." He positively gleamed as he said that, but Toshinori could see the bit of resentment held in the tension of his jaw. He noticed Hawks withholding a small bit of laughter as he nudged the president, with the woman nearby also holding back a chuckle. The president seemed to take the hint and made his way to the observation window. "I do have to thank you though, Toshinori Yagi." The man himself shuddered as his full name was used by the president. "If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have realized that I, a quirkless, couldn't be a hero." His gaze never left the window as he uttered the words that shook Toshinori to his core. He hardly noticed the wary glance from Kan and the borderline suspicion arousing from Aizawa. The only thing All Might could do was suck in a heavy breath and sit down in his seat, staring blankly at the window. He wasn't even aware that the practical had started. Shoto's eyes watched as Nezu practically ran towards the pair standing in the doorway. He could hear the enthusiastic voice of the principal as he thanked the two for coming. And that right there made the underground hero immensely suspicious. He had recognized the number 3 hero instantly. How couldn't he when bright red wings were on full display? The winged hero seemed composed and generally laid back as he stood. He had also recognized the woman that had walked in with the others. It had been a while since she had heard anything about Lady Nagant, much less seen her. He was still in UA whenever she was active, and then she just disappeared. He was about to ask questions, but All Might had beaten him to the punch. To be fair, the man had asked what Shoto was thinking, so he didn't fault the hero too much. His eyes watched as the hero in question looked down at the man next to him. Now that Shoto was actually looking at the other, he can see the freckles on his rather round face. It's then he realized how young the man was. He couldn't have looked older than any of the incoming first years. Who's this cutie? Nimori cooed as she reached out to pet green curls. Shoto was sitting next to Nezu at the head of the monitor room where they were all currently waiting for the written exams to end. The kid was short, reaching what looks to be no taller than 166 centimeters, and had the curliest green hair he has ever seen. Wincing in sympathy, he blew some of his own wild black curls out of his face. He could barely tame his own hair when he tried, let alone the bird's nest that was on the newcomers. "Ah, Midnight-san," the kid greeted, a small nod sent in her direction. "A pleasure. My name is Midoriya Izuku. Aizawa would have applauded Midnight's unbridled invasion of private space if not for the fact that he knew that she had no idea who this was. Shoto, however, didn't dare. There was something off about this random kid's appearance that didn't sit well with him. What kind of kid had access to a comm system in the secret observation room for UAS entrance exams? Not a normal one, that's for sure. He was about to point out the calculating gaze of the boy's eyes when he registered what Hawks had just said. As of recently, it's been my duty to escort the president wherever he wishes to go. Today, that happens to be here. Hawks simply stated, "President. There's only one president who would look this boy's age. The president of the F-Seeking Hero Public Safety Commission." At that realization, the underground hero had sucked in a breath as he felt the tension in the air. Honestly, he's disappointed he didn't recognize him sooner. He had watched the press conference over 17 times just because he was in shock at who the president actually was. It came at full force and he couldn't help but notice the way All Might had looked dazed the second his eyes looked at the green-haired boy. He witnessed the slight shake of the symbol of peace's hands soon after. The president had introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya and entered the observation room, tension still thick in the atmosphere. Shoto deduced that Hawks was his bodyguard and took note of the still relative ease the winged hero held himself in. He guessed Izuku normally made this sort of impression. He also wondered what the D in his name meant, because if it was for danger, he was about to kill something. Shoto couldn't lie and say he wasn't affected by the power radiating off the boy. It was immense, rightfully so. This boy had managed to bring down and reshape the entirety of the commission. He watched as Midoriya's gaze sharpened as it met the back of All Might's head and a snarl had shaped on his lips. The hero seemed to have felt it as he turned to face the boy. Shoto couldn't exactly figure out why All Might was so frightened by the president, but he would admit that the action had garnered the president more respect in his book. Not that there were many that gained his respect to even make it a book. Maybe that was too harsh. He didn't respect All Might much as a person, but as a hero, even Shoto couldn't deny that he did his job well. The next statements that flew out the president's mouth were more revealing than Shoto could have expected. All Might and Izuku Midoriya had a small past, it would seem, one rather strained. He could see the tension in the boy's jaw and was aware of the way All Might hunched in on himself. But the real attention grabber was the fact that the man with more power than all of the pro-heroes in the room was quirkless. Now that made Shoto respect the boy even more, if that was possible. He might have already had a full page dedicated to him by now. He saw the way the words were directed at Yagi and suspicion bloomed inside him. If his intuition was right, he suspected that the man said something particularly harmful to the president, in special regards to his lack of quirk. He watched as All Might crumbled as he sat down, but Shoto didn't move to support him. It would seem the man dug his own grave. Honestly, the only thing that could make Midoriya better in his eyes if tomorrow, All Might was just not on the leaderboards anymore. That'd be hilarious. Quite the interesting collection of quirks. Midoriya muttered to no one in particular. "I have to thank you once again, Nezu, for inviting me." The Chimera practically beamed at that and strided towards the president's side to watch as well. Shoto also made his way over, keeping a careful distance away from the calculating looks of his superiors. God, he'd need to get used to this, wouldn't he? The Class 1 teacher gazed at the quirks in action, determining which ones he thought he could help the most with. He watched as a boy with lilac hair dropped into a low crouch and rolled as a robot's hand flew at him. "Agile, that's good. Say, Eraserhead. What do you think of that boy?" He could feel the toxic green eyes on him, but he didn't look towards them. Shoto kept his eyes on the applicant in front of him. He knew who the president was referring to. How the FCK did this kid know who I was observing, though? He shook off the hair standing on the back of his neck. Seems to be relatively agile, though not overly strong. The boy hasn't used a quirk yet. Shoto had noticed that right off the bat. Typically candidates use their quirk right off the bat to show off, but this kid hadn't. In the corner of his eye, Shoto could see Midoriya pick up a manila folder, the ones holding applicant information. He finally turned his eyes towards the president, raising a brow, waiting for the young man to speak. A small grin on the other's face appeared and he met Shoto's eyes. Itoshi Shinzo. Quirk, brainwashing. An awful matchup for robots, it would seem. The president peered off to his side and eyed Nezu. The two suddenly engaged in silent conversation. The principal easily grasped what the other was thinking and nodded thoughtfully. Still though, the boy has a heroic quirk, don't you think? Brawn isn't everything after all. That last statement was pointed at Yagi, so much so that the man flinched. Shoto was sympathetic, sure, but he absolutely liked the witty comments and utter spite from the president. He never cared for the previous president. Now he thinks he quite likes the person holding that title. Normally, the first years would be determined by the staff members, and maybe a HPSC representative if they were really invested. Honestly, Shoto should have just guessed that the president himself would be here. Not only had the president imprinted himself onto Nezu, unlike anyone has done so before, but it seemed like he was genuinely both interested and concerned about the safety and nature of the heroes in training. Shoto couldn't tell if this was because he's their age or just out of good nature. But either way, it's about damn time someone from the HPSC cared enough to make actual and logical arguments. He's so used to the tired and outright dumb arguments previous representatives gave. Plus, Lady Nagant and Hawks also gave some insight. No, we're not putting all the powerhouses into Aizawa's class, Ken complained, making Aizawa and the president roll their eyes. And why not? Aizawa the one that could easily reduce any potential damage. Besides, I'm not putting powerhouses in 1A, Izuku responded, which made most raise an eyebrow. Did Izuku say that right? You've put multiple high scorers into 1A. I'd say that they are clearly powerhouses, right? Present Mike put his 2 cents in. No, I put in unstable quirks. Look at Fukadashi manga. He wasn't even top 20, but there he is in 1A. Why? Because his quirk is insanely unstable, which by proxy could make it powerful. The ability to make any verb or noun come to life as an action could be catastrophic. I'm not trying to make one class superior or inferior. There'd be no point, Izuku explained. Besides, you got 4 of the top 10 and 2 recommendation students, Vlad King. Shut it. God, how does this kid keep making Aizawa more proud? Looking at the listings, in the context of unstable and controlled quirks, it made sense. The only sticklers were Kamakiri and Hananuki in 1B, along with Ida and Shinso in 1A. However, still in that context, this was a much more justifiable and logical arrangement compared to their usual dibs arrangement. Oops, this image does not follow our content guidelines. To continue publishing, please remove it or upload a different image. Besides, if it made Ken mad, he wouldn't argue. Could you give some insight to my colleagues as to why these students would be put in the unstable quirks class, also known as Aizawa's class? Nezu asks the president. Gladly, let's start with Kodai Yui. Her quirk is known as size, and it is able to change the size of anything not living, Izuku said, as a brief moment from the exam appeared behind him. Thanks to Lady Nagant and Nezu, where Yui had changed the size of a robot and squashed easily without touching it. This could be the most powerful quirk ever conceived, because let me ask you all, what are your quirks? Numerous staff members started listing off their quirk, including Present Mike, Midnight, 13, Snipe, Ectoplasm, Vlad King, and Cementos. All of your quirks could be affected by her. Present Mike, your sound waves could be immediately diminished by her because sound isn't alive. Midnight, your fog isn't alive. 13, your black holes aren't alive. Snipe, your bullets and other projectiles aren't alive. Ectoplasm, before they turn into your clones, the liquid you vomit up isn't alive. Vlad King, your blood isn't technically alive. Cementos, you for sure know cement ain't alive. All of you could be easily weakened severely by her if she's aware of your presence. Izuku listed off, as numerous staff members paled. Also, clothes aren't alive either. She could theoretically crush someone if she was careful enough, and even not, she could cause a great distraction. God, Aizawa knows why Nezu was so happy. Next, Inagi Ryuko, similar to Kodai, but she can affect anything under her weight limit. I have to stress, anything. She could grab every single blood cell in any of your bodies and just do whatever she wants with it. She could stop Aizawa's capture scarf and use it on himself, if you know he didn't have a razor, Izuku mentioned, as Aizawa obliged by quickly using his quirk. However, think of it this way. She doesn't have to choose you with her quirk to lift you. Similarly to the blood cell example, she could grab the clothes you're wearing and presumably shake you around instead of choosing you specifically, and likely exhaust herself fast. The rest of the meeting was simply Izuku D. Midoriya terrifying most of the UA faculty, while Nezu and Aizawa happily watched, with Hawks and Lady Nagant not stopping their boss. It was a good day. Days after the UA entrance exam, just like Izuku said, the entire ranking boards were overhauled. In reality, Izuku kind of wanted to get rid of the entire thing because he felt it didn't have any purpose, but ultimately decided to keep it. It was still stupid to him, but he felt like the glee or cheer created by it was worth the whole trouble. It was also during this time that he found the wealth of evidence and cover-ups that surrounded the number 2 hero, Endeavor. He'll deal with that another time though. Taking everything into consideration, the listings were eventually split into 3 for Limelight, Twilight, and Underground. Limelight's top 20 went a little something like this. 1. All Might. Despite how much he actively resented or disliked All Might on a personal level, he still knew that he was one in millions, and All Might has possibly saved millions. He's self-aware not to think he's worth more than the average civilian. All Might had thanked him, but assured him he wouldn't have been mad if he was removed from his pillar. Izuku didn't respond. 2. Best Jeanist. He received several calls from both Endeavor and Best Jeanist afterwards. While he simply congratulated Best Jeanist, he simply never answered Endeavor. 3. Mirko. He got not response from the rabbit hero in any way, and he wasn't surprised. 4. Crust. He got way too many calls from the old man, sobbing about how he didn't deserve such a title. Izuku was happy he was so selfless. 5. Ryukyu. He simply got a text message and sent a congrats back. 6. Fat Gum. A lovely conversation occurred between the president and the hero. Fat Gum was a great conversationalist. 7. Wash. He got a text saying wash 7 times. He didn't know how to respond, so he just said congrats. 8. Shishido. Gang Orca. Turns out, the two were in a rivalry this whole time, and they had basically the same stats, which made the two of them mad at each other. Izuku was just glad they weren't targeting him. 9. Kamui Woods. The man was surprisingly fine with being moved down too, which was shocking to Izuku considering how emotional or dramatic he normally is. However, Izuku did make it mandatory for him. Mount Lady and Death Arms were sent to remedial courses. 10. Cementos. Most of his stats came from recovery efforts. 11. Present Mike. Most of his stats came from popular vote, plus his various charity efforts. 12. Hawks. Most of his stats were fudged by previous HPSC records, but both he and Hawks were pleasantly surprised when he wasn't far from the top. 13. Majestic. Despite the atrocious color run he wore, the man was an incredible ranged hero. 14. Fourth Kind. Not the greatest to talk to, but he seemed grateful. 15. WWP as a whole. The quartet was wonderful to talk to, and had possibly the greatest team effort style Izuku had seen. He was even invited to their collective home when he was free. He was proud and happy they were 15 and getting the respect they deserve. 16. 13. The space hero was astonished that she got anywhere in top 50, let alone top 20. Turns out, her quirk control has saved far more than anyone else, giving her thousands of rescue points, only weighed down by her lack of any combat points. If she even had 10% of rescue points as combat points, she'd be at her namesake. 17. Rock Lock. He didn't get a message from the Lock hero, but that's okay. He didn't need one. 18. Backdraft signaled his thanks when one day, Izuku found the entire exterior of the HPSC spotlessly clean, with a message from Backdraft on his desk. Izuku would have preferred that he just do his job, but it was a nice gesture. 19. Ingenium was very grateful, and mentioned that he was perfectly fine not even being in the top 100, but now that he's far past that, he can do even more than before. 20. Burnin. Partially because Izuku now hated Endeavor with every fiber of his being, and partially because Burnin actually had the stats to back it up, Izuku made the executive decision to allow sidekicks into the running, which resulted in a very angry set of calls from Endeavor, which Izuku once again ignored, and some very heartfelt messages from both Burnin and someone else he couldn't identify. Probably someone related to Burnin in some way. Strange. Twilight's top 7 went a little like this. 1. Edshot. The ninja hero was both immensely grateful and confused whenever he was visited by a HPSC representative telling him he was the #1 hero. Izuku may or may not have told the rep to not mention the Twilight part. 2. Sir Nighteye. The Foresight hero didn't see this coming apparently, and thanked him. Izuku simply responded, "These are your stats. I do nothing to change them." 3. Mr. Principal. Izuku didn't even need a message to know that Nezu was cackling. 4. Ms. Joke. He didn't get a message from Ms. Joke specifically, but he did get one from Katsubetsu, where she and her students thanked him. 5. Midnight. Izuku thinks that Midnight took this as a pickup, but in all reality, Midnight has the highest capture ratio to other heroes, at least for male targets. 6. Lady Nagant kinda rose quickly through the ranks, and with her previous stats coinciding, it wasn't much of a surprise to Izuku, but it was to her. 7. Ectoplasm. Izuku one day woke up and went to his office to find Ectoplasm or a clone of his waiting outside. He couldn't tell if it was a clone until it shook his hand, and then melted. It felt like honey. Underground's top 5 went like this. 1. Snipe. The gun-totin' hero was suitably admonished whenever he got a similar message to that of Edshot from a HPSC representative, who once again left out the underground part of the #1 hero. Izuku got a call that day which was simply Nezu cackling. Most of Snipe's stats came from subduing villains without lethal force, despite using a lethal weapon, which was a weirdly specific stat. 2. Eraserhead. The Erasure hero didn't send any response, but the next time they met in person, he simply grunted thanks before leaving. Izuku didn't expect anything less. 3. Enigma. He got a call from Ingenium, thanking him for giving Enigma any sense of pride. She had been going through a bout of anxiety outbursts, and this gave her some personal stability. Izuku wished both of them good luck. 4. Centipter no response. 5. Mr. Brave. The only response he got was from Mr. Brave going on a talk show to rant about how he didn't know he was an underground hero. It made Izuku laugh hysterically. Izuku also made the executive decision to not show any direct information about Twilight or underground heroes aside from their names and statistics. Quirks, real names, and identifying factors that weren't already public weren't anywhere to be found on the HPSC rankings list. It was Bakugo's second day at UA. The first day was probably his best day at school. He got to show a lot of extras their place, and he got to skip orientation and go right into showing off his power because their teacher thought it was stupid. Honestly, Aizawa-sensei might be his favorite teacher. He didn't praise Bakugo. He wanted Bakugo to show what he had to offer. Other teachers did similar, but none had the bite to match the bark like Aizawa did. Sure, he was just another extra, but at least this one was a good one. Definitely a side character at best. At the start of the second day, Aizawa-sensei told them to get their hero costumes on and head to a battlefield. The gauntlets weigh heavily on his wrists. The weight is unfamiliar, but not unwelcome. They're just what he wanted. Good luck avoiding these FC King villains. He's standing next to the loud extra with city hair. The guy just won't leave him alone, no matter how many explosions are thrown at him. Guess the hardening quirk isn't worthless. Class 1 stands outside what looks like a training ground modeled after a typical city. Aizawa-sensei is nowhere in sight and his classmates look puzzled. A low murmur erupts from the students. Katsuki can't help but roll his eyes and let out a large huff of air. Isn't it obvious that someone else is going to teach us? These extras are meant to be on the same level as him, and they can't even fathom the fact that a school has multiple teachers. He silently observes his peers, sizing them up, if he was being honest. Four Eyes catches his attention first with his angular stature and large arms chopping frantically at the air. Katsuki recognizes him as Ingenium's younger brother. But that doesn't matter, he's clearly better than that hero legacy. Speed is good, but it's got nothing on him. His crimson eyes shift towards Endeavor's son. That FC King half and half bastard seems to think he's above everyone, all brooding to the side, not even bothering to include himself with the rest of the class. It makes the competitiveness inside the blonde rise and bubble. Sheer genetic power can recognize itself. Katsuki needs to keep an eye on the bastard. The others have a powerful quirk. Not like that'll ever hinder the explosion boy, but worth noting. Maybe he'll provide an actual good fight. His ears perk up at the sound of Ghost Girl voicing her speculation about a new teacher. Finally, someone isn't a complete idiot. Who'd have thought the girl with obvious schizophrenia would be the FC King smart one? Fortunately, Katsuki was saved from his thoughts as a figure barreled down from the sky and landed with a puff of smoke right in front of a building. Golden hair shines in the bright sun, two strands stuck up from the rest to form a V-shape. A familiar smile widens as the smoke clears. I am here to teach. The words shock everyone back to life and Katsuki can hear the harsh gasps. More people are screaming with admiration and stutter out words of delight. Katsuki himself lights up on the inside. But his cold exterior remains the same, if only a little bit more open. City Hair apparently notices the difference, because he starts yelling how manly All Might is to him. Katsuki gives him a roll of his eyes and crosses his arms. Of course he FC King is. He's the best of the best, City Hair, he exclaims quite viciously, but the redhead doesn't seem to notice the tone, only shouting back more excitement. All Might heaves a hearty laugh that echoes throughout the city. All talking ceases, attention returning to the pro hero. The pro is about to speak once again, when there's a sudden shift in the atmosphere. Light air turns violently thick. Chills shiver down everyone's spine. Katsuki can even see that All Might has gone stock still, like someone hit the freeze button on him or something. He notices how the pro's shaky eyes frantically move from side to side, trying to find whatever is causing this. But Katsuki gets the feeling All Might knows what caused this. A low hum fills the air. All eyes rapidly move towards the sound. Three figures stand behind the symbol of peace, with all attention on them. They slowly make their way forward, paces matching and postures confident yet relaxed. It's increasingly ominous and Katsuki finds that he can't look away. His eyes were trapped. Bright red wings come into view first and everyone recognizes him as the pro-hero Hawks. Murmurs escape their mouths and the tension in the air lessens, if only by a fraction. The figures finally come into full view. Green hair glimmers in afternoon light and emerald eyes glow with intensity. No one seems to have noticed All Might's frozen state as they gush about the winged hero. And apparently the purple-haired hero next to him. Katsuki couldn't tell who she was, but apparently she was good at something. Then everyone hears All Might's sharp intake and watch him as he bows even lower than Four Eyes. President. I was not expecting you. All Might forces out as he remains in a low bow, hands trembling tightly. At that, the boy responds with a critical laugh that rocks everyone to their core. The tension returns just as thick as before and Katsuki can feel raw power overflowing out of this. He doesn't know if he's an extra or not. What the hell? Well, of course, that was by design, All Might. The boy lets out coldly. His gaze shifts away from the hero and onto the students. A collective gasp escapes everyone, and like that, the pressure disappears. It's enough to reel Katsuki back into reality. Hello there, future heroes. It's a pleasure to meet you all. His shift in tone is not lost on anyone, but it's enough for relief to blossom in their CHSTS. What the FCK is this nerd doing here? What the FCK just happened? His knuckles clench and a low growl emerges from him, matching the scowl on his face. Excuse me. Who exactly are you? The ghost girl asks when no one addresses the elephant in the room. That gets a small head shake out of Hawks, the hero lightly smiling. Katsuki sees the winged hero elbow his companion. You gotta stop introducing yourself like this, bossman. Bossman. A playful grin emerges onto the boy's face, which only makes Katsuki more angry. Oh come on, Keigo. It's more fun this way. I like seeing their expressions. At that, his eyes glow with something unreadable and stare back at the crowd of students. It's interesting. Katsuki can see the narrowed green eyes right before they widen and lose their glow. But to answer your question, Yanagi, let me introduce myself. He makes a subtle bow and places his hands together in front of him. Few people realize that the boy already knew her name. My name is Midoriya Izuku, the new HPSC president. Light gulps can be heard and voices start to pick up. In the corner of his eyes, he notices the new tension found in the shoulders of 4 eyes. The tension never ceases even when engines burst and Glasses is suddenly bowing at a sharp 90-degree angle towards the president. My apologies, Mr. President, he shouts out. I didn't make the connection at first. I've heard all about you from my brother. Tensei speaks very highly of you. An airy laugh enters the training grounds. Tenya Ada, there's no need for apologies. I pride myself on shocking people, hence why I never intended for you to recognize me. Ingenium tells me quite a bit about his little brother. Nice to finally meet you. Katsuki watches as Midoriya urges the other to stop bowing and he cracks. It might have been the authoritative voice Midoriya spoke with, or the mannerisms he used, or the disappearance of any stuttering. It might have been the calm yet formidable air revolving around the nerd. His palms lit off small sparks and he screamed in the open sky. Emerald eyes stare calmly back at Crimson, which makes Katsuki furious. He didn't know why he was so pissed off by this one guy. He's never met him before, and sure as hell never heard of him, but something about him just made him ticked off. A singular red wing reaches out to block his companion from exploding palms. The remaining wing shoots red feathers toward Katsuki and drags him, not too far though. They drop him a few meters away, in front of the serene face of Midoriya. Katsuki is about to try again, before those same feathers pin him to the ground. He's forced to lift his head up to see the pair standing before him. The extras shamelessly stare at his back and the feeling makes him fight the current hold. But it's no use, he's stuck. A suffocating intensity glows behind green eyes, of which pour into Katsuki's soul. He wants to look away, but he doesn't. His exterior shows an aggressive frown and sharp scarlet eyes. A low growl exits him. Katsuki can see the evident smirk. He can hear the low hum. He sees the other's mouth start to open. His chin is tipped up by a cool hand. Hello, Bakugo. The coldness bounces off the words. But Katsuki isn't focused on that. How the FCK did he know his name? His shock must have appeared on his face, because all Midoriya does, as he retracts his hand, is laugh. A cruel, gut-wrenching laugh. One that reeks of influence and authority. Katsuki hates it. He hates how it makes him feel. Small. It's nice to see you haven't changed much since that incident a few months back. I, on the other hand. Their eyes meet. Well, I'm sure you already have that answer. Katsuki watches as the other turns on his heel and places his hands together behind his back. Granted, we've never met before now, but believe me, I've had my eye on you since then, even if you've never noticed. I'll see to it that Nezu assigns you some anger management classes. Midoriya returned back to Hawk's side, but the blonde can't seem to focus anymore. He's already your boss, Katsuki. His mind stops for a moment. His eyes snap back to the president. There he sees it. The power is emitting from every inch, the sheer spite seeping through toxic eyes, and the fear settles deep into his bones, etching their way to his brain. Katsuki couldn't even tell if it was directed at him or not, but he felt at least some of it was for him. Katsuki watches as the president turns away from class 1 before he stops, head twisting to look at the students. He barely catches the smirk adorned by the commission president as he hears the words smoothly enter his ears. I look forward to seeing your progress, little heroes. His eyes sharpen, gaze steady, I'll be watching. The president walks away, leaving behind a shaken Katsuki. All Katsuki could think now. FCK. Yokimaru-san, the president requests your presence in his office. Yokimaru-mira, having been in the middle of staring aimlessly at the ceiling for several minutes by then, startled at the sound of someone speaking to him. Spinning his chair around, he came face to face with someone he never imagined he would ever see in his entire life while working at the HPSC. standing there, hair styled back to reveal the full force of the apathetic face he was wearing, was Lady Nagant, the FC King secretary of the president of the HPSC. The president. What, the FCK was the secretary of the president standing here in the offices? Wait a damn minute. Emmy coughed, clearing his throat before speaking once more. Me. The president is asking for me. She simply raised an eyebrow. Is your name Yokimaru? Yes. Then yes, he is. Follow me, she stated curtly before spinning on her heel and headed for the elevator. Scrambling, Mira snapped out of his chair and hurried after his superior. His superior by a whole lot. Only a single person stands above the secretary. And it's the president. The president. No, he hasn't freaked out enough over this yet. Thoughts like God, what the actual FCK was happening in his life. What did he do wrong? And why him? Running through his head as he caught up. He was still reeling from the last HPSC retirement. Sure, he wasn't exactly bottom of the barrel in the HPSC, and he had talked and met with the president on occasion, but that was like biannually. The elevator ride itself was extremely uncomfortable, like being a rabbit trapped in the same cage as a wolf. He hated every single second of it. Dread crawled up his spine as the numbers displaying what floor they were on went up, and up, and up. He would rather be in a FC King meeting where the speakers went over the same goddamn topics every single time for hours on end than be heading towards the president's office. He felt remarkably similar to a criminal on death row, walking his way towards the guillotine. The past president had been horrible, but to dangle blackmail it said horribly terrifying president and coerce them into giving up their seat despite how greedy they are. Well, that just means the current president is a FC King demon, that's what. And he knew the Midoriya that he knew wasn't capable of that. Even Nezu, labeled the HPSC's pain in the ass for his ability to FCK with them, hadn't been able to push that far. The ding of the elevator chimed that lovely chime it always does, and Mira wanted to toss himself through the ceiling-to-floor windows that decorated the long hallway the doors opened to. Too bad the president's secretary was now turning her vibrant violet eyes towards him. That same impeccably blank facial expression seemed incredibly intimidating despite its lack of anything really. He's pretty sure he's seen sculptures with more expression than this woman. So Mira did what anyone else would do when faced with a similar situation. He turned towards the long hallway and began to walk. God, he wanted to cry. Nagant followed him closely, quite literally only 2 steps behind him, and it felt like being escorted by a police officer to a jail cell, or, once again, a criminal being escorted to their inevitable death. The hallway to the president's office was, as stated previously, long. It took over 5 minutes of walking to even see the doorway. What was the point of having such a long-ass hallway? Intimidation purposes. Actually, that's probably exactly why it was built like this. Congrats, he's thoroughly intimidated. Once they reached the door, Lady Nagant took the lead and knocked on expensive-looking mahogany wood. Well, he's pretty sure it's mahogany. He might not know much about wood types, but he's pretty sure those rich CEO offices in the TV dramas all used mahogany, so he's kinda just assuming. The door opened and Mira felt himself lose just a little bit more of his sanity as Hawks leaned up against the entryway, piercing gold eyes scanning over them before landing on Mira and lingering for a good minute before a charming smile broke out across his face. It wasn't comforting in the slightest. In fact, Mira felt hunted. Come on in, the president is expecting you, Hawks chirped, stepping away so that he could walk through the door. Mira crossed the threshold and walked a bit further before he heard the sharp CLCK of a door closing shut. A quick glance showed both Lady Nagant and Hawks standing beside the door at attention. Returning his attention back to in front of him, Mira audibly gulped as he stared at the back of the office chair in front of him. How cliché of the president of the FC King Hero Public Safety Commission. And how cliché of Midoriya too. He was going to have a full-blown breakdown at this rate. Sir, he started, voice wavering with nerves, and he silently cursed himself for it. You called for me. I did. A voice chirped, a young-sounding voice. Suddenly, the chair spun around and Mira could physically feel the years being chopped off his lifespan as he went through several revelations in the span of a second. The president was the intern that he kind of liked. There's a few questions I wish to ask you about concerning the documents that passed through your desk, Midoriya Izuku said, sharp green eyes staring directly through his soul as he smiled. And a few regarding to the orders you received concerning those documents, if you don't mind thoroughly explaining. The president of the HPSC was a teenager. A teenager had blackmailed the government and won. Of course not, he said, feeling resigned even as his eyes burned with unshed tears. I'll start from the beginning then, sir. He just hoped that he treated Izuku well enough to not be executed. Dressed in his presidential best, complete with his red and black vest and blue bow tie, he loved this look way too much. Midoriya Izuku sat at the head of the U-shaped table in the meeting room, legs crossed as he leaned back into his chair with the documents detailing the entirety of the break-in held securely in his lap with a hand. The other occasionally flipped the pages for him to read or grabbed the teacup Nezu had placed in front of him to drink. Nezu himself had perched on the unoccupied arm of Midoriya's chair, occasionally answering any questions the teen had about the papers. Where was All Might? A seat that looked soft at first glance, but he knew better, had been placed right in the middle of the U-shaped table, completely isolated from the rest of the faculty, and put on display for all to see. The man was sweating, eyes anxiously glancing around the room as the silence wore on. His frail, real body was shivering with nerves. Not a single soul tried to help. Aizawa thought it counted as modern art. This wasn't a meeting. It was an interrogation in a circus. This is what you should be talking about in your class. Aizawa thought, hiding his smirk behind his scarf. Midoriya hummed, flipping to the last page. This is rather concerning. The room was still silent, everyone seemingly on edge. Well, it was a bit nerve-inducing to have the person who holds their very careers in the palms of his hands sitting in the same room. He, however, was too busy focusing on the way Yagi had flinched at Midoriya's cold tone, the vindictive and petty part of him preening a bit at the sight of it. It is, Nezu agreed, his usual polite smile replaced by a solemn one as he turned to speak with Midoriya. I would apologize for dragging you away from the numerous things you would no doubt need to deal with as a newly elected president. However, this takes precedence. You're right, I probably would have involved myself the minute I caught wind of this anyways. Midoriya sighed before placing the document on the table in front of him. For now I've got my secretary overlooking projects I've started. She'll keep everything running smoothly while I'm out. Now, Midoriya started, eyes snapping towards Yagi before they settled with a cold calculative look piercing the man. It seems we have much to discuss about the USJ incident. The League of Villains, or so they call themselves, have made their point quite clear. Based on reports, it seems they've invested enough into it to be a bigger problem than previously expected. Yagi shivered under the look Midoriya was giving him, eyes darting around the room in a futile attempt to avoid the teen's gaze. Against his wishes, Shoto found himself a little impressed at how good Midoriya was at unsettling people with a mere look. Now, while having the symbol of peace, a man with countless enemies, would be a danger to have as a school staff member, Yagi flinched at the thinly veiled jab, especially having it publicly announced. I find it rather intriguing that there is a noticeable difference between the time you were scheduled to arrive at work and... A snap echoed from Midoriya, and suddenly the ceiling opened up to lower a screen out of it. The last time your hero ID was used to register a point of activity in the system as completed. Shoto leaned forward slightly, curious despite the situation. He knew the HPSC had a way of cataloging the hero licenses they issue, but the heroes themselves aren't allowed to see the database. The only people with access to it are kept on a list and placed in a specific department he's only heard whispers about. On the screen was a list that was categorized based on year, month, day, time in that order. It was a large chart-like list with a single ID number repeated over and over that he realized was All Might's. The reference times highlighted in a bright obnoxious yellow, the exact same shade as the one the hero himself wears. He knew Midoriya was a petty, spiteful, sadistic teenager. It was still nice to have confirmation. The teen even had the nerve to put the reference times already highlighted with that obnoxious yellow and bold with an underline. Shoto approves. If I'm remembering correctly, Midoriya stated slowly, as if speaking to a child, UA has it stated in their contracts that unless suitable for warnings or reasons are given, all teachers are expected to arrive on time and attend the classes they are placed in an authoritative position over. Failure to do so has consequences they must face, which range from verbal reprimands to an unverified amount of time where the violator will be subjected to criminal charges. So explain to me, Yagi-san, Midoriya stated, a sickeningly sweet smile stretching across his face. I'm curious. What reasons do you have to neglect the job you had asked for, even if it was by mere minutes? One that my predecessor had taken certain actions to make sure you received. Oh sit, he heard someone whisper into the silence, Nimuri's gobsmacked face coming into view when he turned to see who said it. Oh sit indeed. Bitterness that built this town. We are here to kill All Might. You can call us the League of Villains. It has shock absorption and super regeneration. It's meant to beat you at your 100%. All Might. The voices from his laptop bounced off the walls, reverberating all throughout his office, which aside from himself, was completely devoid of any life. They're bare of any major awards, except his diplomas. People know how accomplished he is. There's no need for it to be bragged about more. Instead, a few photos line the walls. The first one he ever put up showed him and his mom. It was taken the day of a hero convention. His mom had worked overtime in order to buy him tickets. The young man remembers how excited he was, and it's shown by the huge smile on his photographed face. It was a reminder of his past, a reminder that his mom always supports him. The next photo is one that makes him laugh. A few hours after he had announced his presidency to the commission, Hawks had asked him if he wanted to go for a joy ride. The ever-excited fanboy in him said yes, of course. Thinking back, he should have maybe clarified what that term meant, because soon enough, he was screaming in the sky on Hawks' back. He remembers the light laughter from his bodyguard. Eventually, someone saw them and snapped a picture, which the young president was able to get his hands on with some bribery. Don't judge him, he couldn't just let it possibly float around on the internet. He liked hanging that photo in his office because it reminded people that he was still a person, not just a scary government officer. The remaining photos served as memoirs of meeting heroes he's always admired. There's one with him and Nezu drinking tea while scheming. Another of him and Sir Nighteye posing as All Might. Sir Nighteye was much more enjoyable than All Might's presence. Nighteye was a lot more cultured and comedic. Another that displayed him air DJing with present mic. And another of him and Cementos arguing about the price of steel. The last one displayed Eraserhead in a yellow sleeping bag, which made him look like a damn caterpillar. The young man remembers stumbling upon the hero laying on the floor and he couldn't help himself. Photos are worth 1,000 words after all. But no matter how comforting or hilarious the photos are, Izuku de Midoriya stares blankly at the frames. His mouth is covered by clenched hands, elbows sitting atop the desk, the threatening words of villains continuously playing aloud. Izuku has been sitting alone in his office since Keigo and Kaina left for patrol. Although the winged hero is officially his bodyguard, self-appointed he might add, Izuku declared it unfair to completely separate him from his hero work. He knew his friend still wanted to directly help people and the young president couldn't fully take that away from him. Thus, Hawk still continues his patrols, though significantly less often, and Kaina was simply just doing her patrol. While she definitely seemed to have another duty similar to Hawk's in protecting him, unlike Keigo, this wasn't her job. She was just thankful for Izuku, so she'd protect him with her life. He's a little bit grateful his bodyguards left. Izuku wouldn't want to accidentally take his frustrations out on the two, and that's saying something. His frustrations and concerns have reached a peak for one reason: the USJ incident. It happened exactly 6 days ago. It's been on Izuku's mind for about 5 days now. He's listened to what audio they were able to gather. He's read the transcripts of what the students, staff, and captured villains experienced. He talked to All Might in a very sincere and definitely not interrogative way about the so-called Namu. He has every bit of information regarding the circumstances, and that's why he's stressed. His frustration originally started with All Might. The man had wasted his time with petty crime all morning, so he wasn't able to make it to 1A's scheduled rescue exercise. It was in the damn schedule for a reason. All those petty criminals could have been caught by others, but no, All Might had to stop them. It made Izuku question whether or not he should pull All Might as a teacher, seeing the blatant irresponsibility. Frustration slowly turned to intrigue, however, for multiple reasons. It was reported a few days before the USJ that one of UAS gates had been destroyed during school hours, specifically when reporters bombarded into the school. It hadn't simply been destroyed though, it had been turned to dust. It was particularly interesting to Izuku, seeing as he hadn't been able to find anyone with a quirk that could produce such an immediate reaction. That was until he laid eyes on the decayed flesh of Eraserhead's elbow. Multiple students had been able to confirm that one of the leaders, a Tamura Shigaraki, had caused this, which made Izuku connect this young man to the same one who probably infiltrated UA. Speaking of Shigaraki, he was in no database, no quirk registry, no criminal records, nothing. The surname was nowhere to be found either. It's like the man never existed in the first place, making Izuku think it wasn't his real name, possibly an alias. Yet, he knew this man, maybe not personally, but definitely virtually. Enough about him for now though. Which brought Izuku to his second fascination, the Namu. Supposedly, from the audio and testimonies, it had multiple quirks, including shock absorption and super regeneration. It acted like a dog, obeying everything Tamura told him. That made Izuku think of a certain supervillain. Since starting as president, Izuku found out about All Might's secret. He may or may not have forced the pro-hero to tell him, quite literally taking advantage of the man's fear of him. Everything from One for All to the Quirks lineage was spilled. It was then he learned of the 200-year-old villain known as All for One, a man who supposedly was able to give and take quirks. All Might had said the villain was dead. After a deep dive into the dark web, the opposite was proven. This underground boogeyman was still considered active and people were currently discussing him. Not as a legend, but as a living person. Seeing the Namu had reminded him of this extremely old supervillain. It only strengthened Izuku's current belief that All for One was the man behind this league of villains, which just made his worries increase tenfold. The president was able to make one last connection though. Tamura Shigaraki had to be All for One's successor. He recounted how students heard Shigaraki bragging about how his sensei had created the beastly monster for him. Considering that the Namu was most likely given quirks by All for One and the fact that Shigaraki used sensei, it only made sense that the two were bonded. Whether that bond had been manipulated has yet to be determined. Thing is, Izuku already had a hand with Tamura. Not in person, unfortunately, but his speech mannerisms, total game knowledge, and man-child behavior. Yeah, that was an online friend of his for sure. His palms rub into the corners of his eyes. A long sigh emerges. He's tired, there's no doubt about it. But fortunately, That tiredness is well earned. His plans for action have already been made. All that's left is to put them into motion. The president's office phone lingers on the side of the desk. He types in a couple digits on the device and a low buzz hums. President Midoriya, how may I assist you? Hi, Meru. Can you please tell Hawks and Lady Nagant that I'd like to see him as soon as possible when he returns from patrol? Absolutely, sir. Is there anything else? No, I don't think so. He stops abruptly. A dire thought comes to him. Actually, yes. Please have one of the interns bring me a cup of coffee. Thank you. I'm going to need it. Izuku, are you sure about this? Lady Nagant looks at him with a face full of apprehension. The gun hero had shown up about half an hour ago. Izuku realizes it looks like he's rushing into this, but the plan he just described to both her and Keigo shows promise. If we don't act now, I'm afraid of what the future will hold. I want to stop it before it goes too far, kinda. He looks at the bird with fierce green eyes, showing his intentions. He knows the risks. He knows the uncertainty. But he's willing to take those chances if this means he can stop them. Shigaraki wants to kill All Might, but there's a deeper reason. One that brews out of hate and pain. I have to stop him. All he needs is redirection. I can do that. I mean, if he can stop him from killing Jerry online, surely he can stop him from killing the #1 hero in real life. The real struggle comes after. His bodyguard still has that look on his features. It's beginning to get on Izuku's nerves. He runs a hand through his dark curls and sighs. Keigo, you know me. You've seen what I can do. You know I wouldn't go through with this if I didn't plan through every possibility. Izuku reassured the winged hero, who is even more stressed than Nagant. Their eyes meet and Keigo lets out a long sigh, already having lost the battle against his boss. What if they don't find it? Then we find another way. But I'm certain they will. Izuku responds pointedly, a small grin on his face. He stands up and grabs the papers he'd just printed. His analysis of both leaders of the League of Villains upon the pages. He walks slowly to the door. I had Nagant gather the intelligence agents on the 6th floor. You're welcome to join us. Izuku glanced at the hero's expression. It was all the confirmation he needed. Hawks were going to come to this meeting no matter what. I promise this is the last time I'll ask. But Bossman, are you absolutely confident in this plan? His bodyguard again looks uncertain, hesitation present on the now lingering hand he placed on Izuku's shoulder. Izuku looks over his shoulder, eyeing the man behind him. He doesn't blame Keigo for overthinking this. In fact, Izuku did the same thing when he first came up with the idea. His overanalyzing is both a blessing and a curse. Still, he's sure of it, so he smirks. Kei, trust me. I'm having them find the League of Villains headquarters. Let's get through that first. He left what comes after that part of the plan unsaid. Shigaraki has just left the building. We're trailing him now. Good. This is good, Izuku thinks. Kurogiri isn't warping him, he's walking by himself. The president orders all task force members to turn on their self-trackers. He needs to be able to follow them in real time. Izuku hurriedly pulled on his black overcoat. He made sure to wear casual clothes underneath. He slams open his office door and shouts in the direction of where Hawks is currently shoving gummy worms down his throat. Hawks, let's go, he's on the move. Izuku makes sure to use his hero name. He only ever uses it in situations as urgent as this one. The winged hero gulps down the gummies and runs to Izuku's side. In a matter of minutes, Izuku is soaring through the air on Hawk's back, his forest green curls blowing wildly in the breeze, eyes glaring at his phone as he directs the hero. Soon enough, they're landing quietly in an alleyway next to a small shopping center. A ping of his cell phone directs Izuku's attention to Nagant's new text. He's entering what looks like a video game store, and Izuku is immediately pleased. He had been told by multiple students that the villain used gaming lingo, so Izuku made sure to learn common facts about current and pre-Quirk video games. He's about to walk to the store when Hawks grabs his arm. He glares back at the man and sees an expression filled with concern. His gaze softens. I'll be fine, Kei. You'll be right there. Izuku quietly reassures him, but it doesn't stop the fear FLC curring within Keigo's golden eyes. Izuku makes the quick decision to embrace his bodyguard, right before he strolls down the street to meet the villain. It's time, Shigaraki, whether you know it or not. Pale blue hair lightly covers his eyes, his black hoodie worn sluggishly around him, along with gray sweatpants. Tamura doesn't put his hood up, he doesn't want to. None of these NPCs know who he is anyways, so for now, he has the luxury of remaining anonymous. Kurogiri had offered to warp him closer to the mall rather than Tamura walking himself. Normally, the villain would have taken up the offer, but he needed the extra walking time to cool down his frustration. He's mad, to put it simply. The USJ hadn't gone the way he expected it to. All Might was supposed to be there when he arrived. He had planned a whole dramatic entrance for FCK's sake. Those stupid hero students should have been occupied longer with the other party members. That kid with the speed quirk shouldn't have been able to escape. Namu shouldn't have been beaten by All Might. They shouldn't have lost. And that's why Tamura is furious. Not even with the bandaged gunshot wounds. Not with the fact that no one on the hero's side died. Not with everything else that happened. He's angry that Namu failed. Sensei had promised him it would work, but Sensei had lied. He didn't even seem upset when Tamura told him. The only good thing that came out of his debut was seeing Eraserhead in action. Man, that guy was cool. Tamura had always secretly admired the underground hero, so he's a little grateful the guy didn't die. He seemed like he genuinely cared about people. Wish he was there so long ago. As he approaches the game store, he glances around the other shoppers. He doesn't see any heroes or hero wannabes. Thank God, it makes my life easier. So he enters the store peacefully with his hands in his hoodie pocket. After walking, his frustrations have calmed down and have steadily been replaced with content. He strides straight towards the game consoles. He may or may not have dusted his last one right after the USJ happened. He's looking at a shiny gold one when, in the corner of his eye, he spots something on display. A crashed escape pod, with a yellow astronaut-looking character playing a ukulele, while a purple lizard with green innards is resting nearby, a futuristic cowboy pointing a shotgun in a nondescript direction. Tamura drops the console and runs to the display. His eyes dilated, excitement present on the small uptick of his lips. He's been wanting this game for years now. He was even able to snag a pre-quirk switch to play it. But no matter how many underground auctions he's been to, no one seems to have it. He had asked Sensei to find it for him, but the supervillain keeps telling him that he can't obtain it. Bullshit, Tamura thinks the man can get anything. His scarlet eyes shift down to the price tag, and that's when his lips shape into a frown. He had only brought a couple thousand yen to buy the controller. He doesn't have nearly enough money on him to buy the game. The damn thing is priced at 1,000,000 yen. In the midst of his simmering anger, a young man places himself right by Tamura's side. He can see dark green curls in the other's relatively short stature. He glances to his right, eyeing what he now realizes is a teenage boy. The boy is also staring at the display. His emerald eyes don't reveal anything but interest. Wow, there's only a couple Switch copies of Risk of Rain 2 left in the world. At first, Tamura didn't think the kid was talking to him, probably just thinking out loud. There is a pregnant pause between the two though. It feels like he was expecting a response or something. Tamura whips his head towards the boy, staring at him, anger fading. The other isn't looking at him, still glaring at the display. He's shocked that this kid is even talking to him. Tamura won't lie, he knows how intimidating he looks. So for a kid to willingly stand next to him and then speak to him stuns the villain. He's about to respond, but the pause seems to have reached its limit. I feel like Commando or Bandit are most appealing. How about you? The boy finally takes his eyes off the display and glimpses at Tamura. Their eyes meet, jade to scarlet. No, more like uranium to scarlet. There's no fear in them, no hesitation. It makes the villain gulp down on nothing. He doesn't understand why this kid is talking to him. Why isn't this kid intimidated by him? To add on to his growing confusion, his mouth moves before he has a chance to stop it. Ooh, probably accurate. He's a boss melter and good at crowd control, Tamura says, before internally chastising himself. Why the hell was he responding? Why was he so comfortable talking with this random kid? The ex-prisoner and test subject. That's fair. He's great against tanks, the boy mentioned. If the kind look wasn't enough to shock Tamura out of his state, then the kid's latest words are. He was actually conversing with the villain, talking about things he enjoys. And Tamura felt the sudden need to redirect this otherwise casual conversation. Yet he doesn't, at least not severely. Why are you talking to me? The boy doesn't even look surprised by the question, even with the slight rudeness of the tone. He continues looking in Tamura's direction, shrugging his shoulders. I figured, since we were both staring at this, the kid points at the contained game, that we could talk about it. It's such an innocent and stupid answer, it makes Tamura question the kid. Did he have no self-preservation? As said, he's not exactly the most nice-looking person. It's weird, but he's intrigued by this kid. The anger he once had is gone. Staring at the green curls and kind expression on his face creates a sense of nostalgia. These speech techniques and talking tones, it sounds so familiar. Tamura thought that the conversation would soon end. Then the kid threw a curve he couldn't have seen coming. You want it, that's all he says. Yet Tamura knows exactly what the context is. After all, they'd been talking about it for the last 10 minutes. Still, he's confused as to why the boy is offering. Hell, he's confused how the kid has that much money. The kid seems to see the confusion on his face. I mean, I already have the game on PC, and I don't have a Switch in the first place. Besides, you seem pretty passionate about this game, so it could have been how the boy said it, or the hidden message within his words. But something deep within Tamura opens up. He takes one look at the boy and blurts out the answer that came to mind immediately after the question. Yes. He stands there silently as the boy calls upon a store clerk. He doesn't process what happens next. He's stuck inside his head. I just met this boy. We talked for maybe 15 minutes, and now he's buying me a game I have been dreaming of for ages. What the FCK just happened? Tamura doesn't remember the last time he had a genuine conversation with someone normal. It's all league this or league that. Crime after crime. He's used to threatening people to get what he wants. He's used to being shown the awful in this world. But now he's met this kid and he's a little lost. That feeling in his scent is more apparent. Soon enough, he's walking side by side with the boy. A vintage video game in a plastic bag he's now suddenly holding. He'll admit that he lets the kid lead the way. He wants to see what happens next. Curiosity settles in his veins. Eventually they're in a secluded park. Tamura would normally find this very odd, seeing as it's a bright sunny day, but he lets the thought pass, curiosity trumping concern. The boy he still hasn't asked for his name leads the two of them to a bench. He's the first to sit down, patting the spot on his left. With no hesitation, Tamura moves towards the seat. Something is compelling him to listen to the boy. He can't pinpoint if it's the boy's confident gestures or the kindness in his eyes that compels him. Maybe it's the deep feeling that sits on his scent. He watches as the boy leans back and crosses his legs, his emerald eyes staring up at the sky. You know, a lot of people see the world in black and white. You're either good or bad, no in between. But I disagree with them. Tamura doesn't know what the boy is talking about, but he hangs on every word. There is so much gray. It isn't even funny when people are talking about what happens behind closed doors. No story is a clean cut. So many people talk about things like this as if everything that everyone does is perfect. Law enforcement and heroes can't do any wrong. That's all the villain's fault. That's ridiculous. Of course they do wrong. We're all human. The boy simply sighs as he watches the now setting sun. Others shout their hatred to the world, to people they feel hurt them in the past, when really they themselves are just hurting. They've been hurting for a long time. Tamura feels something give within him. The words resonated from his ears to the depths of his soul. Emerald eyes find his own, something akin to concern flashing through them. Ain't that right, Shigaraki? That feeling that's been sitting on his scent? It's recognition. All the pain he's been through, all the hatred he has, all of it is being recognized by this boy. A boy who apparently knows exactly who he is. And Tamura doesn't know what to think anymore. He doesn't answer the kid's question. He assumes the kid already knows the answer. Instead, while his mind processes the wave of emotions, he asks something he should have asked a while ago. What's your name? The kid gives him a small smile. An equally small laugh exits his mouth. You can call me Izuku. That's my given name. There's a soft tint to his voice as he pats his back. How do you know who I am? A slight stumble of his words reveal his hesitation, a lingering sense of dread present. It's my job to know who the newest villains are. And although Izuku says it softly, with that smile still on his face, Tamura can't help but feel cornered. He doesn't understand what's happening. He can't move away. He can't run. It's like he's glued to his seat in the sand. Like it was overheated to turn into glass, and not even his quirk can save him. Something in the back of his mind whispers that it's okay. He's safe, but the doubt is still there. I promise I'm not going to call the authorities, Shigaraki. I mean, considering that I'm the highest level of authority, I think it'd be a waste. Besides, you're safe with me. His mind comes to a halt. Wait a FCK minute. Highest level of authority. How is that possible? What the FCK does that even mean? Tamura splurges. He realizes he said that last part out loud. Izuku looked at him in surprise and doubled over laughing. Tamura can only stare at the boy in front of him. Absolutely nothing makes sense anymore. Oh God, that it takes him a few minutes to regain himself. He coughs out a last laugh. Yeah, okay, maybe I should explain. Yeah, Tamura says. He's not sure why, but he's also smirking. It feels like a normal conversation. My apologies. Let me give you a full introduction. He pauses, running a hand through his curls and straightening up to his full height. My name's Izuku Midoriya. I'm the current HPSC president. Welp, never mind. It's like a slap to the face. Tamura's mouth is wide open. How did he, one of the most dangerous villains, manage to get himself stuck in this situation? President, commission president, the president of an industry that sends criminals, like me, to prison. Now it makes sense why he knows who Tamura is. Like the kid said, it's quite literally his job description. Words come out before his brain can catch up, which seems to be happening a lot to him today. How the FCK did a kid like you become president? The president laughs before responding. Long story short, All Might told me I can't be a hero with my lack of quirk. I took that personally and decided to be his boss. So I blackmailed the previous president and took her job. Made drastic changes and now we're here. He shrugs as if that's nothing. Meanwhile, Tamura is catching flies in his gaping mouth. There's so many things to address in those few sentences. First of all, FC King All Might said those things. Why is he surprised? The stupid hero would say something quirkless like that. Secondly, the HPSC president is quirkless. Why Izuku trusted him to know that, he has no idea. But something tells him he'll find out soon. Lastly, this teenage boy FC King blackmailed the previous lady. The amount of intelligence and willpower that takes would have been astronomical. And that's why Tamura can respect the kid. In fact, he's impressed. His smirk returns. Tamura realizes that while he's been having his epiphany, Izuku has been patiently sitting there, staring at him. He finally finds the words just to say, "Well, FCK. Yeah, I guess that's an appropriate reaction." The president says nonchalantly, "But now that you know who I am, we need to talk about why I'm really here, Shigaraki. You must realize our positions." His words take a tone of seriousness, and they're a wake-up call for Tamura. He can't help the tingling he feels in his fingers. Izuku continues, "On the surface, you're a villain, Shigaraki. 6 days ago you made your debut by attacking a UA facility where students and teachers alike were harmed. I can't let that slide. Normally, I should be sending you to jail right this second. I should have done that when I first spotted you. Any normal person would have. But we've established that this situation isn't normal." Tamura finds himself anxiously nodding along. He doesn't make any sudden moves, acutely aware that the president most likely has agents posted all around this park. "As I said before, I don't believe in black and white. That's why I don't believe you're wholeheartedly a villain. I know there's something deeper, Shigaraki. Beneath that hatred, there's something desperate to be recognized. So I'm asking you to share your story with me before I make a final decision regarding what to do with you." Maybe it's the way Izuku said the words sincerely. Maybe the way he looked directly into crimson eyes with kindness and empathy. Maybe the way that subdued voice inside him pushes forward. Maybe it's that compelling need to open up since he met this boy. Maybe it's all those things that make Tamura speak. What makes his past start spilling out? Izuku listens to him describe the abuse he experienced from his father. He listens when Tamura relives the activation of his destructive quirk. He hears how Tamura's voice breaks. He hears about how an orphaned child walked down city streets while no one helped him. He listens when Tamura tells him that all those bystanders claimed heroes would save him. And finally, Izuku listens to him describe how Sensei had saved him from near death. Tamura sits there, hunched in on himself, like he's the same child who starved on those streets. And in a way, he is. That child is still there. It's been that tiny voice in the back of his head. It's the one that told Tamura that this kid could be his friend. It's the one who told him he's safe with the other. He doesn't regret spilling his backstory. In fact, it's nice to have someone listen to him, other than Sensei. He doesn't think he's told anyone. He's still sitting there quietly, afraid to look Izuku in the eye. After a few short minutes, he works up the courage to look. Izuku is silent next to him, his gaze off into the distance. Tamura can practically see the gears shifting behind green eyes. He's afraid of what that means. "You know, we're kinda the same, Shigaraki, except we took different routes," the president says abruptly. Tamura doesn't know what that means either, but something in the tone makes it seem oddly comforting. Izuku still isn't looking at him. He appears lost in a memory. "I'm quirkless in a world full of people with quirks. I'm something genetically improbable." Tamura doesn't see how that relates to his backstory, but he listens. "Since I was 4 years old, bullies were right in front of me. I was ridiculed for something I couldn't control. I was beaten and bruised. Everyone beat me to a pulp, even told me to kill myself." At that, Tamura sees the connection and he's appalled. "At one point, I had met All Might, asked him if I could still be a hero without a quirk. No matter how many people told me I couldn't kick the dream. I'm sure you can guess what he said. He left me on top of a roof after he said that. A 14-year-old kid left on the roof by his favorite hero." He lets out a sad laugh. "How funny is that? I had what some would call a perfect villain backstory." There's chills spiraling down his spine. The parallels are daunting. If this kid had turned to villainy, he would have brought the world down. Yet here I am. I'm not a villain. I didn't let my past determine my future. I couldn't. I always wanted to be someone who could make a difference. A hero seemed the easiest way to do that, but I realized that being president would do more." Izuku seems to rethink something before he speaks again. "Now, not only can I save people, all with a smile on my face, but I'm the one that makes others do the same. That's not to say that you let your past dictate your future, Shigaraki. In fact, I believe someone else decided that for you." Tamura doesn't know how to reply to that. He's not entirely sure what Izuku means. Before he gets the chance to ask, the other is speaking again. "Tell me, Shigaraki, what's your real name?" He should be shocked that the boy realized such, but after all he's learned, he can't be. He doesn't hesitate, even though the name hasn't been spoken in over a decade. "Tenko Shimura." Recognition passes through Izuku's eyes. "You wanted to be a hero like your grandma, didn't you?" A memory of a raven-haired woman in a cape flashes through his mind, and that's when the rest of his memories rush back. His sister tells him about Nana Shimura, his grandma. Their plan to become heroes together out of admiration. His dream of making a real difference, where other little boys weren't hurt by their fathers. His father yelled at him to forget her. All of it comes back and he's lost in the memories until Izuku's voice brings him back. "What if I told you that you could still be a hero? Maybe not a public, stereotypical hero, but someone like me who represents them, who can make a real difference. What if you had that option? Jaded eyes peer back at him, gaze intense yet comforting. Tamura doesn't know what to say. Izuku speaks for him. I know you think you're beyond saving. I know that you use hatred as a shield. And I know you probably feel hesitant to accept what I have to offer for one big reason. The villain waits for the president to finish, something churning inside him. His mind grasping what's going on. Your sensei. You feel obligated to him, don't you? He saved you. I can't deny that fact. Without him, you'd probably be dead. And that's exactly what he wants you to know. He wants you to feel gratitude for him. He wants you to use that shield of anger. Tamura, he's manipulating you. All for One has been using you, molding you, from the day you two met. It hits Tamura then. The implication behind Izuku's words, because now that he truly thinks of it, the boy is right. Years of sensei praising him for wielding hate for hero society. Years of sensei telling him how lucky Tamura is that he found him. A decade's worth of hate after hate for heroes, when all Tenko Shimura wanted was to be like his grand. He recalls the fact that sensei wasn't even upset that Tamura's plan failed, that his Namu didn't work. Sensei had only given Tamura what he wanted if it fit the role of a villain. That's why Tamura never received the FC King Risk of Rain. All of it made sense now. Sensei wasn't helping him be who he was meant to be. The supervillain had been using him. And the anger inside Tamura has never been more alive. He stares back at the president, determination and realization forming the intensity in blood-red eyes. He knows the other understands what just happened within Tamura. He has nothing but respect and admiration for the young man. This boy had made him realize so much in so little time, and he's grateful. Because now Tamura can finally take his life back. He can make the difference he's been wanting to create into a reality. But first, he had to answer something. Where do I know you from? Tamura asks, as Izuku raises an eyebrow. There's something about the way to talk. It sounds eerily similar to someone I knew. At that, Izuku gives a grin. Not of terror or of pride like he's seen in others, but in familiarity. Well, it's the same way I recognized you, Devourer of Gods #42. Now that made Tamura even more frozen than before. That was his online username, who Tamura barely got out. 12-Horned Serpent. Glad to meet you in person finally, Izuku responds quickly. Oh, of FC King course. Tamura gleefully complained as Izuku doubled over again, and this time, he was joined by Tamura. Of course the FC King Merrick is the one that came to save me in real life, got him. Well, hey, the Merrick is supposed to be with the Warlock, right? Not like we had any barbarians or fighters in our party. Izuku mentions it, and the two laugh together. It wasn't maniacal like Izuku and Nezu. It wasn't cynical like Izuku and Aizawa. It was just pure fun. Well, what do you say, Tamura? Are you willing to take a leap of faith? To trust me? My name is Tenko. Call me that now. Izuku exhales, but with joy, not another depressive mood. All right then, Tenko. How about it? There's a small grin on the president's face. He hesitates slightly before he responds. What would I have to do first? A glow emerges in Izuku's eyes. Something Tenko has never seen before. Honestly, Keigo couldn't imagine it. That went way too damn well. He could tell kinda felt the same way. Both would have thought that the villain was manipulating Izuku, but they'd get the jump on him right before Izuku was in any real danger. But then the laughter came. Not from one or the other, from both. It felt like two high school friends reminiscing about where they'd gone in life, not of a villain and an authority figure. Then, the two simply walked away from each other. Both seemed to be in good spirits too. It was one of the most bizarre exchanges either had seen in their life, even more so after they learned what actually happened from Izuku himself. Of course you'd be the one to end up as best friends with a villain boss man. Keigo teases as Izuku was out of sight of Tamura. It doesn't count if I was their friend before they became a villain. Izuku responded. Yeah, sure. Let's get you back to the office, kinda said, leaning on his fluffy hair. I know I have a bush for hair. That doesn't mean I'm literally a bush, Izuku complained as he threw her arm off. Besides, we've just dealt with a big bad. There's still a lot of side quests to finish. He wakes up in an office. His vision slowly comes back to him as he stares at the gray walls. One of them is filled with photos and another with diplomas. We're the FCKMI. There's two windows showing the blue sky. It appears to be morning now. FCK. I've been knocked out for that long. As his eyes make their way across the room, they finally land directly on someone in front of him. The other seems to have been sitting there the whole time. A green head of hair is the first notable feature. The second is the attire. Dude looks like a modern mafia boss with his black and red vest. Thirdly, and most damning, is how young this man is. In fact, Dabi thinks the boy is only a teenager. He's around Shoto's age. He ignores that thought, preferring to observe the boy in front of him. He can see as the other writes on a thick packet, pen moving quickly around the page. Dabi notices the light tapping from the kid's other hand. All of a sudden, he finds green eyes on him. They stare at him like a predator stares at its prey. It makes Dabi bristle. green eyes picked up on that response and something calmer found itself within them. They became lighter, more serene, like they didn't have a wanted criminal in their office. Dabi suddenly becomes acutely aware that he's not handcuffed or tied to the chair. He flexes his hand and tries to create a small blue flame, which he does. And now he doesn't know what's happening. Why is he here? Why is he not handcuffed? Why is he even allowed to freely use his quirk? And why is this kid just staring at him? He's a vigilante, the boy must know that. He has to know how dangerous this could turn out for him. Maybe that's why Dabi doesn't burn this whole office down right then and there. Once again, he's curious. "Ah, I see you're finally awake." Blue eyes meet green. The boy doesn't say anything else, leaving room for Dabi to question him, presumably. So Dabi gratefully takes the opportunity. "What the FCK am I doing here? Who the FCK are you, kid?" he spits out. There's no venom in his tone, just plain confusion and slight worry. The kid takes his time in his response. Instead, his hands move to set aside whatever work he was doing. It irritates Dabi a little. The paper's out of the way. Dabi can see the kid calmly place his hands together on the desk. "I'll answer the second question first." The boy responds, "My name is Izuku D. Midoriya, president of the HPSC. Utter silence ensues. You'd think his mouth would be wide open, but no, he's just staring at the kid. Stupidly staring at the kid. He doesn't believe any of the words that came out of the other's mouth, and his face shows that. Dabi crosses his arms defiantly and dips his chin down. Bullshit. Silence. Then laughter. The FC King kid is laughing. Dabi grits his teeth and takes that as an invitation. "What are you, 15? There's no way a FC King child could be running the hero industry." "I'm calling bullshit," he says absolutely. Disbelief is relevant in his tone. It makes the kid laugh even harder. Dabi is irritated once again. He's been drugged, held in this office for no reason. Well, that one might be a bit ambiguous, and now a literal child is laughing at him. A voice from across the room perks up. "Oh gods, that's." The kid mutters as he tries to regain himself. "That's what I should have expected. You know, you're probably one of the first people to actually question my title," the boy lightly says. There's a hint of amusement in his voice. Most people are just shocked and quickly accept it. Dabi doesn't reply, but he is shocked by that and his widened eyes make that obvious. How could people not question it? He's a literal child. Though that could be because Hawks or Nagant is typically always by my side, he says, while tapping an index finger on his chin. "I'm sorry, what?" the vigilante abruptly says. "Well, Hawks is the president's bodyguard, so of course he would always be by my side," the kid states simply, sounding like that statement deserves an eye roll. But there's a small grin on his face. It makes Dabi dumbfounded. A small FLC curve of belief settles in his CH. "Here, watch this." He sees the kid tap a button on the handheld phone on the desk. A small buzz comes alive before a voice on the other line says, "President Midoriya, how may I assist you?" It could still be a joke. Maybe the kid's friends are helping him. Maybe this is the real office of one of his parents. But then why would this kid play a joke on him, a dangerous vigilante? FCK. The kid wouldn't even know he existed if that were the case. So he begrudgingly accepts the belief that comes full force. This kid is the president of the HPSC. Dabi is FC Kid. He hears the kid reply to his receptionist, "Actually, never mind, Meru." "As you wish," Meru says. Now the president is staring at him with amused eyes. "Believe me now," he utters with a small smirk. If that didn't prove confidence, then Dabi isn't sure what would. "Fine, whatever," Dabi says, clearly not happy with the situation. In the midst of everything that just happened, Dabi seems to have forgotten his initial question. His arms still crossed, he slumps back into his seat and stares at the only other person in this office. "So why the FCK am I here, Mr. President?" He grumbles. "Please call me Izuku. We're going to be awfully familiar with each other soon enough." Dabi doesn't even get the option to question that last statement before Izuku is talking again. "I've had someone watching you for a couple weeks now. I'm sure you noticed her shadow. I made certain that you could see it." He hums, lightly tucking a green curl behind his ears. "It was only last night that I had Nagant actually made contact. I needed to sort out another matter before I got to you." Dabi can see the calculating look in the other's eyes. He didn't like that. He felt like he was under a microscope. "Did you happen to hear any silenced gunshots before you were knocked out, Dabi?" He doesn't know what possessed him to answer honestly, but he nods. "Good. I'm glad she actually used the silencer instead of just shooting you in the open with her tranquilizer. It took a while to get the silencer to her exact specifications. It's not like having a gun for an arm is a very common quirk, much less a common ask, so." And Dabi is tired of listening already. "Why are you telling me this? What the FCK do you want?" Izuku looks at him bashfully, a direct contrast to his earlier appearance. "My apologies. I tend to do that a lot." Emerald eyes glance at the photos on the walls. "What can I say? I love quirks." He shrugs shamelessly. "But anyways, you're here because I believe we can help each other." Dabi's attention jumps back full throttle. His posture doesn't change though, he's still hesitant. Because how can he, a murdering vigilante, help him, the president of the HPSC? In his mind, it doesn't make sense. It's like this kid knows something, which makes alarm bells ring in the back of Dabi's mind. As if reading his thoughts, "You're skeptical, I know," Izuku says, his eyes dancing around the elder's features. He's gotten used to stares, so he doesn't flinch at them anymore. Let me elaborate. His palms open up and flare dramatically in front of him. Unlike the previous president, I want to create a hero industry that full-heartedly benefits the people, all the people. At that, he stares into blue eyes. We deserve a society where everyone is protected and safe, where discrimination isn't so frequent. Dabi notices the shadow that emerges onto the president's face. It makes him think about what this kid must have gone through to drive him to the position he's in now. I can't vow to eliminate all discrimination and crime, because that's simply not realistic. There's going to be people I can't reach, but for those within it, hope replaces the shadow, a brightness coming onto the younger's face. I'm going to do everything I can. Determination can be seen in shining jade eyes. But enough about my goals. You want the real reason you're here? Yes. The vigilante nods. Well, Dabi, we have a common enemy. I'm sure you're familiar with Endeavor. A scowl emerges on his face, etched deeper in his soul. Hatred, rage, both feelings he's known for a while, both associated with the hero. He wants to ask why the president of the HPSC considers Endeavor, the number 2 hero, an enemy, but a more ingrained reflex takes charge. How do you figure, twerp? That's the number 2 hero you're talking about. Everyone is familiar with him. He spits out, this time with venom. Deny, deny, deny. The FC King president just stares at him, like he expected this reaction. Does this kid predict every FC King move or what? The boy sighs, eyes glancing at the ceiling. Firstly, number 2 hero. I guess you haven't seen the rankings board in a while, have you? Now Dabi's just perplexed. He hates Endeavor, and that won't ever change, but what did that mean? Endeavor would literally kill if he went down a rank by even 1. However, Izuku just pressed a button beneath his desk. Suddenly, a window is covered by a screen that showcases the Japan rankings board, which was now split into 3. Izuku walked over to the screen, seeking the green limelight option, which started at the top with All Might. Of course, Dabi thought, not surprised, but was thoroughly shocked when sure enough Endeavor wasn't in his usual second spot. In fact, he wasn't even in the top 5, or 10, or 20. A small part of him, one he nearly forgot about, cheered inside his head when he saw Burn-In at number 20, yet no mention of Endeavor. Let's just say, some things have come to light since I came to power, Izuku responded. Well, that's FC King cryptic, Dabi thought, as Izuku sat back down. And secondly, I would think Toya Todoroki could recognize his father, and he feels his lungs collapse. His lips snapped shut. His eyes avoid the gaze of Green, instead opting to stare blindly out the window. Izuku doesn't say anything else, just waits patiently. Meanwhile, Toya is trying to figure out how this happened. Endeavor made sure everyone knew his eldest child died in a training accident. How? Even Endeavor believed it. There should be no one who knows Toya Todoroki is actually alive. He stayed in the shadows. He never uttered his real name. Dabi was the only name associated with him for 11 years. So how does this kid even know? Izuku can apparently see the confusion, pure shock, and nervousness on Toya because he's speaking once again. It was your quirk, really? Izuku hums thoughtfully. It's been noted in police reports that Dabi's victims occasionally have blue flames left lingering on them. It made me realize that blue flames are associated with high temperatures, so I looked in the quirk registry for people who could create such intense heat. Lo and behold, only Toya Todoroki had a quirk that could do it. He holds out a printed file of Toya's documented quirk status, a photo of him with white hair and glaring blue eyes on it. Witnesses have also said that Dabi has large facial scars, charred purple skin to be exact. Pair that with the fact that Toya's quirk tended to burn his own body, it's reasonable to assume that Dabi and Toya are the same person. He sets the file down and stops explaining, seeing that Toya has probably seen and heard enough. Unless a large coincidence that is your existence is the case. But I'm fairly confident that I just hit the money shot, right? Toya stares at the president in plain shock, mouth set in a small grimace. I guess when you put it that way. Toya murmurs, it's pretty obvious. He finished, defeat evident in his voice. But it's then he remembers what Izuku said about a common enemy. Wait a minute. Yeah, you just exposed my identity, but why do you consider Endeavor an enemy? Toya questions, confusion etched in his tone. Do you think he faked my death or some shit? No, NG Todoroki fully believes you're dead. May I call you Toya, or would you prefer to remain as Dabi? Izuku looks at him, gazing softly. Toya has to think for a moment, because no one has called him that for a long time. He wants to use his given name. His mother had chosen it for him. But something's holding him back and until he figures out what that is. Dabi, he says, at last. Izuku doesn't look disappointed, just merely nods and continues. Alright Dabi, let me explain. I noticed you've only ever killed people who abuse others, in any shape or form. Dabi can understand where the president is going with this, but he lets the younger man speak. He enjoys hearing the kid's train of thought. It's interesting. Any criminal will have a motive, or rather a reason to kill. In most cases, they target a certain demographic because of that reason. So why would you? The son of the former number 2 hero, Dabi slightly snorts at the mention of his dad losing his precious rank, want to murder abusers. Izuku leaves a little pause after that question. Some people may think he wants them to answer it, but Dabi isn't stupid. It's a F-seeking rhetorical question. This kid just loves dramatic pauses. So I looked into Endeavor's history, one that was heavily guarded and blacked out by the past commission employees. He looks Dabi in the eyes as he adds, those people have been fired and jailed, just so you know. A sick smirk finds itself on Dabi's face. I like this kid, and what I found was astonishing. Here we have the number 2 hero, a man who has committed a multitude of crimes. There's confidential documents that describe how he convinced Rei, whose last name doesn't even exist anymore, to sign her life away to a quirk marriage, an enlistment of a private doctor that has healed injury upon injury on the Todoroki children, files on property damage that far exceeds any other hero, Izuku size, civilian casualties, violation of villains' rights, and so much more. I don't even need to speak about the obvious abuse you and your siblings faced. The president looks at him with sympathy. The injuries that the doctor reported in his private files were enough proof. All this to say that Nji Todoroki, Endeavor, is now an enemy of mine, and by extension, an enemy of the commission, and by proxy, an enemy of all heroes. Dabi is stunned to say the least. He never thought anyone would show such disgust towards Endeavor. Never thought anyone would see behind the flashy fire. But here is this kid, spitting venom at the man he's hated since his quirk came in. He can't help but feel appreciation for the new president. Finally, someone who will believe me. But there's still a lingering question on Dabi's tongue. What are you gonna do to the bastard? He says with hope in his voice. It's a foreign feeling, but one that's starting to come back. Izuku looks at him with a smirk, toxic green beaming in his eyes. It's a powerful glare, Dabi will admit. He'd bristle at it, but he knows it's not directed at him. That's the golden question, isn't it, Dabi? The president hums. He gets out of his desk chair and walks towards the window. His hand motions for Dabi to join him. As Dabi stands next to the boy, he realizes how short the other is. It's quite funny, he thinks, but no matter the height, the boy has earned his respect. It's the reason I brought you here. I said in the beginning I believe we can help each other. Izuku pauses. I want to rid society of a bad hero, in order to bring about change. You want to get revenge on your father. Izuku's gaze sets itself back on Dabi's. A shine glistens in emerald eyes, while Dabi stares at them with understanding. Why not kill 2 birds with 1 stone, Dabi? A hand is extended, waiting. Dabi doesn't hesitate this time. He grabs the hand and shakes it. A wide smirk emerges on his scarred face, blue eyes blazing with something akin to excitement. A chance to give that bastard what he deserves. A chance to finally prove that he should have never tossed me aside. You have yourself a deal, President. Pardon the interruption, students. May Shoto Todoroki come to my office. There's someone here who'd love to speak with him. The speaker shuts off immediately and 19 pairs of eyes stare at Shoto from all directions. He avoids all eye contact with his classmates and refuses to acknowledge any of their curiosity. Instead, he glanced at Aizawa-sensei, looking for direction. The hero spares no glance at the other students, simply sighing and rubbing his eyes. He gestures his hand towards the door before responding. Todoroki, you may leave. I'm sure one of your classmates will share their notes with you. Ada's hand sharply rises, his glasses tinting in the light. As class president, I will surely share my notes with you, Todoroki. Shoto moves out of his seat and spares a quick nod towards Ada, too busy trying to think about who could be wanting to talk to him. Natsuo barely speaks to him. Fayumi would surely text him if she needed to talk to him. His old man would never dare interrupt his lessons at school, especially considering he's going on his whole crusade of heroism so he can get his rank back. His mother, well, no, it can't be her. So who is it? It's not like I know anyone else. A flash of white hair and blue eyes comes into his mind briefly. He ignores that memory. There's no way. He's dead. Shoto rounds the corner and the large door of Principal Nezu's office comes into view. For such a small animal, he has the largest door in the school and Shoto can't see the reason behind that decision. Right as he goes to knock, though, Principal Nezu's voice rings behind the door. You may come in, Shoto Todoroki. The chimera exclaims with obvious excitement. With a swift motion of his right hand, Shoto pushes open the door. Upon sight, he honestly thought the room would be more impactful. He thought there'd be awards everywhere, books stacked upon shelves. Hell, Shoto imagined the principal to have camera feeds and computers in every corner. But no, instead, his office is a little mundane. Simplistic, even. He has a few computers on his desk, a singular shelf of books, and a few lounge couches. There are photos of smiling students throughout the walls though, which, Shoto thinks, makes it really apparent that Principal Nezu loves this school and his students. Shoto finds that thought endearing. He glances at the chimera, before his eyes avert to the green head of hair sitting upon one of the lounge couches. He can see the calm look within the other's emerald eyes. Freckles stand out on his cheeks and posture seems relaxed, but obviously enthused. Shoto takes in all these details and still, it takes him a few minutes to recognize the boy who sits before him. He's honestly ashamed it took him that long to realize. This boy did make quite the impact on their first day of hero training. Mr. President, he bows, I take it you're the one who wishes to speak with me. As soon as he finishes his sentence, the president is right by his side, grabbing Shoto's hands and urging him to stand straight. At this length, Shoto can clearly see the glimmer in the other's eyes. The president is still holding his hands and staring into blue and gray eyes as he speaks. You could say that. Green eyes glance towards Principal Nezu before returning. A small smile plastered on his face. But before we go into that, let me properly introduce myself once again. The president gestures towards the couch, where both of them take a seat across from each other. The principal remains at his desk. As you know, I'm the president of the HPSC, Izuku D. Midoriya. Please call me Izuku. Shoto is about to refuse calling him by his first name, but the other beats him to the punch. We're going to be awfully close in the near future, so I promise it's okay. He adds a small smile before continuing. Shoto doesn't know why, he just met this boy, but he finds himself unable to resist the informality and trusting the president. He doesn't even question the implications in Izuku's words. May I call you Shoto? Yes, he didn't hesitate at all. For some reason, he trusts Izuku and he can't figure out why that is. I really do appreciate you trusting me so quickly, Shoto. It tells me your instincts are quite reliable, Izuku says simply. And there's a slight glimmer that sparkles in his eyes when he mentions that. Now, one last thing before I explain why I'm here. A sudden shadow clouds over Izuku's face and it frightens Shoto. It's such a deep contrast from his face mere seconds ago. It makes Shoto squirm with something akin to worry. He doesn't know what Izuku is about to say. He still doesn't know why the president of the HPSC wants to speak with him. And that little bit of worry inside him increases. Something tells him he's not gonna like what's about to be said. Shoto gulps down on seemingly nothing. Izuku looks at him, with the shadow still present. The darkness around his pupils scares Shoto, but he refuses to look away. If he can take Endeavor's abuse, then he can handle this. Shoto, the scar on your face. Izuku places a hand on the left side of his own face, mimicking the position. Was Endeavor the reason for it? In an instant, the air within the room tightens. Shoto whips his eyes away from Izuku. He can't look at those emerald eyes anymore. He was wrong. He can't handle this. Air isn't coming into him anymore. He can't breathe. He can't move. He's frozen just like the glaciers he's so used to creating. He realizes then that no one, not even Aizawa-sensei, has asked about his scar. This is the first time someone pointed it out. It was an unspoken thing not to ask. But Izuku ignored that unspoken rule. You'd think he'd be happy that someone finally realized foul play. But no, he's scared. Not for Endeavor, never for him, but for himself. He's scared to reveal how weak he is against the man. That quiet voice, the one who screams for the abuse to stop, the one he pushed down out of stubbornness all his life is coming forward. And Shoto can't process the fear that sparks as a result. No one will believe me. Keep it in. Don't answer. Don't ans. Shoto. His eyes snap back towards the voice. The shaking of them makes it hard to see the boy in front of him. But he can still recognize the kindness in the green eyes. Such a contrast from the rage he's used to seeing in blue ones. When Izuku said his name, it wasn't in frustration, rather it was in concern. It was so different from the anger his father had always shown him. So much so, he's able to regain himself. With sudden desperation, Shoto breathes in a wave of air. In the midst he hears Izuku speak once more. I know this is a tough question, and I am truly sorry for having to ask. But it's necessary, Izuku said sadly. Shoto, was Endeavor the reason for your scar? Having a semi-clear head, Shoto finally grasps the actual words coming from the question. Izuku isn't asking him if his father caused the scar. He's asking if his father had induced it. He's looking at Izuku carefully now and he can see the painful knowledge in the other's eyes. Shoto doesn't understand why Izuku would phrase the question that way. He knows there's no document stating the real reason why his mother burned him. His father had made sure of that. So then how does he know? Izuku is still watching him closely. In the corner of Shoto's eye, he can see Principal Nezu with his paws held together, waiting in anticipation. It would seem the principal knows what Izuku does. And that's enough of a push for Shoto to finally let the words spill. Yes, he was. He watches as Izuku's hand comes to clutch his own. The other nods his head in reassurance, a silent request to continue. The bastard had hurt my mother. to the point where, when she saw my left side, she had poured boiling water on my left eye. Shoto knows how that sounds, so he has to quickly add. But she only did that out of fear. She never wanted to hurt me. Izuku looks at him with sympathy. It's gentle and Shoto feels relieved. He had finally told someone, but a part of him is still scared. A part of him doubts that, even now, they will believe him. With their hands still held together, Izuku says 3 simple words that tear apart his doubts. I believe you. It shouldn't be as relieving as it is. But for Shoto, he feels as if those words just changed something within him. That quiet voice that came rapidly before rests comfortably on his CH-cent, a calmness surrounds his mind. He sees Izuku's mouth open. I knew before this meeting that your mother never meant to hurt you, Shoto. Seeing the placement of the scar, knowing the Todoroki history, the reason Rei Todoroki was in a mental hospital, it was clear to me that endeavor was the root of it. Shoto is shocked to say the least. He didn't expect the president to research all this for the purpose of talking about his scar. There's a reason he's nowhere on the rankings board. Izuku mentions like it's nothing, which also shocks Shoto. Shoto thought that he had simply moved below where heroes would normally be seen, but he's completely off it. Now, one last thing before I explain why I'm here. Wait, this meeting isn't just about his scar. Shoto realizes that they haven't even begun to talk about Izuku's true reason for talking to him. His eyes see the small smirk on Izuku's face and widen. I see you've remembered that this isn't the primary reason I'm here, Shoto. He's about to reply, but Izuku takes his hand away and holds a finger up to Shoto's lips, objectively shushing him, which makes Shoto literally so surprised. Now then, let me explain. I don't intend to keep the explanation too long, so here's the short version. Izuku takes his finger away and sharply looks at Shoto, causing him to straighten. Please keep your thoughts and questions until after I'm done. Izuku glances back towards Principal Nezu and makes a small nod before beginning. After multiple circumstances, it has come to my attention that number 2 hero Endeavor has committed various criminal actions. To name a few, I've seen records of immense property damage and assaults on unarmed villains. Izuku looks Shoto in the eyes as he says, I'm sure you know the other crimes I've discovered. Flashbacks of the past 2 days run through his mind. The bruises on his back, the burns on his CH-cent, the exhaustion, all caused by a hero. As president of the Hero Public Safety Commission, I have deemed Enji Todoroki a public enemy. At this, Shoto can see the smug look on the other's face. He glances back at the Chimera, who shares the same look. There's an almost maniacal look in Izuku's eye. Yet for some reason, that excites Shoto. And I'm sure you're aware of what the commission does to their enemies. It leaves no room for compromise. Izuku, the boy who runs the entire hero industry, is bringing his father down. And Shoto couldn't be happier. Finally, I've already put a plan in motion, Shoto. Myself, along with a few others, intend to hold Endeavor accountable. Izuku looks at him carefully before he speaks again. The depths of that accountability, however, is up to you, Shoto. You will be the primary person affected by what we plan to do. That's right. I'm the only one left. The only one in his reach. He wasn't expecting those words. He wasn't expecting any options. Shoto didn't think he'd get a choice about his father's downfall. All his life, he was never given a choice. So for once, Shoto is choosing. All of it. His eyes shine with determination, stubborn anger present in the smallest of sparks. He stares at Izuku with those willing eyes, internally begging for the other to understand. Give him all of it, he says again. Please. The left side of Izuku's mouth quirks up into a smirk and green eyes beam with absolute force. I hoped you would say that. At that, Izuku slowly pushes himself off the opposite couch and moves towards Principal Nezu. He exchanges hushed whispers that Shoto can't make out before the Chimera is leaving the office. But as he reaches the door, Principal Nezu glances at Shoto. There's something like warmth radiating off the principal that makes Shoto feel safe. As if to confirm that, Principal Nezu finally speaks. I will do everything in my power to help my students. I hope you know that. The vagueness of those sentences are oddly comforting. Shoto can recognize the sentiment and he takes it in full. There are people that are going to help him and he's, at last, met them. The door shuts as the Chimera exits and Shoto is alone with the president. Izuku is still leaning against the polished wood of the desk. This time, though, his hands are filled with a cell phone, fingers appearing to be typing. A ding of an incoming text is heard and Shoto simply sits there patiently. After all, there has to be a reason why they are both still here. Green eyes find his blue and gray ones, staring with content. He sees the president place the phone back into his pocket before the other's mouth starts to open. Do you remember when you asked me if I was the one who wanted to speak with you? Shoto's brain stops for a second before replaying the initial interaction. He doesn't understand why the president is bringing that up, so all he can do is nod in response. Izuku lets out a small laugh as he explains. I answered vaguely that you wouldn't be wrong in assuming that. He lets that statement hang there for a few seconds. It sparks intrigue inside Shoto, but also a small taste of hesitation. There's someone else who'd like to talk with you, Shoto, and I'm at liberty to indulge their request. Shoto can see the softness within Izuku's eyes, but there's a part of him that's scared of this mystery person. Once again, he has no idea who else could possibly want to speak with him. Before I let them in, you should know that this person is someone you were once familiar with, at least in small bouts of time. Izuku reassures while staring at the door. It's more like he's staring through the door, Shoto thinks. They're gonna be a large part of the Endeavor takedown, as well. He smiles at Shoto, a small thing, but pleasant nonetheless. I have a feeling you're going to like them. At that, Izuku moves across the room. He grips the door handle, slowly opening the door. The first thing Shoto notices is the large purple scars present on the man's face. If he squints, he can see the light bounce off small silver staples. The second is piercing sapphire eyes that peer right into his heterochromic ones. He's still staring into those eyes as he hears Izuku say, "I'll leave you two to it. Let me know when you're ready." That last part seemingly directed at the older man. Shoto doesn't get a chance to question anything before the door is shut tight and the light fluctuates off the staple. A scarred mouth moving. "Long time no see, baby bro. Grass is green on the other side. Hubegawara Jin?" Izuku asked as the apartment door opened a crack. Izuku had Hawks help track down the former criminal and mentally ill man after Izuku found some questionable files in the archives. Apparently, Jin was targeted by the HPSC for the Paragon program whenever he was younger. But due to his mentality, even at that age, he was rejected. He could see why the HPSC did target him, however. Double is a powerful quirk. Who's asking? Don't care. I'm Midoriya D. Izuku. This is ectoplasm, Izuku said, indicating the hero beside him. Izuku thought it'd be a good idea to bring a hero with a similar quirk, or even just a person with a similar quirk. Surely it would create some kind of kinship, or something. He's a professional hero and you a teacher. We were hoping to get a few minutes of your time. Go away. Come on in. The door didn't open or close, so they did neither. Izuku raised an eyebrow at the hero, silently asking how to proceed. Ectoplasm moved closer to the door. I have a quirk that produces clones of myself, Ectoplasm said, and I know how difficult it can be to retain a sense of self when there are many others wearing my face. You do? A genuinely surprised voice asked, followed by, you know nothing. I know that it's pretty lonely trying to cope with everything all by yourself, Ectoplasm retorted. We can help, if you let us. Hubegawara's confusion was very clear on his face as he finally opened the door. Why would you? Why wouldn't we? Izuku asked, grinning at the surprised smile that tilted Hubegawara's lips. We're heroes. It's what we do. As the rain turns into a downpour, on the longest night for most families in Japan, a strange sight appears before the home of the dethroned number 2 hero. Where earlier reporters had gathered, now a single figure stands, half hidden behind a streetlight. His turquoise eyes gaze out, as if refusing to accept the sight of the building before him. This is so stupid, the thin boy says as he continues to stare at the house. Shoto, why are we doing this? Looking at the dark house, Dabi doesn't want to meet them yet. He's still reeling from dealing with Shoto. He was not ready for anyone else. The house is dark already, Shoto replies simply, not even noticing Dabi's question. If he was honest, he didn't care. He barely knew his brother, but he knew his siblings knew him. He wasn't getting nearly enough satisfaction of happiness from Dabi as they would. Of course it's dark, idiot. Fath, Endeavor would have us in bed by 9, even if it's the apocalypse. He groans, realizing it's nearly an hour past lights out. We need to leave before he sees me, he tells him again. Stop being stupid, Toya. A light voice behind him interrupts his panic-filled mutterings. Slowly, the boy turns around to find himself face to face with a shadowy figure outside of the dim light of the bulb overhead. You must, be mistaken, he says, trying to pass it off. Yes, that's Toya, Shoto says, and Dabi inhales angrily. God, he hated Shoto's nonchalant attitude. Slowly emerging from the darkness, underneath an umbrella, a pale girl with white hair that has red tips steps forward. It is you. But how? Fayumi asks, still not fully believing it. No, no way I'm Toya. I mean whoever that is. I mean, he had white hair and mine's black. Fayumi narrows her eyes. Your hair dyes run onto your shirt. Groaning, Dabi snaps. What? Oh, sit. And it's a clean shirt too. Damn it. You're still a horrible liar, she says, putting the umbrella over the three of them. No, I'm not. I mean, I have no idea who you. The boy protests, only to be silenced by her next move. Stop it now. Come in, you're soaked, she says, grabbing his arm and pulling him towards. Don't worry, father isn't home. With what happened recently? He's not home as often. Getting a better look, she winces at seeing the severe burns up Dabi's left side. He puts on a half-hearted attempt to pull himself away before resigning himself. Shoto brought him here, and he can't refuse probably the nicest person he's known his whole life. Fine, he says. She smiles a bit as she unlocks the front door. And why are you out this late? Dabi demands as she gets him inside the doorway. With everything today, I forgot to get what we need for breakfast tomorrow, she admits. And I can't sleep. My mind keeps racing over what happened. He chuckles a bit, surprised Endeavor doesn't have some nanny handle that since he got rid of Mom. I mean, Fayumi snaps. You. Giving up the attempt to stay mad, she wraps her arms around him. You're alive. You're actually alive. I don't care why you did it. Just stop and let me be happy you're not dead for a moment. Yeah, sorry. Dabi stammers out. Oh, you're soaked. Let me. Clothes. Have to have something. Why are you so tall now? Just get that shirt off. I'll find something. She sets the bag of food down on the table and rushes into another room. I'm going to rest for tomorrow, Shoto says, leaving the conversation. God damn it, Shoto. Leaving me with the baggage, Dabi complains, as he slides out of his jacket and starts to pull off his undershirt when a sight just off to the side catches his eye. Taking a few steps up to the family altar, he picks up a picture he remembers. Looking up at him is his own 11-year-old self, including the new suit he wore that day. Father still prays there. Every weekend, Fayumi says as she re-enters the room. Probably for appearances, Dabi says bitterly. Don't want people to know that the great and powerful Endeavor drove his wife insane and his kid too. Shaking her head, his sister explains. He still doesn't want to believe you're dead. I swear, he keeps looking, hoping. Nah, he says, dismissing the idea. That would require him to feel guilty. Thanks for the shirt. Finishing getting out of his now tie-dyed mess of a t-shirt, Dabi puts on the offered garment. Seriously, since when did All Might merchandise become allowed in this house? The HPSC started regularly sending us merchandise samples. I just remembered the last batch had several shirts in it that were too big for Natsuo. Dad never even bothered to look in the box, so. Dabi barks. Of course Izuku would start doing that. The kid seemed to dislike All Might, for whatever reason, but he hates Endeavor more, and the best way to mess with Endeavor, send All Might to his house. Well, good on them. Wearing this almost makes me feel happy to be home. Well, until I head out again. Got things to do. Just wanted to. Why are you looking at me like that? Toya, I thought you were dead, Fayumi explains. You're here, alive. Maybe I am dead, and came back as a horrible demon to haunt you, he taunts. She laughs. Don't go, please. This is your home. Maybe if Endeavor leaves it forever. Then again, I guess I should probably tell you why I have finally, emerged from the depths of hell. Dabi mentions, as Fayumi sits down. Yeah, you've been dead for how many years now? And then now you just show up, with Shoto. Fayumi asks, as Dabi exhales. Long story short, the new president of the HPSC decided to find me, did so, and got me into his scheme to get Endeavor in prison, or at least his hero license revoked. He thought the first best action would be to tell Shoto, who is still at UA, and now we're hoping that we can get you, Nat, and Mom on board. Sounds good, right? Cabbage. Dabi speeds through, as Fayumi listens with wide eyes. You're not kidding, are you? Fayumi asks, as Dabi shakes his head. If I was, I wouldn't be here. I'm here to help take down dear old Dad. All thanks to a president that cares, Dabi mentions, as Fayumi sighs. That's the 15-year-old, right? Fayumi says, referring to Izuku. 16 actually, and yeah. He does really care about people like us, Dabi responds. He was partially glad that Izuku essentially made Shoto drag him back here, but that didn't mean he had to be happy about it. Fayumi, however, just looked grateful. Your room is still open if you want to stay there. It's probably best. Father never looks in there anyways, probably out of regret if he's really sad, Dabi mentions, as he gets up. Before he can leave the room, Fayumi gets up and hugs him. Don't leave us, please. Not again, Fayumi pleads with Dabi. Her hands slightly sting on his burned flesh, but honestly, he couldn't care less. Hugging back, Dabi responds, until I die. Not even needing an alarm clock, Shoto is already awake doing his stretches. A routine beaten into him by his father. The movement is oddly comforting after the shocking news from the day before. Finishing them, he hears the sound of the shower running from the main bathroom. Figuring on cleaning up after breakfast, the youngest Todoroki walks into the kitchen and greets the people there. Morning, Fayumi, Natsuo. He sits down when his mind engages, seeing the extra plate on the table. Father is getting a late start, I see. He left an hour ago, Fayumi tells him. This makes Natsuo look at her. Then why did you put out a plate for him? The middle brother asks. It's for me, the teenager entering the room announces, turning a chair around to sit on it backwards at the table. Thanks, sis. Natsuo stares in disbelief as the white-haired boy starts in on the miso soup, only to pause and ask, are you doing a fish impersonation now? I mean, seriously, you'd think I'd come back from the dead or something. Hush you, Fayumi jokes, sitting down. Natsuo is the first to break his silence. Toya. Yeah, I mean, who else would walk in here and put up with you three? Dabi doesn't get a chance to finish his smart aleck remark as Natsuo launches himself over to wrap his brother in a hug as his eyes break into tears. You dummy. You big, stupid, idiot. Dabi pats his brother on the head. You forgot lame brain, dolt, flame brain, dumbass, and nincompoop. And you're still alive. Well, I guess so. Slightly dead inside, but nothing terrible, Dabi admits. Shoto considers. And what did he say? Fayumi answers. He hasn't come home yet. Of course, so obsessed with the hero rankings that he can't even come home. Natsuo starts before Dabi shushes him. Yeah, I said the same thing. Natsuo lets go, clearly upset. So, what are we gonna do? Is everything just fine now? Nah, nothing's fine. Not here, not this family, not the world right now, Dabi says. But, guess what? That's alright by me. It might just be as broken as I am. But we're gonna be the ones to fix this family, at least. With some help, of course. Hey kid, Sekijiro-kan said softly as he tried not to make the young girl feel trapped in the alley where he'd found her. She giggled hysterically, her fangs on prominent display. I just want to help. The girl gave him a knowing look and Kan wondered if she was older than she first seemed. She was wearing what appeared to be a high school uniform. But it was torn and dirty and, according to his own quirk, covered in at least 3 different blood types. It was clear that the girl had been living on the streets for quite some time. Kan wasn't sure he believed Nezu's explanation for knowing the girl's quirk and how hunger was driving her insane. But he wasn't about to leave a child alone to work things out, especially not one that was suffering the same sort of callous discrimination he'd experienced as a child obsessed with blood. I'm the blood hero, Vlad King. Uo, she said, shivering dramatically and with far too much sequel innuendo to be innocent hero worship. The Blood King, huh? Can I cut you? She moved a step closer, a small knife suddenly in her hand. Can I? Huh? I bet you look so pretty covered in blood. I do, Kan said, grinning nearly as hard as the child in front of him. Would you like to see? Before the child could answer or stab him with her knife, Kan used his quirk to release most of his blood into the air, making intricate patterns and swirling the shiny red curtain around them both. Uo, the girl said, this time more genuine and free of innuendo. Can I taste it? I'm so hungry. Of course, Vlad said, keeping in mind what Aizawa had told him about Toga's transformation quirk. Take as much as you need. The child gave him a strange look as if she'd never been offered enough blood to actually fill her belly. It's okay, he said. I've got plenty to spare. Are you really a king? Not a king, he admitted, but I am a hero. Really? She asked between big gulps of blood. You don't seem mean enough. Are you going to arrest me? What for? Kan asked. Have you done something wrong? Doesn't drinking blood make me evil? The question was asked in such a tiny, confused voice that Kan nearly snatched the child to him and took off for the safety of Yue. No, it doesn't make you evil, he said very seriously. Drinking blood is necessary for your quirk. It's not wrong. Are you sure? The kid asked, seeking the blood from her fingers, apparently finally full. Everyone else seems to think so. Well, I'm not everyone else then, am I? The child said, heard that before. Did they have a blood quirk? No, the girl said, finally looking directly at Kan. But you do. That I do, he said, smiling despite trying to be very serious. I can help you if you want. He glanced at the cardboard box that seemed to be her current home. What? Like a sugar daddy? Whoa, absolutely not, Kan said, shocked that would be a child's first thought. I mean, I can get you into the foster system and make sure that you're given enough blood and treated with respect. I wouldn't be staying with you. I'm not, father material. Nezu had asked him this favor because he had a blood quirk, not because he was a potential parent. He was 98% certain that the president was involved, but honestly, he could care less. This girl needed help, and while he was glad to help her on her feet, he wasn't lying when he said he wasn't father material. His homeroom class was more than enough to squash any parental urges he may have once had. I can look after myself. See, she pointed to the cardboard box. I won't be in any trouble. I promise. You don't even know me, Kan said, shocked at how quickly the child had chosen to trust him. Don't need to, the girl said. You're the nicest person I've ever met. Then you really need to meet more people, Kan muttered, so I can come home with you. He had no idea what to do now. He'd thought the child was in foster care and had only found her in the alley by accident. He'd literally followed the scent of old blood. He'd found more crime scenes that way than he cared to admit, so at this stage he was working on the assumption that this was the child Nezu had asked him to find or at least check on. She fit the description he'd been given. I'm going to need to make a few calls, he said, wondering where to start. What's your name, kid? Why? She asked, suddenly suspicious. I just need a name to call you, Vlad simply responded. Who hurt this kid? Oh, silly me, she said, giggling happily. You can call me Himi. Okay, it seemed fairly safe to assume Himi was short for Himeko, and that he'd located the child Nezu had asked him to find. Okay, Himi, Kan said in what he hoped was a friendly tone. I'll make a few calls and then we'll head to the police station. No, Himeko said, her demeanor changing in an instant. No, he asked, hoping to get an explanation. No police. Not now, not ever. Okay, kid. It's okay. No police. We'll do this another way. He dodged the knife she stabbed in his direction. using his blood to cage, but not restrain, the kid while he tried to talk her down. Himi, it's okay. Please calm down. There are other ways. The police will take me. They'll lock me up. My parents told them they could. Your parents sound like narrow-minded idiots, Kan said, not really filtering any of the thoughts in his head. It was like Himiko flipped a switch and she was suddenly back to the happy, friendly girl she'd been after she'd taken her fill of blood. Narrow-minded idiots, she said, smiling wide enough to show her sharp fangs. I like that. Nasty, narrow-minded, moronic, a whole idiots. I've never met them. Obviously, Kan said, smiling wide to show his fangs, but it seems an accurate description of any parents who'd disown their child just because they don't understand her quirk. Himiko giggled happily. But you understand, don't you? Yeah, Himi, I do. So can I come home with you? I need to make some phone calls. To heroes, my coworkers, not police, and then we'll figure out what to do. I'll grab my stuff, Himiko said, turning quickly and then disappearing into the cardboard box. Kan grabbed his phone, silently cursed Nezu for getting him involved in a situation the rat knew he wouldn't be able to walk away from, and made the first of several calls. It was going to be a long night. Things were going way too smooth for Izuku's liking. Don't get him wrong, he was happy and very proud that these issues that were either ignored or simply not getting attention were actually being fixed, both quickly and efficiently, but it seemed way too easy. Tamura Shigaraki was a simple fix, one he was the main participant in. Sure, it helped that he basically knew Tamura beforehand, but it was still surprising that Tamura was willing to shed his name and become Tenko once again simply because he talked to him. Dabi was arguably the hardest one to convince, and not by much. The man was just the embodiment of denial for a while, but that was easily fixed when you get under his skin about Endeavor. The meeting between Dabi and Shoto worked well too, so much so that Shoto essentially pleaded, in the most monotone voice ever, to let him bring Dabi home, which Izuku, both because it was funny and because it would work well, with Endeavor never home anymore, decided to allow. Sure, Dabi's story wasn't finished yet, and the court trials coming up might be hard due to Endeavor's wealth, but then again, if there was one thing that Izuku had learned so far in politics, it's to outspend your opponent. Jin was incredibly easy. Maybe that was just the kinship that Jin and Ectoplasm might have had, with similar quirks and all, but Jin didn't seem like a bad guy. He was just lost, both in real life and in his own head. Himiko Toga was definitely the hardest one to track down. She was the modern-day nomad, never staying in one location and constantly eluding nearly everyone due to her quirk and eternal blood it seems. He still remembers the meeting he had with Keigo, with Dabi coincidentally in the same room. Shuffling the papers to the identification picture, he holds it up to show his employees. It shows a middle school graduation photo of a dirty blonde girl with equally matching eyes. At first glance, she appears content and, overall, normal, until you look at the smile she's wearing. Something about the way her smile exhibits all her canines and the wideness of it throws Izuku off. Then there's her eyes, gold and slit like a cat, which isn't inherently bad, but Izuku knows how to read them. He knows what can lie behind the eyes. Eyes are the windows to the soul or something. Izuku can't quite remember, but he knows it's true. And behind this girl's eyes is something dangerous, for both others and herself. It's because of that, because of what he can already see from just a picture, that he needs to help her. She's barely a year older than him. She shouldn't have been led to this state. She should be frail-seeking free, not battered and bruised. Izuku flips the papers back in order, gingerly placing them in his lap, along with his hands. Her name is Himiko Toga, 17 years old. A grim look follows the slight frown on Izuku's face. From what I've gathered, she's been on the run ever since her middle school graduation. I had someone interview her parents in regards to her missing appearance. Would you believe they never filed a missing persons report? He scoffs. Utterly unbelievable. Keigo and Dabi exchange worried glances while Izuku stares painfully at the papers. The hero nudges the ex-vigilante, notioning with his head to say something. Dabi mouths something resembling a no. You do it, and Keigo rolls his eyes as his calm voice clears the air. Izuku, he says hesitantly. It seems to work, because Izuku gradually lifts his head up, the stony expression drifting off his face to be replaced with subdued sadness. I understand the need to help this girl, but isn't this something the local police should handle? A missing persons case isn't really our jurisdiction. A FLC curve of hope passes in Izuku's eyes all of a sudden, as if he's just solved his inner turmoil. His subconsciously clenched fists unravel, opening his mouth to explain. You see, that's typically true, K. Unless we have probable cause to overrule it. A small smile escapes, and we do. However, as soon as his smile appears, it's gone, confusing Dabi and Keigo even more. Himiko Toga for the last year has been killing numerous civilians around different metropolitan areas. Izuku's tone edges with frustration. No one has been able to catch her for that long. Dabi asks, after his uncharacteristically long silence. No, the president sighs. Police reports indicate she's quite the slippery one. The thing is, she's everywhere. Eyewitnesses have said her crime scenes are especially brutal, blood everywhere, and that when police get there, she's already gone. Keigo grabs the papers out of Izuku's lap, flipping through them. Seems like she's killing with knives. A frown pulls at his lips. You'd think she'd want to kill them quickly and get out of there. Yet all the victims seem to have died from blood loss. She's not aiming for their vital points, whether that be because she's a novice with knives or on purpose. My bet is on purpose from the looks of it. It's like she wants to see the most blood. He drifts off, his train of thought moving too fast for him to fully grasp. It's most likely on purpose. Look at page 2. Izuku watches Dabi leaning over Keigo's shoulder, trying his best to see too. Oh sit. It seems to be a minute-by-minute thing because Izuku's sighing again. Her quirk, transform, depends on blood. When she ingests the blood of someone, she can essentially become their physical look-alike. Eyewitnesses of her quirk have even said she sounds like them too. Keigo catches onto Izuku's train of thought, nodding along. So she's purposely missing vital points to retain a longer stream of blood flow from the victims. Presumably the more blood she has, the longer she can transform into that person. From what I'm reading here, families of the victims report seeing their loved ones in the streets sometimes, but dismiss it. I'm going to bet that it's Toga. Jumping in, that's probably how she's been surviving this past year. With the amount of blood she keeps, she'd have endless disguises. If I was her, I'd probably transform into the victim in different cities so I wouldn't get caught. Dabi adds. Nodding, Izuku grabs the papers back from where they're currently being held by Dabi. Placing them on his desk, he starts pacing back and forth within the length of the office. Unbeknownst to him, his fingers twitch sporadically at his sides. She's obviously mentally distraught and likely has been for a while. Certainly her quirk doesn't help with that. There's a good chance her body requires regular doses of blood to keep her equilibrium stable. Most likely, ever since it came in, she's been forced to suppress that urge, and we all know what suppressing one's quirk can do to a person. I wonder how much blood she can ingest to keep her body satiated. Wait, no, she probably doesn't know that either. She's probably ingesting as much as she can just to transform for longer. How much blood does it take to last a whole day? Is there such a thing as too much blood? Obviously, there's such a thing as too little. Is that person's clothes always the same as when they died, or can she change certain aspects of them? If she drinks the blood of multiple people at the same time, can she shift through them repeatedly? Or is it more like crossing them off a list? Ingest all the blood, use one, then done, use the next, and so forth, all without stopping to ingest new blood. Oh wait, can she? Bossman, please. His mumbling stops all of a sudden, feet stopping dead center in the office in front of his friends. Mouth shutting tight, though his fingers still twitch. His eyes drag over to blue and gold, waiting to see the annoyance painted in their irises, but upon looking, there's nothing but amusement. He finally lets out a breath of relief, moving back towards his chair. Sorry, I just couldn't help yourself, we know. His friends say in sync, fondness mixing with their acknowledgement. Izuku can't help the bright smile that crosses his face. With newfound energy and his friends on the same page, Izuku jumps right out with it. I've already let the people handling Toga's case know that I'll be taking over now. They seemed perfectly fine with it, happy in fact. He says with slight annoyance. I already have a team starting to narrow down her location. All of them on the lookout for, well, lookalikes of the victims, as well as Toga herself. Emerald eyes find the two pairs across from him. Slight mischief fills them alongside the growing urge to help. Opposite him, the hero and ex-vigilante seem to sprout their own plant of mischief. Crossing his arms over his CH-cent and leaning back, Izuku asks the question he knew he was going to ask since the beginning of this conversation. His signature smirk follows. You might be wondering who I'd be sending after her, right? Izuku asks the two, who simply shrugged. Why not fight blood with blood? So, that had gone well. Meanwhile, the sports festival is about to begin. Izuku had been invited to be in the Gold Spectators booth, alongside Nezu and other heroes. However, he decided against it. He wanted to watch them right up close, right next to them. Next to those who would be on the battlefield that he would so gleefully watch. Meanwhile, he had sent Keigo and Lady Nagant off to Hasu. There was a trafficking ring that he needed to get out of the way. Besides, maybe they'd get lucky and do what he really wanted them to do. Don't get him wrong, he wanted that ring out of the way, and off the map. Like with what he did with the HPSC, owning people isn't what he wanted. However, he wasn't an idiot. Ingenium had come to him recently, stating that he's gotten reports of the hero killer in Hasu, and from the recent corpses of heroes, he'd say he was spot on. Izuku, along with help from Nezu, had been able to find the hero killer's identity as Akaguro Chisome, a postman who had once been the vigilante Stendhal. According to his acquaintances, he had a mental break one day and started claiming all heroes were fakes except for All Might. Izuku cringed at the thought, but he rationalized it. He can see what every hero on his payroll does. None had committed serious enough infractions to warrant him calling them fakes. Speaking of which, Stain had only gotten 2 actual fake heroes in his righteous crusade. That's right, Stain's 15 heroes slain and 21 others injured. Only 2 of them had committed any crimes above a simple warning, at least based on everything Izuku found on them. Sure, Stain wasn't just explicitly targeting based on heroes committing crimes. He was targeting those who sacrificed their heroism for fame and fortune or something, which is also problematic in itself. Sure, if someone's selling themselves out so much that it cuts into their hero work, like Uobami or Captain Celebrity a few years back, then sure he'd probably cut their license, or at least sneakily shut down their operations. However, most of the money that non-bastards get go towards either helping them become better heroes, whether by psychic payroll, support items, or simple living needs. Anything else, sure it might go into their bank account, but Izuku doesn't consider that a crime. While he doesn't like referring to it as such, heroism has become a business, and while plenty of people who do such dangerous jobs and missions without any nudge to their bank accounts, the pay is there for a reason. Can't expect a hero to live off of nothing. Safe to say, Izuku was more than right to try and find the blood-curdle quirk user. Maybe he would have been an asset. A bit of a drastic one, but an asset, if not for the fact that he's utterly insane and kind of dumb. Enough about that though. Time to watch children cry. Stain knew something was off. Maybe it was his gut instinct, or that it was way too quiet for his taste. But this night in Hasu was uncharacteristically silent. It was kind of peaceful, all things considered, especially for the hero killer. There weren't any vigilantes or villains skulking about, and it would seem like heroes had been actively avoiding his area, as they should be. That wouldn't save them though. But, honestly, Stain enjoyed the quiet. The occasional car would drive by, but nothing would attract the hero killer's attention. Maybe that's why he didn't notice the loading of a gun behind him. Wanna bet he was why the bossman sent us here? Hawks asked his partner as he picked up the unconscious villain, who retracted her rifle into her limb. There isn't a doubt in my mind, Lady Nagant replied, and I bet he'd want to talk to the man himself, right? We'll probably need a good box to keep him in, right? They're good heroes, Izuku said as he glanced at his phone. Sure enough, Stain was captured with minimal difficulty. In fact, it seemed like the hardest part was finding him. He's currently being held in a Paragon program room, which he converted to personal containment chambers. While he knows the police in Tartarus exist for a reason, and Stain was definitely going to the underworld prison, he needed to talk to the maniac before he was sent off. Besides, he was fond of recycling, and those rooms were probably worse than Tartarus rooms. Meanwhile, Shoto was off showing his power. It felt like a weight was lifted off of him, because unlike before where he always was a static image of ice, now he was split down the middle with a maniacal grin. Speaking of which, he was sitting in the same room as Dabi, who had his own grin, but for some other reasons. While most of the people in the spectator room were confused about this random man with burnt flesh sitting next to the president, Nezu sure wasn't. He was the one that allowed Dabi and Shoto to meet after all, and of course he would authorize what Dabi and the president were planning. You see, Dabi had an eye for the theatrics, and was overly dramatic, so he had been planning this reveal of his for quite a while. His original plan was to hijack news stations during a moment of Endeavor heroism, and reveal his whole story. However, whenever he told Izuku this, he immediately shut it down. Such an action was not only illegal and illogical, but it was also very cliché. Instead, Izuku asked Nezu if he could get a time slot in the sports festival after the medals were handed out. Then, Dabi would walk out to the middle of the ring with all cameras on him. Nezu would introduce him through the intercom as Dabi, before revealing his name. Then Dabi would have the floor. Not only was this right up Dabi's alley, but it would also have a better effect on the public, as the sports festival would be more watched than any Endeavor best moments. God, he couldn't wait to watch. He knew that Endeavor was either in the stands, or off doing hero work, which he shouldn't be doing anyway, but he'll worry about that in the trial. Could be more material against him no matter what he was doing. He'd watch the entire sports festival to see how Shoto was doing. It didn't even matter if he won. Izuku bets. Sure, Shoto did eventually win, but even if he didn't, Endeavor would watch the entire broadcast, including Toya's speech. Recently he started referring to himself by his real name. It might have been meeting his family again, or maybe just an anticipation, but Izuku didn't mind. It was progress. Stepping outside of the room that held the infamous hero killer, he couldn't help but feel familiarity. It had a similar aura to Shigaraki, but unlike Shigaraki, Izuku had not met Stain in any form beforehand. Yet, Izuku couldn't tell if he was either too fearless, stupid, or insane, but he couldn't even feel scared. With Hawks behind him, and All Might on standby outside, just in case, Izuku opened the screen door of the Paragon room. Chizome, I feel we both wish this meeting was under different circumstances. Izuku starts, looking at the man. He had his hands restrained and no weapons of any kind around. "Mr. President," he half-heartedly replied. "Hero killer Stain, you claim to be a liberator, a nurturer of true heroes and a color of fakes. You don't think that change is possible without suffering, blood and death?" The boy stated, his voice calm as it echoed on the walls. "I'm here not as a punishment, as an insult, or as a hero. I'm here as a person, to see what I can possibly do to make you save yourself." Stain didn't think it was possible for him to smile wider, or for a purer reason. He claimed he would be saving not only a victim, but a villain too. Who but a true hero would be so bold as to make such a claim? Izuku met his eyes, green and red clashing in a silent battle of wills. So be it. His instincts were contradicting themselves. They were screaming to leave the dangerous boy behind, and just sit in the corner waiting for the truck to take him to Tartarus. But he just couldn't. Stain knew which part he wanted to follow. He sprung upwards, ready for what may become his last battle. It wouldn't be a battle of swords, or fists, of quirks or power. It would be a battle of words and ideals. "I would have thought you'd be harder to find, Stain," he says casually, like Chizome isn't a serial killer about to pounce on him. "But it appears I didn't have to do much." Chizome will admit those words surprised him. Not enough to completely halt his pursuit, but enough to stutter out a light laugh. A small smirk can be found forming on the president's lips. It makes Chizome's eyes gleam with manic understanding. "It's my job as president to know everything, is it not?" There's a playful tone within that statement, something that excites Chizome, a curiosity blooming. Chizome finds himself leaning beside the president, his gaze intensely focused on the profile of someone much more powerful than him, something he recognized the night he saw his speech. The villain doesn't say anything for minutes on end. He simply stares at the boy beside him, eyes manically searching for the spark of justice he himself felt all those years ago. A spark of justice his younger self experienced. A spark that made him the man he is today. He's sure this boy has it too. All the while, the president says nothing. He makes no movement other than to tuck away the loose strands of green hair on his brow. In a way, Chizome admires the kid's calm demeanor. "I've killed many false heroes throughout Japan, as I'm sure you're aware of." Chizome's intense gaze catches the darkened emerald eyes of the president before the sight disappears. "More than the years you have lived, I'm certain. Those money-grabbing, fame-obsessed heroes are not worthy enough of the name hero. They needed to be cleansed. Society needs to be cleansed of false heroes." The growl in Chizome's voice becomes unwavering. "It became my purpose to purge this crumbling society of fake heroes. With all those fakes out of the way, change can be brought about. Only true heroes must rise." The blood of his eyes pulses heavily. "Those who aren't must be cut down." The president says nothing. His gaze still looked out towards him with a sense of heaviness. "To stain my hands with blood to cleanse this society is my duty. I was performing that very duty when you spoke of the same thing." Chizome watches the subtle downturn of the president's lips, but he ignores it, choosing to continue. "You too realize the true nature of false heroes. The immense greed, the obsession with cameras and popularity, the needless destruction, all of it must be eradicated. You too acknowledge the false heroes of society." His hands twitch destructively in the air as he speaks, moving with the intensity of his obsession. "Heroes must be noble. They must give their life to the cause, must help with all they have, just as All Might does. He is the truest of all heroes." The president's clenched hands tighten. "Just like I, you understand the need to eradicate false heroes. Like I, your duty to society is a must for the perseverance of it all. In order for society to right itself, the destruction of all that is false within heroics must persist." Clenched hands grow tighter. "You and I are the same. We are." The air suddenly drops cold. An aura Chizome has never felt encapsulates the room. His previously unfocused eyes look upon the suddenly dark expression on the president's face. What stares back at him is a pair of glowing green eyes, with rage spoken within them. A low growl comes out from that darkened expression. "We are not the same." Chizome doesn't cower under the gaze. Instead, his own eyes spark with a red glow. His conviction grew stronger somehow despite the president's rage. "We are. Both you and I want to cleanse society of, and killing does that." The president's voice matches Chizome's volume with his own explicit conviction. "You were Stendhal once, weren't you?" he asked, his steady tone making it clear that no answer was needed. The man growled in displeasure as he continued. "You were a good vigilante. You saved lives. You ended villains. What changed?" "I finally saw how deep the rot had stained the system." Stain spat as he charged on, his mind unable to find a hole in the kid's defenses. "I've seen false heroes cause more damage than any villain could. Useless fakes moved only by glory and money, mudding the very mantle they wore, whoring themselves out to the masses as nothing more than shiny dolls with no real substance. I've seen vigilantes do more good than any of those fakes ever did. People moved by true self-sacrifice, a trait that none of the so-called heroes ever showed." Izuku ticked as he leaned against a wall. "So your revival of heroics considers self-sacrifice as the one and only heroic trait?" "Exactly. Nothing else matters. Money and fame are only obstacles to true heroism. Stain watched as Izuku simply sighed before he stared at him. I've heard that you respect All Might though. Isn't it contradictory how he also gained those things from his work? Inconsequential. Stain screamed his words. He has proved his worth as a true hero. He has sacrificed himself more than anybody else ever did. Because he could, Izuku stated, deadpan, going on the offensive. No hero was ever as virtually untouchable as he was. Nobody was ever as powerful or as invulnerable. He's an example, but following him blindly would just lead hundreds to an early grave. Would that be so wrong? The hero killer squinted his eyes with a growl. Heroes are defined by their sacrifices. What good is a hero that doesn't act when others need saving? What good is a hero that is already dead when others need saving? He rebutted. Self-sacrifice by itself isn't worth as much as you believe. You may save some with such an act, but what happens when you're needed again, and you're already under the ground? Stain seemed closer to losing his patience. Another hero will take up the mantle. True heroism will never die. He scoffed. That's strangely optimistic of you. Heroes can't be everywhere at once, and you know it. The number of heroes is finite. They aren't immortal, and they aren't gods. Not even All Might is. It doesn't matter. A true hero will become immortal through his actions. Stain lunged as Izuku moved to the left. Izuku smirked. The enemy looked nonplussed at the mysterious leakage, still trying to go in for the kill. Izuku put a stop to his moves, shooting forward to grab his head and force him to look at his eyes. Immortal, he repeated, his tone a tad lower. Like a martyr. Those are remembered, of course, like their messages. Izuku locked eyes with the killer. Then tell me, Stain, why aren't you giving yourself up to All Might? Stain's red orbs looked at him intensely. What? Wouldn't your message be remembered that way? How only a true hero managed to catch the one culling the unworthy? Izuku moved closer, locking them both in place. But you won't do that. You know why? Because you believe that your mission won't be accomplished if you aren't the one working on it. You want people to see true heroes and let them place their hopes on the deserving few. But at the same time you think that the fear you instill in the hearts of many is worth more than any hope your capture may bring. The words between them screeched. Despite your words and name, Stain, you haven't been able to leave a mark on society, much less a good one. The hero killer kept staring, his mouth emitting a dangerous growl. Your ideology lacks mordant. Do you know why heroes don't kill? Because that's the easiest route, and it takes away any chance of redemption. Reforming the broken is what really counts. Everybody is capable of change, of making the world a better place if given the chance. And everybody deserves an opportunity. I've already done so with many and plan to do more. It doesn't matter if I'm a hero or not, but killing might as well be the worst route to go. Heroism is not an accusation or a confession, and least of all, an adventure, for death is not an adventure to those who stand face to face with it. He pushed the hero killer back onto the ground. I see you're confused. Let me see if I can make it easier for you to understand. The president's voice overflows with anger rivaling Chisholm's. You know that hero you killed before you heard my speech. Her name was Starlight, you know. Yes, she admired the spotlight, but she saved people. You stopped her from doing that. Did you know a couple blocks down from where you killed her a pair of siblings were being stabbed to death by thieves? The air seems to escape a bit from Chisholm's throat. She would have stopped them and those kids would have been saved. No bloodshed. Yet here we are. Because of you. The blame forces the air back into his lungs. His senses returned. No, you're wrong. That fake would have only done it for the spotlight. Firstly, who cares? She saved a life. Like it or not, even if she didn't want the spotlight from that, she would have gotten it somehow. The president shouts back. Secondly, who gave you the right to decide that? The president snaps. Who said you, Chisholm Akaguro, could decide who is false and who is true? The boy sighs. We may both realize the faults of society. We may both understand the difference between true and obligatory heroes. But we are not the same, Stain. I admire your sense of duty, your strong will of justice, but it is clear to me, and to society, that your way of achieving justice is unnecessarily harmful and wrong, Izuku admits. You want to know something? So far, you've killed 17 heroes so far. I won't lie and say that they were all innocent, because guess what? Only 2 of them had committed crimes that I consider more than just an infraction or a mistake. What about Velocity, which you maimed the other week? The Idaten agency feeds more than 100 families and has one of the highest records of keeping the streets of Hasu safe since forever. But he was going to catch you, so it was okay to put him on death's door, right? Izuku's whispers conveyed every drop of venom he intended to show. Basher, animal shelters, Golden Girl, soup kitchens, Hopper, orphanages. For every fake you killed, you ruined 100 other lives. New heroes may have stepped up, but it won't ever be the same for those whose lives you ruin. Lies. The man's voice was strained and cracking. Even in his warped mind, he was losing faith in himself. I can prove my every word. And more. I'm their boss. Izuku spouted, leaving Stain with little option. He wasn't lying, nor could Stain call his bluff. Your path is wrong, Stain, he declared, sincere. Society must change, but it can't be done this way. I will reform it, but as a person, not as a hero or as a killer. In this country, whenever someone commits a crime, even if it's child abuse, even if it's capital murder, we give them a trial. The jury or judge finds them guilty of the crime, and then an appeals court makes sure that the trial was conducted with due process. And then, and only then, do we ever kill them, if they even deserve it. We don't kill them first, like what happened to your victims. They both knew that the next move would decide the winner, and they both knew who would end up on the ground. Izuku understood that his words were a lot to digest, and that normally Stain wouldn't accept them. But the boy had one more cartridge to shoot, one better whispered away from prying ears. You have already met the League of Villains, and you know that they can't be trusted. They would see the world burn and build sandcastles on its ashes, he remarked, using the man's words against him. But it doesn't end there. Saying those words were a gamble. Giving Stain that knowledge, knowing full well that he could misuse it, may not have been that good of an idea. But, deep down, Stain was and had always been a crusader against evil. Izuku was simply giving him a new mission, a new demon lord to target. Not now, but what were a few months spent in Tartarus in the eyes of someone like Chisholm? His whispers made the man's eyes grow wider, the bloody pupils shifting as his thoughts raced wildly. Having said his piece, Stain simply stood there. All Might is close, and he'll be here soon. You'll be seen by everyone as you're captured by him, and your mission will be complete. Will you surrender? Stain didn't move his gaze, staring as seconds trickled by. Slowly, he opened his mouth. Do you swear on your life, young president? I swear, he nodded lightly. I will make this world a place you would be proud of, even if I must change it from the ground up to do it. I see your resolve, and it's greater than mine. I surrender. For once since this battle of wills started, Izuku smiled. Not of victory, but of sincerity. Thank you, Chisholm. You won't regret it. The next day, the tabloids and all news organizations could only talk about two things. The first was Toya's reveal and the upcoming court cases. The second was Stain's defeat at the hands of All Might. Maybe it was the adrenaline during his confrontation with the hero killer, but now that he was out of the fray, Izuku was far more relaxed and surprised that he had gone toe-to-toe with the hero killer and emerged victorious. Sure, it wasn't exactly a fair fight, but the man's killing intent seemed to far rival his own spite and nobility. Meanwhile, the All Might fight wasn't exactly one for the history books, at least in Izuku's eyes. Sure, his eyes are entirely biased because, he was the one that set it up. Maybe that's why it felt so fake, with the location, timing, and victor being predetermined beforehand. Then again, no one couldn't say that Stain didn't put up a fight. Speaking of putting up a fight, Endeavor was definitely trying his best to not only get his files privatized and away from the public eye, but honestly, Izuku thinks he's an idiot. I mean, he already knew he was in a hole, and a powerful one at that, but seriously, did he forget that he's the person with all of those files? As per requested, Mr. President, we've asked the court to expedite Endeavor's trial tomorrow afternoon. A lawyer he hired to represent the Todoroki family told him. Yes, the goal is to keep Endeavor at the front of everyone's mind and solve this problem as fast as possible. Was there any trouble? Izuku replies. And no, sir. We've just gotten word that the court has approved our request and the trial will begin at 1 p.m. tomorrow. She stutters out. Izuku's nerves relinquish and he lets out a sigh of relief. He shows the lawyer a bright smile as he assures, Wonderful, you had me worried there. No need to be so frightened of me. Hey Nyama, you're doing good. At that, the young lawyer bristles with pride and her eyes glimmer from the praise. Izuku glances over his team of lawyers, shining with pride for the people he can call his employees. His eyes find their way to Heinyama, giving her a light nod, before landing on Toya and Keigo. Both of them looked at him with tiny smirks on their faces. The president brightens up as an almost manic grin falls onto his face, eyes glowing with excitement. All anyone can see is green when he proudly states, Let's do this, everyone. Actions have consequences. Time to show Enji Todoroki and the world that. The jury walks back into the room. Izuku watches them as he sits next to his team of lawyers. Beside him, Koichi straightens, as does the defense. Meanwhile, Izuku's own posture has been the same throughout the trial, confident and sure. He knows what they'll say. As the jury gets into their seats, Izuku chooses then to glance around the room. He can see the Todoroki siblings sitting near the front row behind him. Fayumi has tears pouring out the side of her glasses. Natsuo's fists are clenched on the bench's headboard. Dabi stares harshly at the back of Endeavor's head. And Shoto stares straight ahead, looking at the jury. It's hard for Izuku to understand Shoto's feelings. He can't find it in his heterochromic eyes and his body language is just as stiff. It's honestly kind of impressive. Even he couldn't tell what he's thinking. Shoto's gaze then falls upon Izuku's, causing the president to blink in surprise. They hold eye contact for a little before Shoto swiftly makes a small nod. Izuku almost doesn't catch it with how swift it is. Izuku turns his gaze away from the Todoroki siblings, especially their pretty sister, opting to scan the crowd. The flashing cameras have never stopped during the entire trial, nor have the moving of the cameras. Izuku chooses to ignore them, as he has this entire time. Instead, he searches for Nezu. He finds the principal of UA behind Endeavor. A normal person would be surprised that someone would choose to sit behind the man on trial, but Izuku knows the Chimera couldn't help his morbid curiosity. Beady black eyes find his green ones as the two of them silently affirm what they discussed about days ago. His gaze turns to find Keigo in the back of the room, guarding the door and directing other commission agents. At first, he wanted Keigo up with him, but decided that the bird would be better at directing the others. Izuku can and will hold the front up himself. With Lady Nagant right by him. The president had created, changed, and instituted all the events that led to Endeavor's takedown. He would be damned if anyone took that away from him. This was his utter and total power, and he didn't need a quirk to do any of it. The trial itself was a washout for the prosecution, due to Izuku's access to literally everything on Endeavor and everything he has written down about his family. The defense team had basically nothing that couldn't be countered. Izuku could tell that most of the defense seemed like they already knew they'd lose. Izuku also saw that some of the defense was a couple ex-employees of his, and God, he could not wipe his smug grin off whenever they never got a foot up from the prosecution. The jury has finally settled down, and a lone woman stands up within the area. She holds herself firmly as she holds the verdict in her hands. Izuku can see the hard look she has in her eyes, determination shining through. This is justice. The woman looks towards the judge for him to say, "Has the jury come to a verdict?" "Yes, we have, Your Honor," she says proudly. God, he kind of wishes he was in Toya's shoes, cause this must be even more satisfying than how he's feeling. "You may go ahead. Defense and prosecution, please stand." Izuku rises with his team, just as Endeavor's defense does. The metal of his quirk suppressant cuffs glint off the light. Maybe it was just the irony, but seeing those cuffs on the number 2 hero, it gave Izuku a sweet and perfect grin. He hears the shuffling of the audience as they too rise for the verdict. The juror makes a noise of attention and all eyes face her. "Today, we have been asked to judge Nji Todoroki, hero name Endeavor, on the claims regarding his crimes against his family, public safety, and general hero protocols, as well as the assertions that he has contributed to the falsification of his historical records." A low murmur spreads throughout the crowd when she pauses. Based on all the evidence, witness testimony, and the arguments made in court today, we, the jury, declare that Flame Hero, Endeavor, formal name Nji Todoroki, is guilty on all accounts. Izuku's grin enlarges when she finishes. He rapidly turns to see as the Todoroki family hugs each other. The satisfaction and pride blooms more in his scent. He just wishes that Ray was there with them. It's not done yet when the judge bangs on the mantle of his desk. The audience and reporters speak loudly, shouting remarks of mixed opinions. Audience members boo at Endeavor as the man himself glares cruelly at Izuku and his team. The judge bangs his gavel again. "Order, order. There is one last matter to be accounted for." The crowd slowly calms down, anxious to hear what else must be said. Izuku turns to face the judge, making eye contact, the memory of his requests coming back. They both subtly nod at each other before his quirk activates and his voice echoes. As it had been brought up in the trial by HPSC President Izuku D. Midoriya, the guardianship of Shoto Todoroki has been revoked from Nji Todoroki, and he will be placed under the protection and guardianship of UA High School, effective immediately. Voices shout surprise across all corners of the room, and Izuku turns to see reactions. Nezu looks at him confidently, a bright smile across his face, which Izuku replicates. He turns to Shoto, who finally looks at ease and relaxed, almost like the ghost of his father has passed on, with tear stains present on his cheeks. He can see the way the boy mouths thank you. He also sees the rest of the family under a similar feeling. Toya's finger gunning him, and he can tell that Natsuo wants to tackle him like he just gave him $1 billion. Then again, it probably was a similar feeling. Fayumi also looked relieved, with an aura of calm and gratefulness around her. "God damn it, I love her, don't I?" Izuku thought, with an utter disdain for his proclivity for falling in love. It didn't happen often, but when it did, it was usually with the worst person at the time. To tell you the truth, Izuku always had a crush on Lady Nagant when he was younger, and while that had mostly gone away, when she found out about it, she made it a habit to tease him often. Whatever the case be with his mess of a love life, that wasn't important right now. They had won, and the Todorokis were finally free. They were more than what their history made them. They've let the ghosts of their father pass on. There was a new dawn to come, when the past mistakes were gone. Now they're gone. Take a shred of bad advice. Turns out, even if she didn't see his clear flushed expression at her, her brother certainly did. After the trial, and a commemorative noogie from Toya, Shoto did probably the worst thing for Izuku in that scenario. So when are you going to ask my sister on a date? Shoto asked with his usual monotone voice, making nearly everyone nearby choke on their own spit, and making Izuku and Fayumi blush like Endeavor's flames, albeit Fayumi much more. Shoto, you don't ask that to people, Natsuo said after the silence was deafening. Why not? I saw how he affectionately looked at Fayumi. He's not a bad pick for her, right? Shoto asked, his head tilting. No god, don't I need to teach him social standards? Actually not even standards, just the standard that you don't point out when someone has a crush on someone else, Toya replied, before turning to Izuku. But really, you got a crush on my little sister. Bossman, I can barely stand when Keigo calls me that. You don't have to join in too, Toya. Izuku's furred nature was replaced with irritation. Well, if it means anything, I'm fine with it, and I'm assuming that Shoto is as well, Toya said, looking at his youngest brother, who simply nodded in response. Yeah, excuse me. Fayumi managed to get out after a few false starts. You don't get to give anyone a blessing to date me. Yeah, I guess only mom can do that now, can she? Toya responded, as Fayumi just became more furred. I am terribly sorry, Mr. President. I'll need to teach these two some manners when we get home. Fayumi got out, trying her best not to look at Izuku as she was speaking, and starting to pinch Toya's ear. Hey, not cool sis, Toya complained, as Natsuo and Izuku chuckled. Izuku had been wanting to get Toya a little taste of the medicine that Toya gave him every now and then, and that was another reason he liked Fayumi. She was allowed to do so. It came to Izuku's attention one day that, despite the fact that Himiko Toga was being taken good care of, mainly by Vlad King and some other members of UA staff, especially Midnight for some reason, he never actually met her in person. Maybe that's how he ended up here. Here, Toga, Izu hands her a cold mug. Drink this. She pulls the mug closer to her scent, watching as Izu walks back to the couch. They're in his office now with Hawks in the corner, who gives her a hesitant look. Izuku nods his head, silently asking her to drink again. In one swift movement, her lips meet the edge of the mug and the liquid pours down her throat. Like a person lost in the desert, she chugs it like her life depends on it. And in a way, it does. The thickness of the liquid clouds her mind and she's left with the usual tangy taste. Blood. President gave me blood. With some guidance from Vlad King, I've developed a system to help you overcome your bloodthirst, the boy says, pointing towards her mug. What you just drank was pure human blood. My blood. Himiko jumps up, shock in her expression. No one has ever given me their blood willingly. Does that mean I can become you? I can become President Izu, she shouts, excitement bursting out of her. She's always wanted to become the people she loves. She starts to take off her sweater when calloused hands reach for hers. Izu looks at her with a sad yet warm face, which makes her excitement die down. Izu lets go of her hands and motions for her to sit. Not exactly, he sighs, looking towards Hawks. I don't want you to transform into me, Toga. That wouldn't be safe for either of us. A confused frown pulls at Himiko's lips. Does that mean you don't want to be my friend, Izu? Frantically, the boy waves his hands in front of him. No, not at all. I'm your friend always, Toga, he says in a fur. Himiko watches as he struggles to put things into words, his fingers tapping anxiously at his side. But, he finally says, I need you to promise that you won't transform into me, no matter what. The sincerity and trust in his eyes makes Himiko pout slightly. She knows he's only asking this out of necessity, but she can't help the frustration. How is she supposed to show her love if she can't become the people she loves? But how am I supposed to show you that you're my best friend? She asks quietly. How am I supposed to show you my love? Her voice rises when she says love, the strain of passion clear in her voice. Izu places his hand into hers, grasping kindly. I already know that we're friends. I know that you care, Toga. You don't need to transform to show me that. His warm smile causes Himiko to form her own, red cheeks following. Besides, your cute smile is the best way to show love. Himiko can't help the joy that spreads across her face when Izu calls her cute. After all, no one has ever called her that after they've seen her quirk. All she's ever wanted was for someone to call her cute, to deem her lovable. She closes the distance between the two of them, lifting Izu into a hug. She bounces around the office, listening to the soft giggles coming from her friend. Eventually, Izu taps her shoulder, a request to put him down. Himiko happily obliges. I won't transform into you unless you want me to, President Izu. You have my word. She beams. Izu shakes his head affectionately, chuckling at her. Thank you, Toga. Now let me tell you my plan, he says excitedly, matching Himiko's own mood instantly. All of a sudden, Toya bursts through the door, wheeling in a white board. I've brought the board, Prez. What you need it. His words are brought to a stop when Himiko leaps into him, going in for a hug. Fireman, you're back. I missed you. The white-haired man moves frantically in the office, clawing at the girl on him. Himiko is still hanging onto him as the man bumps into the wall. Then the sofa, then the desk. Unfortunately for her, he finally manages to drag her off him, placing her back onto the floor. She watches pleasantly as Toya fixes the ruffled clothes on him, patting down his collar, grumbling incoherently. For the last time, kid, my name is not Fireman. I told you to call me Toya. Toya complains as he looks at his clothes for any potential tears. Himiko's giggle fills the room as Toya looks at her, a fake pout on her lips. "Ah, but Fireman is so much cuter, don't you think, Izu?" A teasing smirk sits in the corner of Izu's face. "Oh, I completely agree, Toga. Fireman is a much cuter name." Toya simply groans, his head falling limply to his shoulder in mock loss. Izu pushes past his sullen figure, walking towards the whiteboard. Himiko watches as he drags the thing closer to her, pulling a marker out of essentially nowhere. Izuku starts drawing what Himiko thinks is a bunch of cups. When a multitude of cups are drawn in a row, Izuku puts the black marker away. His hand comes back with a red marker, which fills the first few cups up all the way with red. However, the further he goes down, the less red there is. Again, he puts the red marker away and comes back with a pink marker. This time though, as he moves down, the cups fill with more pink. Himiko tilts her head in confusion at the drawings on the board, questions bouncing in her head. She's about to let those questions loose when Izu looks down at her sitting form excitedly. Infectious as always, a smile forms onto her face, despite her confusion. "Okay, so you know how you just drank a full cup of my blood." She nods. "Well, look here." He points towards the red-filled cup on the board. The red is pure human blood. As you can see, the cups are filled with less and less of it as we move down the board. Still confused, she waits to see his point. "Now stay with me," he says excitedly. "The pink is non-human blood, animal blood basically." As you can see, the pink fills the cups more and more as we move down, until all that's left is pink. Basically, this is our plan, Toga. We're gonna slowly move you off human blood and introduce your body to animal blood as a way to safely supply your quirk-induced bloodthirst. So I'm still going to ingest blood still, just not human blood, she says hesitantly. That wasn't nearly as cute. Exactly, her friend shouts. Your quirk requires blood in order for your body to maintain equilibrium, a fancy way of saying it needs blood to survive. But we can't have you hunting for human blood all the time. That's why we're going to change where the blood comes from. Studies of blood quirks similar to yours have shown that animal blood should work just as well as human blood. But in order to be as safe as possible, we've decided to have you slowly transition to non-human blood just in case. That's what this board shows. The slow transition between pure human blood to pure animal blood. I won't be able to transform into anyone, will I? Izu's smile falls slightly. With the animal blood, most likely no, he mutters sadly. But I'm not going to take away your quirk's purpose just like that. I would hate to do that. No one should have their power taken away from them, he says sternly, a hint of frustration present in his tone. That's why there's a second part to the plan. Himiko's ears perk up at that. Dragging her eyes back upward, she sees the whiteboard flip around. She's surprised to see a drawing of herself in a different school uniform on the board, a happy smile painting her mini-self's face. Eyes peering back to Izu, she notices the passion in his eyes. Soon enough, curiosity replaces her sadness. I've talked it over a lot with Principal Nezu and we've come to an agreement. Izu walks the short distance to the couch in front of Himiko, his hands finding their way back to a slow tap at his sides. In order for you to be able to use your quirk legally and safely, you'd have to be in a field that requires you to do so. I know you don't like heroes. The thought of them makes a small scowl appear on her lips. So we thought of something else, something that could really help people in the industry I overlook. The scowl disappears at his last words. Okay, so maybe Himiko can learn to relax about the whole hero thing. After all, her darling Izu rules them all. But that doesn't mean she has to love them. Regardless, she listens to Izu. He's doing this to help her and she trusts his judgment. He's her best friend. The support department is always looking for someone to help them create support gear and costumes that perfectly encapsulate what a hero wants and needs. Toga, you'd be just the right fit for that. With your ability to transform into anyone, you can help with costume fittings and help test out support gear when the hero students can't. By perfectly replicating someone else's features, the support departments can create something wonderfully cute for the hero. You can create things that are cute. And isn't that music to her ears? Not only does she get to transform into other people, but she can help them look cute too. Add in the fact that she won't be bloodthirsty all the time and it's a triple win. She stirs in her seat, her cheeriness evident on her face. She wants to launch herself at Izu and hug him again, but she can tell he has more to say. Izu stands up and walks over to his desk, grabbing a file that was lying quietly on top. She watches as Hawks and Toya glance at her with poorly hidden joy, which only makes her canines glint more in the light. This file is a form to become a UA support course student. UA will become your official guardian with this form. You'll be living with them if you agree. As if an afterthought, calloused hands wave anxiously in the air. But don't worry, you'll still see me all the time. Looking up into emerald eyes, she can see the hope in President Izu's eyes. A look she replicated not that long ago. The desire to help floods in those evergreen eyes. She refuses to look away from them, afraid it'll escape. If you want, Toga, you'll be put into the support course. Even though you technically would be a second year, we think it's better for you to be put in the first year course. But you'll be just like all the other high schoolers. Alongside, we'll start the transition in your blood consumption. We will do all this, but only if you want, he says, trying his best to keep the hope out of his voice. But Himiko still hears it. She still feels that same hope she felt last night, when Nezu first said he'll gladly be her friend. With a bright smile on her face, she jumps up and grabs Izu. She drags them into a hug and shouts yes over and over again. Her excitement fills the room, overriding all other noise. Right now it's just her and her best friend. It's just her and her new future. It's just Himiko Toga finally going to get her version of a normal life, one she's always wanted. Sir Nighteye had a rather large file on the Yakuza and their quirk erasing drugs, but he'd been unaware of its source or the torture a young child was going through to make it. He didn't seem particularly shocked by the information though. Her name is Eri, Shoto said, trying not to growl at the continued use of the test subject to describe the rescue they weren't really planning. The least he could have done was identify her as the child. How do you know her name? Sir Nighteye asked, suddenly suspicious. Shoto rolled his eyes. Because you're not the only one who decided to look into the Shai Hasaki. Why would you be investigating a Yakuza group out of the blue? Sir Nighteye asked, raising his glasses in response. Honestly, Shoto really wanted to break the guy's nose. But he was pretty sure Izuku had followed him to this meeting and Shoto did not want to set a very bad example. Also, if the guy's head was as hard as his city attitude, Shoto would probably break a bone or two in his hand and he wasn't in the mood for a lecture from Recovery Girl. I have an informant, Shoto began to say before cutting his words off at the sound of a knock on the door. And that'd be me, or more accurately, the ones I employ, Izuku D. Midoriya said as he entered the room, followed by Toya. President, Sir Nighteye asked in disbelief, also looking at the other man entering in shock. He hates child abusers. I couldn't stop him from coming to help if I wanted to, Izuku admitted, as Toya shrugged. Ain't nothing wrong with hating them, is there? Toya responded. We have Eri's location. We know Chisaki Kai is experimenting on her, and we know how dangerous he is, Shoto said irritably. We also know all of his allies, their quirks and their weaknesses. I have a meeting set up for early next week. I'll pass this information on to my mission partners and let you know what we decide. Shoto was reconsidering his idea of breaking Sir Nightaye's nose, this time with a chair. How could a man call himself a hero when he seemed so damn heartless? A little girl was being tortured. How could he not want to rescue her right now? And then he said something that practically guaranteed the opposite reaction from Shoto. You're dismissed, Eraserhead. Oh, wow, he was not getting away with that sort of disrespect. Shoto wasn't a junior or an inexperienced hero. He was going to. Nighteye, Toya started, his tone easily filled with the blood and killing intent that he'd expect from a god. Might you repeat that to me, please? Shoto tried not to smirk when Sir Nighteye paled as his pen was commandeered by a bright blue fire. Nighteye, did you forget who you had in the room? Shoto asked, pointing towards the president, who was showcasing his phone, filled with the contacts of numerous heroes. Nighteye dipped his head in a small nod. Right, Sir Nighteye said, pushing his glasses up his nose with his middle finger. Shoto had no doubt it was a gesture meant specifically for Toya. Maybe him too. You can organize a raid on the Yakuza compound for tonight, rescue only. Call in whoever you need to make it work. I want little part in it. Shoto looked to the president in time to see him bob in agreement, so he quickly gathered his paperwork and headed for the door. Oh, an Eraserhead, Sir Nighteye said, his voice still a little shaky. Don't fail. Shoto didn't bother to acknowledge that with a response. Vernon sat in her agency's trauma ward, numb and in shock. Endeavor was an abuser, and not just to his kids from the sounds of things, but to his wife as well. These were the cold hard facts that had torn her world apart. Vernon had been with Endeavor almost her entire career. She had been one of the first sidekickers to ever join his agency. He had given her a chance when every other agency hadn't believed she could cut it as a hero. She had admired the man for his persistence and his strength, as well as his incredibly impressive record. She had held him up in high esteem as a shining example of what a hero should be. A golden standard that turned out to be entirely made of horse shit. Looking back, it was easy to see. Endeavor had never talked about his home life, and openly scoffed at the notion of settling down despite having a wife himself. He had muttered suggestive comments while he thought she couldn't hear. And when Ray had scarred Shoto's face, he had ranted about it for days. Half of the agency at that point didn't even know he had kids. And he wasn't upset about the fact that Shoto got hurt, just that it had hindered his development. And every other time he mentioned Shoto after that, it was to complain about his hatred for his own quirk. But Vernon didn't see. In fact, she did everything she could to not see. She made excuses where she could and suppressed the memories that couldn't be waved away. She actively beat back any negative rumors or criticisms about her boss. She constantly reassured or rescued civilians caught in his crossfire. Her whole career had been spent cleaning up and excusing a man no better than her own deadbeat father. What was worse, her doing so had allowed those kids, who were always so happy to see her, the youngsters who even called her Aunt Mo, to suffer for who knows how long. What right did she have to even look at them after that? Well, she didn't know if she had any, but God on it, she would do her best to make it so that she would. Truth be told, she was not expecting to be placed at whopping number 20 on the rankings board for Limelight Heroes. Heck, she wasn't even expecting to be on the board at all. Sure, she might like the recognition, but it's not like that's what she was focused on. It was nice, but ultimately pointless. But number 20. The president made it clear that this list was not fudged or doctored in any way, so that meant that Kamijimo was the number 20 hero, with no strings attached. Safe to say, that came with pros and cons, despite her public statement. And the fact that this new list was based on non-doctored stats, there were still plenty of people who hated her for associating with the now infamous Flame hero. Honestly, she didn't stop most of them. She did deserve some of the hate for being part of the flaming psychicers under the flaming dumpster. However, it really felt harder to keep her cool whenever someone tried to say that she knew of the abuse the entire time. She wanted to shove her fiery hair down their throat all while showing them pictures of her playing with 11-year-old Shoto and 16-year-old Natsuo, while Fayumi watched. She wouldn't, of course, but oh god, maybe that would really make her feel better. Either way, enough about the negatives in her life. Walking into her new agency, which was part of the repurposed Endeavor agency. It was actually split into 4 for 3 other former flaming psychicers to take over. Stepping into her office, she was greeted by the sight of Toya. Vernon shouted as she saw the white-haired and stapled man leaning on her desk, who looked up at her in delight. "Hey Mo, how have you been?" Toya asked. Now, Toya had never met Mo before, as he'd been in his half-dead and emo vigilante phase while she was under his father. However, Mo knew a lot about Toya from his siblings. Toya had also learned quite a bit about her from his siblings, and from Mr. President as well. What are you doing here?" Vernon asked. Not in frustration, but in sheer confusion. "Didn't you get the memo from the HPSC?" Toya asked, pointing towards her desk, which held a HPSC branded letter. Running over to her desk and slicing the envelope easily, she quickly read the document. Pro Hero Vernon, formal named Kamijimo. I am very pleased to announce that your agency will be receiving a hero in training in the form of Toya Todoroki. Hero name Incandescent. You were chosen as, not only are the quirks related in their incendiary nature, but due to personal relationships. I hope you two will work well together. Izuku D. Midoriya, HPSC President. P.S. Give him a good knock on the head, won't you? Vernon read the letter with intrigue, confusion, humor, and back to confusion. You're training to be a hero. Figured that, now that dear old dad is in prison and off the hero board, there isn't anything holding me back? Toya shrugged. But isn't that what he wanted you and your siblings to do? Vernon asked, thinking she might have gotten this bizarre family history off. Kind of. You see, he wanted his legacy to eventually beat All Might and get that number 1 spot, Toya revealed. So, I'll just never get to number 1. That'll piss him off, if he even figures it out. Plus Shoto's also a hero student, so I thought I might be able to mess with him at some point down the line, Toya explained. Vernon stared for a few seconds, before she chuckled. Guess you got more than 1 fire from your sperm donor, eh? Vernon replied, as Toya side nodded, letting him see the pictures on the wall. Ew, what's this picture of you with Bubble Girl? Toya asked, pointing to a picture of the 2 heroines, drunk and locking lips together. Oh, please, like that's gonna change the conversation. Alright, get your costume, or something. Let's see what you got. You've reached All Might, Toshinori said, projecting his voice into his phone so he sounded like he was in his hero form. It's Sir Nighteye, Murai said, maintaining the distance that had been between them for many years now. We need you for an urgent mission. Oh, Toshinori asked, mentally counting up how many hours he had left of his quirk for today. It should be enough. We're raiding a Shai Hasekai compound suspected of manufacturing both trigger and quirk erasing bullets. As soon as the rescue team can get the child being used in their experiments out of the way. Hopefully within the next 2 hours. Okay, Toshinori said. Where are we meeting? Hours later, the only thing the media could talk about, similarly to a week ago with Toya and Stain, was the raid on the Yakuza compound. The rescue team entered at 5 p.m. with Edshot heading the team alongside both Midnight, Hawks, and Genium, and Sir Nighteye, who rescinded his denial of showing up whenever Izuku bribed him with a silver-coated All Might figurine and many others off-site. Surprisingly, the extraction went along perfectly, with only a minor hiccup that was resolved easily. Apparently, Acronostasis had nearly sounded the alarm for the entire base, but whenever Midnight had used her quirk to knock him out, Chrono had used his quirk, which had hit her quirk, basically covering him in somnambulist. The raid afterwards was much less careful. and slightly less successful. Apparently, a kendo rappa had been able to keep up with All Might for a brief fight before Mirko appeared, and suddenly the rappa was on their side. Overhaul had nearly gotten away, but Izuku had decided to do one small little thing outside of the Yakuza compound, completely surrounded in armed helicopters, with him in the lead copter, standing right outside the door, looking like a badass in his signature red and black vest. Unsurprisingly, Izuku and the courts weren't too friendly to a human experimenter and his cohorts, aside from Rappa, who was given amnesty due to his help in finding the room he was held in. While most of the Yakuza were given fines, and many were given prison time, the top dogs, Izuku could not wait to meet Overhaul in person. In fact, that's where he is now. Well, Kayasuke, bet you didn't expect to be here, did you? Izuku started, smirking at the utter maniac in front of him. He looked scared, but in the sense you'd expect. He was more uncomfortable than scared. Must the room be this? Kai asked, motioning to the room. It was relatively clean and barren. What's wrong with this room, Kai? Izuku asked, tilting his head. It's dirty. Can't you see that? Kai asked in return, as Izuku sat down. Well, maybe it's just your quirk, but to me it looks quite pristine. Now though, let's get to business, Izuku replies, taking out a notepad. Why? Why what? In general, why do you take Yuri's blood? Why do you go into the Yakuza? Why do you want to get rid of quirks, etc., etc.? Izuku asked. I'll tell you why I want quirks gone. They're a plague. They came from vermin, and it spreads like the Black Death, Kai replies, as Izuku raises an eye. Okay, not the response he expected. And, might I ask where you heard this little explanation, or did you come up with it yourself? Simple. A quirk explanation paper that concluded that quirks had originated in rats before humans. Well, where are they then? What? Kai asked. Tell me, where are the quirked rats? As far as I know, the only quirked rat that could exist is potentially Nezu. And even that's a stretch, Izuku replied, pulling out a picture of Mr. Principal. You see, while quirked animals certainly exist, they are exceedingly rare, and much more rare if they actually give any abnormalities. However, I'm not sure where you read this paper, Kai, because, well, rats and vermin can't get quirks. Lies, Kai replied almost instantly. I can prove every word. Look, Kai, clearly you don't have the best state of mind, considering you thought that taking the blood of a child who has no idea what blood means would remove a genetic human evolution as a good idea, Izuku quickly stated. However, I do mean it when I say that we have proven that vermin, and everything under that umbrella, cannot gain quirks. Their genetics don't allow it. Even transferable quirks are impossible to be given to vermin. Kai looked like he had just been told the secrets to the universe, but the person who said them was speaking at Mach 3. Izuku simply sighed in response. You know, with that quirk of yours, I'm sure you could have just removed or stalled the quirk factor in a person. You would have been an excellent hero, but instead, you took a singular paper at face value and threw your life away. Yuri is okay, by the way. What is the grand culmination? That's what Izuku was thinking as he received an invitation to meet with the reporter and head of Shueisha Publishing, Chitos Kazuki. To be honest, he was both hyper-eager and dreading this confrontation. The woman was great at her job. Whether it be twisting facts or leading questions, she always got what she wanted. Then again, Izuku did also. Maybe it was just how alien she looks compared to most people he surrounds himself with. There are only 3 or so other people that he'd say resembled or were similar to Chitos, and picking Toya was a stretch. Maybe it was the fear of his words being taken out of context, even though previously, his reputation was either through the roof or has already passed hell depending on who you ask. His reputation was fluctuating constantly, but at least in the departments where it mattered, Aka Hero Society, it was mostly up. He was glad about that. Maybe it was because their MLA ties and their connection to Deku City was practically written in everything they wrote. Yeah, it was probably that. Truth be told, he's been keeping an eye on Deku City since before he was president. It just made no sense. Sure, it was a good publicity stunt for Detrenet and their subordinates as a whole, but a city that big. Fordlandia was run by one of the largest tycoons at the time, was way smaller, and still collapsed way sooner than Deku City had. Yet, here it was, thriving and living. Personally, he probably wouldn't really care for the MLA. It was just a group that strived for more free quirk laws. Even quirkless, Izuku could probably get behind that. You know, if not for the fact they had a literal hierarchy that listed mutants, villainous quirks, and quirkless as lesser beings. That did piss Izuku off a bit. However, those were his vices to deal with, and he'll be damned if he didn't secretly put cameras in the interview room to review Chitos's body language. He sat down in the room for at least 2 minutes before the blue-toned woman walked in. Ah, Mr. President, pleasure to meet you again. She opened it, and Izuku could see the cogs turning in her brain. She wasn't lying. It was nice to see him, but it was for the story, not for the interaction. Likewise, Kazuki, before we start, I'd like to state that the cameras around here are always on. There shouldn't be any in this room, but outside they are on. Is that fine? Izuku asked, covering his bases. Of course. Where would you like us to put our camera and microphone? Kazuki responded, as Izuku pointed. Camera can go by the wall. The microphone can be on the table. Let's start as soon as possible, Izuku said, not wanting small talk that wasn't part of his plan. After the two women that followed set up the equipment, the red light came on, and she started talking. Good day. I'm Kazuki Chitos with Shueisha Publishing, and I'm here with the reclusive president of the HPSC, Midoriya Izuku D. She introduced, as Izuku raised his hand to say hello. Thank you. Pleasure to be here, Izuku replied, even though it was in his building. Now, tell me, President. You've been president for less than half a year, which started with a rather unknown incident. Would you enlighten us on the events that led to your ascension? Shitos asked. Well, it's quite convoluted. And for some reason, not at all mentioned in the Royal Commission, even if I'm the one that started that, Izuku started, with the most annoyed face ever. So, I'll try to make this as brief and simple as possible. Shitos was expecting a story of espionage and blackmail, maybe nepotism, maybe a raid, or maybe even a villain takeover of the HPSC, installing this child in its place. About 7 months ago, I always wanted to be a hero, to save people with a smile. However, I don't have any form of hero quirk, and after many years of abuse at the hands of peers, adults, and bastards, alongside the occasional hero put-down, I decided to do something even better. Instead of being the miner, why not sell the tools during the gold rush? Take over the hero society to make it better from the core, rather than be a cog in a machine that might break it. I decided to intern at the HPSC, where I worked under the provisional hero license manager, hero licenser, and PR manager, Yakumaru Mira, and I was able to legally obtain multiple confidential files in restricted access areas, due to the abysmal internal security this place used to have. Many of these files had contained the illegal, unethical, and immoral doings of the previous HPSC, and I decided that, instead of just exposing this organization, I'd take it over. When you have every sin of someone, it's much easier to get them to agree to what you want. I'd like to stress, I did not technically blackmail anyone, I just blatantly lied. Many of the articles you'll find state that the previous president was blackmailed by the newest one. I can certainly see why that would be stated, but it's not true. Whenever I confronted her, I had told her that many flash drives, each containing every single file, were sitting outside of every major news station, and if she didn't give up her position, someone at each station would give those drives to the station for free use. That was a blatant lie, and I'm not ashamed to admit it. There was no one else involved in this takeover of the HPSC, it was all me. However, she took the bait, and now here I am, making Japan a much better place than anyone thought it would be. Well, that was about half of what she thought it would be, but it was both a lot more epic and underwhelming at the same time. It seemed easy and simple, yet he spoke it like he lived through it, not like he had read a script. Then again, maybe she missed something. He started muttering at some points, and she barely heard everything. I think that's everything relevant. There are some other details, but none that really matter to my ascension, Izuku continued. Well, that was certainly compact. Chitos got herself together. It was rare that she'd lose her focus on a story. Well, quite a story of rising above the rest. Now, let's talk about your involvement in the Endeavor trials. Ooh yes, I love talking about those, Izuku blurted out, and Chitos suddenly saw another side of him. Sure, this was the serpent that took down an entire government organization, multiple villains, vigilantes, and fake heroes, the same serpent that made Redestro concerned, and the same that had a hand in taking down Endeavor, Stain, and many others. But he was still only 16. It started whenever I began tracking down Dabi, now known in the public eye as Toya Todoroki, or Hero in Training, Incandescent. I had already gone through all the files on Endeavor, and knew that something had happened to Toya that wasn't death. Piecing the two together wasn't hard, and convincing him to help was also easy, and Chitos felt some boyish glee from the president, like he was talking with a peer of his about how he took down a villain in a video game. It was odd knowing that everything the president was talking about had actually happened. Plus, Dabi isn't the only ex-vigilante or villain I'm helping, or trying to help. There's plenty more either on my watch list or I'm currently helping. How did you manage that? Shitos asked. It's hard to believe that you just talked several villains out of their way of life. I did exactly that, Izuku said. Hiding the truth would just create unrest. A lot of villains aren't actually bad people. They're just misguided people who have been cast out by society. I just gave them a place to belong. That's a very interesting take, Chitos said, scribbling notes on her notepad. Maybe, just maybe. What do you believe about laws concerning the limiting of quirks? Oh, those. Izuku shrugged. He knew what she was trying to do. He has gotten enough intel from his own snooping and heard enough stories from ex-MLA members to know what she was getting. They're really weird. I understand why the laws might be in place, but they're too limiting. I feel like it's a right for people to use their quirks. I'll probably be trying to expand those slightly soon. Shitos finally cracked a grin. He was a perfect candidate to be a part of the Meta Liberation Army. She wouldn't approach him about it now, but she would eventually. But, Izuku said, causing Chitos to lean forward. I believe that some laws should be put in place. Even though I agree with groups, like the Meta Liberation Army on some points, I believe that these laws are put there for a reason. Sure, people shouldn't be arrested for using their quirks. But in a world where there are no rules binding anyone regarding their quirk, it would be complete anarchy. I've been trying to convince more of Hero Society to accept the idea of quirk-free zones. But it's still a work in progress. Curious scribbled on her notes. Okay, he may not be a perfect candidate for the army, but after some convincing on Trumpet's part, he would be a fine addition. May I? Then again, I guess quirk-free stuff coming from me would be pretty rich, Izuku mumbled, catching Chitos' attention. I said that out loud, didn't I? Yes, but no worries. I meant to ask about your connection with Himiko Toga, she asked, unable to help herself. The girl fascinated her, and she's been dying to interview her. I've been wanting to interview her myself for a while, after she was announced as a UA support course student. Long story short, after a couple of victims of hers started appearing, I decided to send a fellow blood quirk user to find her. Eventually, after a few sessions that involved far too much blood for my taste. What do you mean by that? Chitos asked. Don't ask. Either way, whenever she was more stable and able to comprehend herself and others easier, me and the principal of UA decided to give her a fast track to the support course as, essentially, a quirk tester. Due to her transform quirk, she's able to turn into the student or user of the equipment and test it beforehand. Fascinating. I will talk to her about your desire to interview her, but the choice is hers, Izuku said, waving his hand dismissively. Thank you, Chitos said, poorly hiding her delight. Of course, Izuku wasn't going to say a word about this to Toga. The woman handed Kuro her business card, smiling brightly. That is all I have. Thank you for letting me interview you. Izuku smiled dryly as he led the woman out. It was my pleasure. Before I go, Chitos turned to the boy. How may I contact you again? I would love to have another interview. Izuku's dry smile morphed into a slight smirk. Trust me. Izuku held his hand up to his face, making the Meta Liberation Army sign. But instead of using his index finger, he used his middle finger, expressing his feelings with such a gesture. There's no need. I'll get to you first. How did he figure you out? Rikia yelled to his subordinate. Skeptic and Curious were in the room, and Curious was the one at the end of his wrath. Trumpet was out doing what he usually does, and Getten couldn't be found for some reason. I don't know, sir. I didn't give anything away, and I sure didn't say anything that would give me away, Curious stated, showing off the interview. Sure enough, aside from potentially the random quirk law statement, but that was still hot topics, so it wouldn't be easy to deduce that she's with the MLA. That didn't stop Redestro from smashing a table nearby in anger, showcasing his size enlargement quirk, meta ability. Wait, Curious, go back, Skeptic ordered, as Curious reversed the interview tape. Then again, I guess quirk-free stuff coming from me would be pretty rich, Izuku accidentally revealed. Right there. He thinks that anything quirk-related would be rich coming from him. What does that mean? Skeptic asks, as Curious and Redestro looked at the video. What could that mean? Maybe he can get rid of meta abilities, Curious theorized, as Redestro felt a shiver. If someone in such a powerful position could erase meta abilities, what a headache. Potentially, but I feel it might be more insidious than that. Unfortunately, the HPSC and everything regarding the president has become even more infuriating. It's almost as if the security was made by a supercomputer. I can't find any possible holes in its firewall, Skeptic complained. Thing was, it wasn't made by a supercomputer. It was made by a very short red-haired woman whose second language was Japanese, and her first was hacking. A few weeks ago. Welcome viewers. That is right, it is me, Gentle Criminal practiced, as he and his partner watched the HPSC building. They had been practicing on this day for quite a while. Sure, UA was their biggest target, and they'll get around to breaking in and exposing any potential infamy. But with all the press on the HPSC and its new leadership, well, it was a big green light. Gentle Criminal had a suspicion that this new president wasn't as altruistic as he seemed, even if he was 60. He was likely a front for the real leaders. La Brava, you do have the passcodes to enter, correct? Gentle asked his partner. Sure do, Gentle. Took a bit longer than expected, but they're all here, La Brava revealed, as the two of them walked towards the back of the building. Sure enough, every entrance code of everywhere in the HPSC was on a text document. This backdoor's code, 4932. Perfect. Now, I'll let you know when to start filming, and let me know if you see anyone, Gentle stated, entering the code into the back door. The door flung open, and the two made their way down many stairwells to the third basement, the server floor, and bottom of the building. This door's code, OFFIZ. Great. Okay. We don't know if anyone is on this floor, Gentle started, before two claps erupted from behind them. You're right, you really don't. The unmistakable voice of Izuku de Midoriya startled the two behind them. You two really need to get a perception check. I've been following you since B1. Ugh, of course. Well, that won't stop me, Gentle stated. Before running deeper into the server room, La Brava followed behind quickly. Well, that wasn't the plan. I was just gonna offer you guys something, Izuku mentions. Say that again, Gentle says, his head poking out the top of the maze of servers. If you stop being children and head back to me, I want to offer you guys, I guess, a sort of job, Izuku mentions. And after a couple seconds, Gentle appeared in front of him, hopping over multiple servers. Continue, Gentle stated, as La Brava appeared behind him after a couple seconds. I wanted to offer you two a job as semi-unprofessional and possibly vigilante auditors. Basically, I just wanted you two to continue what you're doing, but now protected by me and the law by proxy, Izuku offered. Whoa. Gentle isn't going to agree to something so obviously. I'll do it, Gentle stated, interrupting La Brava. We'll do it, La Brava followed. Really, that simple? Izuku asked, raising an eyebrow. Well, obviously I'll need to see exactly what you mean, probably by contract, preferably digital so that La Brava can overlook it easier. But if what you're offering is fully true, I would probably get a bigger spotlight for the people and be able to expose society far easier. Wouldn't you agree, La Brava? Gentle asked his cohort, who just nodded. Of course, La Brava replied, as Izuku widened his eyes. Seriously, is talking people out of evil or illegal activities really this easy? Well, great. I do hope you don't mind any more allies though, Izuku cryptically stated, as the three of them entered the elevator to the top floor and his office. What does that mean? La Brava asked. Well, you see, there's two other gentlemen here that I believe could be helpful in your endeavors. One of them is a master thief and has been looking for a crew to help for a while, Izuku said, stoking their flames. And the other? Gentle asked, slightly impressed and jubilant. Who could the second be? A super detective, maybe a charismatic reporter, or an expert audio-video man. Not that La Brava wasn't excellent, but she was certainly better at hacking than keeping the camera still. Not that he could do any better, but still. Well, he's not exactly one of you, but I feel he might fit in with you. I've been trying to help him for a while, but simply put, he finds it much easier to be on the other side of the law with his quirk, Izuku reveals as the elevator dings, and they enter the long corridor. Halfway through though, they turn to the left, and after a secret button hidden in a picture frame, they entered a large lounge room containing two men. The first wore an orange and brown colored jacket, pinstripe pants, with a large top hat complete with feathers, and a mask with an unidentified pattern on it. The second wore a simple leather jacket and pants, with a stitched scar on his forehead. Gentle criminal, La Brava, I'd like to introduce you to your potential teammates, Jinbu Begawara, Atsuhiro Sako, also known as Mr. Compress. Pleasure to make your acquaintance, the masked figure introduced, extending his hand for a handshake. I hear that you're also quite a showman, Gentle, and I assume you are as well, Compress. Izuku talks highly of you as a master thief. I'm excited to see what you can offer, Gentle states. Hey, I'm Jin. I can't wait to expose some bastards, Jin stated, SW touching halfway. Yeah, he's like that. I'm hoping that your three can help him with his multiple personalities. We've got him more stable, but he still has some problems, Izuku sadly states. Oh, before I forget, I'm assuming you two are agreeing, right? Gentle and La Brava nodded. Okay, La Brava, I have a favor to ask before you all go gallivanting. Following Aguchi Shuichi was an eye-opening experience. Toshinori was truly embarrassed that he hadn't realized just how unfair life was to people with quirks that didn't fit into the acceptable category, heteromorphs in particular. He'd been aware of the growing wave of quirkless discrimination. It had been building for years, and with fewer and fewer children being born without quirks in each generation, the problem was going largely unacknowledged. But that hatred apparently had new outlets and was now also being aimed at people with physical mutations, especially ones with all body differences like Aguchi. Hundreds of years ago, a person's appearance had been used to try and justify horrifying treatment and enslavement. And instead of learning from history, it seemed current society was doomed to repeat the same mistakes. Since Toshinori had started following him a few hours ago, Aguchi hadn't experienced anything All Might could get involved in. Stopping teenagers' name-calling, no matter how hateful, wasn't really a hero's job. Judging by Aguchi's current black eye and fading bruise on his left arm, however, it wouldn't be long before whoever was abusing him tried again. It wasn't much considering how much he has failed both those below and equal to him. But if he can even save one person from being treated like he treated Midoriya, then maybe he can take some solace. That and Midoriya may or may not have subtly mentioned over 7 ways he could kill him every single time he's been in his presence, each time being different ways. He wanted to make things right between him and the president. And while he knows it can never be fully repaired, maybe he can at least lower the sweltering hatred the president clearly had for him. He knew he deserved it, but he also knew that it might boil into an awful decision. Toshinori's concern only grew when he followed Iguchi to a soup kitchen for the homeless. But instead of lining up to get a meal like everyone else was invited to do, Iguchi moved into the alley behind it and very quietly slipped into the dumpster. Toshinori had to climb onto the nearest building to be able to keep an eye on the young man. He was conserving energy by staying in his smaller form until All Might was needed, so he missed the moment someone from the soup kitchen opened the lid of the dumpster and found him inside. Toshinori quickly set up his surveillance camera for a top-down view of the scene. The yelling drew a crowd, and the crowd quickly turned into a mob, and Iguchi was dragged from the dumpster and surrounded almost before All Might had a chance to press record. The words were vile, the threats were worse, and All Might had never been more ashamed of the human race. What the actual FCK? Was this the society heroes had built? Toshinori changed forms and dropped into the alley, only bothering to shield young Iguchi from the change in air pressure. It wasn't enough to knock anyone off their feet, but it had most of them stumbling back and away from Iguchi, and that was what Toshinori wanted. "Are you okay?" All Might asked quietly as the people around them slowly recovered from the surprise. Iguchi stared at him, apparently startled that he would even care. "All Might," several people called, smiling and waving to him as if they hadn't done anything wrong. "I am here," he said, projecting his voice and hero persona to the crowd, "to stop the villains that reside here." "Oh, thank goodness," a flabby, middle-aged woman declared. She was wearing an apron and appeared to be one of the volunteers working at the soup kitchen. Perhaps she'd simply forgotten the very large knife in her hand, but she still used it to point at Iguchi. "This thing was stealing food. Please arrest it." "Really?" All Might asked, turning to the man who'd violently pulled Iguchi from the dumpster. "I thought the food here was available to anyone who needed it." "Any person," the man clarified. "We don't serve his kind here." "And what kind would that be?" All Might asked, leaning forward to get in the man's face. Are you aware?" All Might asked the crowd in general of the anti-discrimination laws in this country. "Discrimination?" the first woman asked, sounding outraged. "How is this discrimination? He's not human." Iguchi shrunk in on himself, and All Might placed a hand on his shoulder, hoping the young man understood it was an effort to comfort him, not to hold him in place. "Heteromorphs, aka that's people with physical mutation quirks for you ignorant fools, are very much human, and it is an offense under Japanese law to deny them entry to any public space. This is a charity run by a private company," the woman said, apparently not noticing how much the crowd had thinned out when they realized All Might could be there to arrest them. "We reserve the right to deny entry to anyone." "So much for charity, huh?" All Might asked. The woman crossed her arms and nodded once as if she'd won some sort of argument. All Might shrugged and reached for his phone. He dialed the direct number for the head of his hero agency. "All Might, sir. How can I help? I'm in Camino Ward and have stumbled across a soup kitchen in South Street denying entry to Heteromorph. I'm hoping you can tell me who is funding it." "I can confirm it's not one of yours," his manager said quickly. That was a relief. Toshinori hated the idea of giving money to any charity that was run like this one. "I'll just check the public registry. While we wait for that," All Might told the few remaining people in the crowd, "is there anyone who would like to repeat their foul threats?" "No," he smirked at the crowd. "Good thing I was recording it then, isn't it?" He turned his attention back to Iguchi's attackers. "You," he said, pointing to the man who'd hauled Iguchi out of the dumpster by his hair, "are under arrest for assault." The man stood there with his mouth open. It was rather unattractive. "And you," All Might said, turning to the woman still waving the knife around, "are under arrest for threatening to." "How did you say it?" He pretended to think for a moment. "Ah yes, you threatened to gut him like a fish." I didn't mean." All Might tuned out the woman's babble when his manager came back on the line. "Okay, the company is one I recognize. I believe it was set up by several hero agencies so that their heroes and staff could donate anonymously to worthy charity. I suspect they will be unhappy with the way the money is being used. If I'm remembering this group correctly, at least 2 of the agency owners are heteromorphs themselves. I would very much like you to contact the company and inform them of the situation at this soup kitchen." "Thank you." "Certainly, All Might, it will be my pleasure." "Well then," All Might said to the handful of people who remained in the alley after his manager had hung up, "the police should be here any moment. They already have my recording, so most of you can expect an official visit in the near future. Unless, of course, you wish to go into the station with these 2 to confess your sins and beg for forgiveness." All Might, sir," Iguchi asked several hours later as they left the police station together. "Stain was right about you, wasn't he? You're the only one worthy of being called a hero." All Might really wished Present Mike was here to help unpack that statement and set the young man straight. "Stain," All Might said, trying to choose his words carefully, "was right about some things. The system is broken." He was learning that more and more each day. "And as a society we need to do better. We all need to do better." He made sure to make eye contact before going on. But Stain was wrong in the method he chose. Disabling and murdering heroes that he believed were corrupt and unworthy overshadowed the message he was trying to deliver. His actions spread fear and hatred. So instead of trying to weed out the bad seeds who sometimes become heroes, the good heroes were busy dealing with the mess Stain created. You think he was wrong about the heroes he killed? He may have been right about their behavior, but I think he was wrong to kill them, All Might said, hoping he wasn't being too blunt. He was a man of action, not words, but if there was ever a teachable moment, this was probably it. We have a judicial system in this country that uses evidence and lawyers and scientific procedures to make a decision on whether someone is guilty or not. It's not perfect. No system dealing with people ever is, but it would have exposed the corrupt heroes and shamed them in public. They would have done jail time and paid fines and lost their income. But all Stain did was make them martyrs and allowed the cycle of corruption to continue. All Might continued. It's as President Izuku D. Midoriya said. All Might said, as he showed the video he may or may not have recorded of Izuku's confrontation with Stain. In this country, whenever someone commits a crime, even if it's child abuse, even if it's capital murder, we give them a trial. The jury or judge finds them guilty of the crime, and then an appeals court makes sure that the trial was conducted with due process. And then, and only then, do we ever kill them, if they even deserve it. We don't kill them first, like what you do to your victims. But Stain says you're the only one worthy. That's not true either, All Might said, wondering how the hell to word what he needed to say. In my career, I've worked with many heroes, and the vast majority of them have been decent human beings trying to do the right thing. They're not as strong or as fast as I am. And they're far more vulnerable to death, but they do what's right and they risk their own lives to save people they don't even know. He took a shaky breath, overwhelmed a little by the memories of fallen comrades. All Might had been a hero for a very long time. But underneath that, Toshinori was just a man. The loss of any life affected him. Innocent victim or callous murderer or the million spaces in between. It didn't matter who they were in the end. They'd started as someone's child and they deserved to be mourned. Are you okay, All Might? Higuchi asked, his voice thick with emotion. It's been a long day, and I am definitely overdue for something to eat. Would you like to join me? Higuchi glanced down at his clothes. They were torn and dirty and, now that All Might had time to notice, smelled pretty ripe. Do you have somewhere to stay? Do you have a home? Higuchi looked away, obviously embarrassed. Tell you what, give me a second, All Might said, before pulling his phone to his ear. This is Kaina Tsutsumi, a feminine voice on the other side said. Yes, this is All Might. I have a young man here who has been thoroughly and discriminated against. Is it possible for the president to provide some aid? All Might asked, already knowing that Izuku might hold this over him at some point. I'm sure he'll be glad to help. Where are you currently? Kamino Ward. I already have my team looking into the surrounding area for any more discrimination, All Might explained, as he heard the dial tone. Well, hello All Might, the child that made All Might more scared than All for One and Gran Torino combined. Hello Mr. President. All Might replied, barely holding himself together. Kaina filled me in. I've already sent a transport. Do you know if he has any occupation? Izuku asked, and All Might looked to Higuchi, who embarrassingly shook his head. All Might relayed the information. Well, give me a second. If All Might heard sounds of yelling, orders, and demands on the other line, he figured it'd be best to not tell anyone. Well, he may or may not have a position here if he proves himself. What's his name? All Might moved the phone closer to Higuchi, who shakily replied, Shuichi Higuchi. Understood. All right, if I'm correct, the transport should be arriving soon. Please inform him he'll be sent to HPSC headquarters where he'll be greeted by Lady Nagant. All Might did so. Is that all Might? Yes, it is. Thank you, Mr. President. All Might stated, and he could tell that Izuku had another maniacal laughing fit after he finished. Well, I'm certain that you'll be taken good care of, unlike how society has treated you so far. I would like to. I just want to thank you, All Might, sir. It's no problem, Mr. Higuchi, All Might said, turning toward the smell of food. Now what would you like to eat? Quickly, before the transport gets here. Izuku often wondered, whether it be physically, with Hawks always tailing him even if he never asked him to, or mentally, throughout all of the trials he's done and will continue to do. You absolutely can't do that. Izuku stares blankly at them. He stares for another 20 seconds before a frown pulls at his lips. He didn't even know they were in the same room when he was talking to himself. Dramatically, he throws his hands in the air, huffing his dissent, and stalks away from the pair of traitors. I can do whatever I want. I'm the president and you know that. He huffs, pointing accusingly at the traitors. Keigo stares at him with that stupid expression Izuku hates. The look that says you're really gonna play that card. While Toya is trying his best not to burst out laughing. Izuku should really dock his pay. His hands fly into the air before crashing down over his eyes. He groans annoyingly, peeking through his fingers. Green eyes find his friends' faces. He groans even more dramatically before uncovering his eyes. And why can't I barge into UA right now and threaten the kids who bullied her? he complains, not seeing the problem in his idea. Toga didn't deserve that, and Izuku will be damned before he lets his friend experience that again. He won't let any of his friends be picked apart and hurt by idiots with low self-esteem. Never again. Toya sighs. You know I'd love to do the same thing too, kid. Toga didn't deserve that. They called her a freak. Izuku shouts. They might as well have actively ed her. I should have Nezu expel them. And yeah, I agree with you, but they aren't going to learn anything if that happens. Nezu put them on probation for quirk discrimination. He won't let this happen again. Keigo nods along. Exactly. Remember what you did with that Bakugo kid. He went through the last chance program. And now he's at least kind of a nice person. You didn't expel him even after everything. You knew he wouldn't change if you did that. It's the same thing, Izuku. Izuku sighs in defeat, dropping to the couch cushions. He gives one final thought to the anger inside him before he lets it go. God, I hate when you two are right. Toya drops into the seat next to him, grabbing him before Izuku can inch away. The Todoroki pushes one hand into Izuku's mess of curls and starts grinding his knuckles into his hair, effectively messing up Izuku's lousy attempt at a clean hair look. Izuku's trying to get away from his grip when Toya lets him go, resulting in him flying into the cushion. The president glares at him. With a laugh, his friend shrugs teasingly. Oh, relax, your hair looks the same. He eyes Keigo, who takes his own seat across from them. Toga will be fine. She can handle herself. Don't go making her think she needs you to rescue her. I never said she couldn't defend herself. He shouts, becoming defensive. Now it's Keigo's turn to laugh. Of course not, bossman. We're just saying that people are gonna see it that way, Toga included. So best not to get too involved. She knows we're here for her. I just want her to know that I care about her. Is that so wrong? Izuku replied. She knows you care about her. You're the one that gave up your own blood. No one forced you to do that. Heck, if anything, you'd be the one forcing people to give up blood to the vampire, Toya joked, gashing his teeth slightly. Izuku heavily sighed, before looking at the photos on the wall. I guess so, Izuku said, thinking back to what happened earlier in the day. Sorry, I'm just on edge. What's got your curls twisted more than usual, bossman? Keigo asks. I got a request from a whole damn lot of important people to talk, Izuku said, going back to his chair and opening his computer, showing the many important people that have requested time with him. Damn, Detrenet, some random doctor. Oh no, whatever will they do? Toya mocked. This is serious. Wa is probably the least threatening person in our organization on this list. They simply wanted to talk about the previous presidents and actions of the commission. That I can handle no problem. Izuku then opened the other two requests and quickly searched for their respective originators. Detrenet is sending their CEO in, Rikiya Yatsubashi, who is also the Grand Commander of the Metal Liberation Army for God's sake. Keigo bristled at that, while Toya whistled intently. Talk about a meeting between gods and devils. And that random doctor is Darumi Yujiko, aka Dr. Tsubasa, aka Kyudai Garaki, the mad doctor and right-hand man of All for One, as well as my childhood doctor. No chance he's being sent on his own volition. Oh sit, Toya blurted out, as Izuku looked on with a nod. Indeed, those two are going to be hell to get through. Rikiya's quirk is called stress, which essentially superpowers him the more anxious and angry he is, so much so it can be involuntary. And he likely already knows that I know the MLA is present in modern-day society. I'm certainly not in his favorites list. Izuku continued, grabbing his head with his hands. Even if I had you two with me, heck, even if I had every hero I was close with by my side for that meeting, I feel like he might be a headache to deal with. What, you think we can't take him? Toya looked with false grief. Nope. Anyways, in all reality though, he's the easier of the two, because Garaki knows about me. A whole lot about me, Izuku said, as the other two blanched. Even about my quirklessness. He also knows I had no connection with literally anyone in the HPSC, government, or really anyone important before I became the president. And he's insane enough to just blurt that out in public and hope that every retaliates because, oh, we can't have a lesser being leading us, like the pansies they are, Izuku blatantly stated. Wait, how do you know he's AFO's right-hand man? Toya asked, as Izuku did show a slight smirk. Can't tell you everything now, but let's just say, Player 2 has been giving me as many lordums as he possibly can. What could happen now? Also, somehow Izuku is just stopping every single LOV member because he's a chaotic good and way too powerful a position. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification. So when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.